Chapter 651. The next moment, the steward's thoughts did not wander, instead, his figure moved and appeared behind Milton Cheney. His hand rested on Milton Cheney's shoulder, sending a weak airflow from his hand into Milton Cheney's body. This airflow wandered around inside Milton Cheney's body for a moment before suddenly disappearing. During this time, Milton Cheney's expression did not change. He still sat cross-legged in place, showing no resistance, as if he had predicted the steward's action all along. "It seems there is a problem with this body of yours." The steward's brow furrowed as he spoke with confusion. This did not align with what he had expected. He thought Milton Cheney was deliberately suppressing the enhancement of his realm. But now, after inspecting Milton Cheney's body personally, he found that things were not as he had imagined. At this moment, Milton Cheney's body seemed to have turned into a black hole, continuously absorbing energy, yet this devoured energy did not fuse into his body. This was, without a doubt, exceedingly strange. After all, such a situation had never occurred when Milton Cheney was in the longevity realm. Why then, after making a breakthrough to the slashing longevity realm, did it seem as though he suddenly hit a limit and couldn't improve any further? Did you already know there was a problem with your body? Before the breakthrough to the slashing longevity realm, were you aware that you would reach a limit and not be able to advance further after your breakthrough? The steward's figure moved, leaving behind Milton Cheney, and sat opposite him. His expression turned grim as he spoke. Though his question sounded speculative, his tone was filled with certainty. If Milton Cheney didn't know about the issues with his body or wasn't aware before reaching the slashing longevity realm, the steward absolutely wouldn't believe it. After all, based on Milton Cheney's reaction, there was no indication of surprise regarding the situation. At this moment, the steward began to feel that something was terribly amiss. He feared he might be capsizing. Yet, he still couldn't fathom why Milton Cheney would act this way. After all, even if Milton Cheney could exploit reaching the slashing longevity realm, what about after the breakthrough? Just like the current situation, he couldn't see what Milton Cheney would do next. Wasn't Milton Cheney afraid that he might discover something amiss now and decide to end both their lives? Even if they didn't die together, Milton Cheney, who couldn't advance any further, might at most live a few 100 million years more. At least, the steward believed that before meeting his own end, he would surely drag Milton Cheney down with him, unless, by that time, Milton Cheney was able to leap to the realm of immortal beings. Otherwise, wouldn't he still be unable to escape death? Therefore, the steward truly couldn't understand why Milton Cheney would do this. He could comprehend Milton Cheney using him to obtain cultivation resources, but such exploitation seemed to have little significance, right? Could it be that Milton Cheney had some other trick up his sleeve? Even now, the steward still didn't suspect Milton Cheney's identity as an immortal being reincarnated. He thought that either something accidental must have occurred during reincarnation, or Milton Cheney had another plan. However, he did know that Milton Cheney had been using him from the beginning. He had thought that Milton Cheney underestimated him, but it turned out he had underestimated this person who had once been an immortal being in a previous life. Although the steward felt great anger and frustration, he still curiously stared at Milton Cheney. He was waiting for Milton Cheney to give him an explanation. He wanted to hear why Milton Cheney would do such a thing. But that was merely wishful thinking on his part. Because Milton Cheney would not possibly tell him the truth. After all, even if Milton Cheney spoke truthfully, he estimated that he would not be able to believe Milton Cheney was transmigrated to this world through something called a simulator. Even if I told you, you would not understand. But what you said is not wrong. Indeed, there will be no more advancement for me now. Milton Cheney saw the flicker of anger and curiosity in the steward's eyes and thus spoke indifferently. For the current Milton Cheney, this reincarnation simulation could be considered over. After all, he had reached the limit of what he could achieve in this life. Even if he continued to stay in this world, the gains Milton Cheney could receive would be negligible. Yet Milton Cheney had not actively ended this reincarnation simulation. It wasn't because he hoped to live longer in this world. Rather, it was simply because Milton Cheney was not in the habit of ending his reincarnation simulations through suicide. Right now, if he wished to actively end this reincarnation simulation, he could do so at any time. It was for this reason that Milton Cheney was now unhurried. After all, remaining in this world would not affect his state of mind. Perhaps understanding more about this world during this reincarnation simulation could yield some unexpected gains. Naturally, Milton Cheney did not harbor any hopes of advancing further in realm. He was well aware that there was no existence in this world that could break the constraints of the simulator. Even if there were, it would be an existence beyond his reach in this reincarnation simulation. Moreover, Milton Cheney believed it was highly unlikely that such an existence existed in this world. Upon hearing what Milton Cheney said, the steward shook his head. He was no longer willing to take Milton Cheney at his word. If he hadn't been overly confident before, placing too much trust in what Milton Cheney said, he wouldn't have been exploited all along without the slightest clue. He knew that his own issues also played a role, even to the point of being a major factor in the current situation. Chapter 652. But Steward Ziyuan naturally would not admit in his heart that the problem was his own. In his view, it had always been Milton Cheney using him. Why, is it because there was a problem with the reincarnation immortal technique? Or do you have some other trump card you wish to play after my demise to carry out your next step in the scheme? Or is it because the transference immortal technique I used affected your original plan? Steward Ziyuan ignored the words Milton Cheney had spoken, which he could not understand, and continued to press with his questions. At this moment, he had completely treated Milton Cheney's actions as if they were part of a scheme that had long been prepared. He even felt that if he hadn't forcefully chosen to perform the forbidden technique on Milton Cheney, then perhaps Milton Cheney wouldn't have chosen to make a breakthrough to the slashing longevity realm until his own demise. He began to suspect whether his use of the forbidden technique had disrupted Milton Cheney's original scheme. After all, the transference immortal technique transplanted another cultivator's lifespan foundation, not one's own cultivated lifespan foundation. Though it can quickly reach the limit of the slashing longevity realm, it is still essentially different from one's own cultivated lifespan foundation, at least it's very difficult to achieve perfect integration. He suspected that perhaps for this reason, Milton Cheney had lost the ability to continue his advancement. Of course, this was just his suspicion. Because if that were the case, Milton Cheney would certainly have strongly objected when he decided to execute the forbidden technique. With the constraints of the Heavenly Paths Pact, he might indeed have a slight possibility of choosing to respect Milton Cheney's wishes and yield. In that case, they wouldn't have ended up in the current situation. This was also why Steward Ziyuan was only suspicious and not certain. At this time, he no longer cared about other things and simply stated aloud whatever he was thinking. He believed there was no need to hide anything from this reincarnated immortal being he had greatly underestimated before. Steward Ziyuan had stopped considering anything else completely. Now, he had become obsessively fixated on one possibility. He thought that Milton Cheney either had some other plan in store for later, or it was because of the forbidden technique that he was temporarily unable to advance. He didn't think Milton Cheney would be indifferent about not being able to advance his realm any further. Steward Ziyuan even felt that after inspecting Milton Cheney's body, Milton Cheney was just currently unable to advance, and perhaps in the future he would suddenly be able to continue ascending realms again. Although he didn't know what means were involved and had never heard of such a technique in the immortal realm, he believed that since Milton Cheney was after all an immortal being, perhaps there were some means beyond his comprehension, right? After all, who, after cultivating to the slashing longevity realm, wouldn't ponder about the realms beyond slashing longevity, knowing that just one more step beyond the slashing longevity realm would make one a true immortal? A reincarnated immortal, after having experienced the strength of immortal beings in a previous life, would they be willing to stay still at the slashing longevity realm of loose immortals after reincarnation? Steward Ziyuan believed this was absolutely impossible. If Milton Cheney had put so much thought into his plans, then he couldn't possibly only aim to stay in the slashing longevity realm. That was simply illogical. But what Steward Ziyuan still couldn't figure out was that if Milton Cheney truly wished to achieve immortality again in this life, there was no need to make such a roundabout plan. Wouldn't that be even more troublesome? Cooperating with him, for mutual benefit, shouldn't that be the best solution? It's neither. I've already told you the answer, and even if I explained more, you wouldn't be able to comprehend it. With the constraints of the Heavenly Paths Pact, and having reached this point, I have no need to deceive you. Whether reality is as I said, you will see for yourself as your lifespan nears its end. Milton Cheney shook his head and spoke. Steward Ziyuan was forthright, and Milton Cheney was also candid in his response. Words were just as he said at this moment, they had reached such a point, and he had no need to deceive Steward Ziyuan. After all, fundamentally speaking, his life was, at this moment, in the hands of Steward Ziyuan. Though Milton Cheney didn't care about these things, the fact remained as such. If Steward Ziyuan truly wished for them to die together, there was nothing Milton Cheney could do to stop it, he could only be forced to end this round of reincarnation simulation. Although he did not know precisely what Steward Zhuan was thinking at this moment, Milton Cheney guessed his general mindset was not problematic. He simply felt that he was still deceiving himself, not believing that he would never be able to continue advancing through the realms. Although Milton Cheney wished to ascend further, having gone through numerous reincarnation simulations, he knew it was impossible. At this point, Milton Cheney no longer cared about what would happen after this simulation, so naturally, there was no need to hide anything when he spoke. He no longer needed to fleece the monthly ticket minister, so there was also no need to continue speaking in vague terms to deceive the minister. Of course, Milton Cheney would naturally not disclose anything about the simulator. Even though the monthly ticket minister wouldn't understand if he did, not understanding is one thing, whether it can be said is another matter altogether. Upon hearing Milton Cheney's words, a flicker of realization passed fleetingly through the gaze of the monthly ticket minister. Indeed, whether Milton Cheney was deceiving him would become apparent when his lifespan neared its end. It seemed that Milton Cheney indeed had no need to continue deceiving him at this point. However, as this thought occurred to him, the monthly ticket minister's eyes instantly regained clarity, and his gaze towards Milton Cheney became exceptionally cautious. He nearly fell for it again. A few casual remarks from Milton Cheney had stirred his thoughts once more. At this moment, he was somewhat paranoid due to recently being used by Milton Cheney, like someone who had been bitten by a snake and fears a well rope for years after. It could be said that no matter what Milton Cheney said, even if his words seemed genuine, the minister harbored a skeptical attitude. Seeing the monthly ticket minister's expression, Milton Cheney felt somewhat helpless in his heart. He knew it was unlikely that the minister would continue to believe his words. It's all right, since Milton Cheney's reincarnation simulation this time had already concluded perfectly, he no longer needed to care whether the minister believed him. In other words, believe it or not. Milton Cheney didn't care, which was why he chose to explain after the minister asked him. Had it been before, he wouldn't have bothered to explain. However, he also knew that if he didn't choose to end this reincarnation simulation actively, then the minister would inevitably do something else afterward. Especially as the minister's lifespan ran shorter and shorter, whatever he did next, Milton Cheney would not be exempt. To be honest, Milton Cheney also wanted to see the minister's plans for afterward. Perhaps it could give him a deeper understanding of this world, who knows. At this thought, Milton Cheney no longer paid attention to the monthly ticket minister seated cross-legged before him and closed his eyes to contemplate another path of cultivation. At this moment, Milton Cheney could clearly feel a significant improvement in his comprehension, and it would be a waste not to contemplate the wizard immortal cultivation path when given the opportunity. Of course, in this immortal realm without the rules of reality, all that Milton Cheney could do was to contemplate. Time slowly passed by, and in the blink of an eye, 40 million years had gone by. 40 million years was not a short period even for the vast immortal realm. Let alone when such time was spent on one individual. Black Moon Sect, within a certain little world. The monthly ticket minister, at this moment, had dim eyes void of any light, kneeling without a move, like a soulless puppet. Standing by his side was a middle-aged woman clad in a light blue robe. The middle-aged woman had an ordinary face, clear eyes, and an aura like that of any common woman. Milton Cheney stood in front of the woman, yet the two were separated by a short distance. 700 years ago, there was no existence of the Lotus Immortal Court. But, 1,250 years ago, within the primeval Immortal Court, there was a Lotus Fairy, though that individual has already stepped onto another path and it's impossible for her to reincarnate back into the immortal realm. The woman's clear gaze met Milton Cheney's as she spoke in a soft voice. This middle-aged woman with a raspy voice was none other than the sect leader of the Black Moon Sect, the largest sect under the command of the Azure Heaven Immortal Court. A false true immortal wielding an immortal artifact. Chapter 653. Although the voice of the Black Moon Sect leader was hoarse, his tone was very calm. Standing not far in front of the sect leader, Milton Cheney had a placid expression, his gaze indifferent, as if he was not affected by these words. The fact was that he really wasn't affected. As for the things the sect leader was talking about, Milton Cheney wasn't the least bit surprised. The Lotus Immortal Court was something he had concocted, so its non-existence was normal, its actual existence would have been abnormal. However, Milton Cheney was somewhat surprised that there had once been a Lotus Fairy among the ranks of the immortal realm. This was something he hadn't considered. He just didn't know whether the Lotus Fairy mentioned by the sect leader was related to the Lotus Loose Immortal who had achieved his status through virtue during the existence he had reincarnated into in the lower cultivation realm. After all, the reason he had fabricated the non-existent Lotus Immortal Court was just an inspiration that struck him, reminding him of the Lotus sacred ground in the cultivation realm where he had been reincarnated. But thinking this far, Milton Cheney shook his head. It probably wasn't such a coincidence. Even if it was indeed a coincidence, it wasn't of much significance to him anymore. When he thought about the vastness of the immortal realm and the age of its existence, it seemed normal that anything could happen. There were all sorts of birds in a vast forest. What did surprise Milton Cheney a bit was that despite experiencing so many simulations, he was unable to detect any emotion in the words of the sect leader. There were only two possible reasons for this. The first reason was that the sect leader was very good at hiding his emotions. Even if he was interested in him as a suspected reincarnation of an immortal being, he did not show it on the surface. The second reason was that the sect leader truly did not care. He did not care about Milton Cheney's identity, nor did he care about why Milton Cheney had purposely fabricated those lies. But did the sect leader truly not care? At this thought, Milton Cheney couldn't help but smile wryly. If he truly didn't care, he wouldn't have asked all these questions. The Lotus Immortal Court was my own creation, and 700 years ago, this immortal court indeed did not exist. Of course, it was just a casual fabrication, unrelated to the Lotus Fairy you mentioned, Milton Cheney said with a faint smile. Unlike the sect leader, at this moment, Milton Cheney's voice was clear, without a trace of hoarseness. What he shared with the sect leader was that his voice also lacked any trace of emotion. If the sect leader was deliberately concealing his emotions, then Milton Cheney truly didn't care. The steward had been controlled, and the covenant with the heavenly path had lost its original constraints. At this point, this world almost had no meaning for Milton Cheney, at least for the Milton Cheney within this text simulation. However, if possible, Milton Cheney would still like to stay in this world a little longer. It was not just because he wasn't accustomed to ending reincarnation simulations prematurely, but also because he was genuinely interested in communicating with one of the strongest beings beneath the immortals of the immortal realm. After all, opportunities to communicate on an equal footing with such existences were rare. In reality, such opportunities were almost non-existent, and even in simulations, they were few and far between. Yes, equal communication. One difference between the sect leader and the steward was that, from the beginning, the sect leader had regarded him as an equal. There was even a trace of respect in his words at the outset. This was perhaps a habit developed over a long time, the habit of showing reverence to immortal beings. Even though the sect leader had deeply concealed this respect when they first met, Milton Cheney had still caught it. But these things didn't really concern Milton Cheney anymore. No matter the sect leader's attitude toward him, Milton Cheney remained completely detached. After all, in this instance of the reincarnation simulation, he had already moved beyond the phase where he was a mere figurehead. Did your celestial script also shatter during reincarnation? The sect leader asked in a hoarse voice, unconcerned by Milton Cheney's indifferent tone. Upon hearing this, Milton Cheney was taken aback, but his face showed no surprise. It wasn't the mention of celestial scripts that caused his reaction, he was familiar with them, representing both the status of immortal court and the identity of its immortal beings. Of course, loose immortals didn't have the privilege to receive celestial scripts. And the highest rank for a loose immortal was that of a true immortal. What surprised him was that the sect leader, who had consistently shown no emotion in his tone, revealed a slight fluctuation in his voice when mentioning celestial scripts. Although it was subtle, Milton Cheney had caught it. What did that mean? Did he intend to take his celestial script? But was that possible? If celestial scripts from the immortal court could be taken so easily, then the existence of loose immortals wouldn't be so difficult, and the immortal court's authority wouldn't be as formidable. At this moment, even Milton Cheney was somewhat puzzled as to what the sect leader meant. Despite feeling a slight surprise, Milton Cheney's reaction was anything but slow. After my reincarnation, I lost more than just my memories. Milton Cheney began to speak. Although he didn't explicitly say it, the meaning was quite clear. It wasn't just the loss of memory that was implied, it also meant the loss of other things, including the immortal seal that could prove the identity of a reincarnated immortal being. What Milton hadn't expected was that the question the seal officer never asked was seemingly the very reason for the Black Moon sect leader's previous array of questions. It wasn't difficult to understand why. To the seal officer, the immortal seal might be of no help, but it should be of great use to the Black Moon sect leader. Otherwise, the Black Moon sect leader wouldn't have shown emotional fluctuations when asking that particular question. Hearing Milton's words, how could the Black Moon sect leader not understand the meaning behind his words? Her eyebrows slightly furrowed, and her eyes intently fixed on Milton's. But at that moment, Milton's gaze was indifferent, unafraid to meet the Black Moon sect leader's eyes. After a moment, the Black Moon sect leader gently shook her head and averted her gaze. It wasn't that she was afraid, but rather that she had already found her answer. Although she had anticipated it, the Black Moon sect leader still couldn't help but feel a hint of disappointment in her heart. It was not easy for her to have encountered a body that was the reincarnation of an immortal being, but it seemed she could not extract any benefits from it. I have examined your body, and it seems like powerful beings have sealed you, haven't they? It's as if you are bound by chains, unable to advance any further. As she spoke, the Black Moon sect leader's tone also held a hint of complexity. After all, in his previous life, the person before her was a genuine immortal being. Moreover, since this immortal being could reincarnate and cultivate anew, and the interval between reincarnations spanned 700 longevity eras, there might well be some hidden cards at play. So, unless necessary, even though she had already ascertained Milton's identity, she wouldn't easily make a move against him. This was also why she could afford to converse with Milton calmly and on equal terms. As for offering Milton to the immortal court, the Black Moon sect leader hadn't considered that yet. Even if she were to offer him, it wouldn't be now. Nov. L. B/JNN. How could she offer Milton to the immortal court if she couldn't extract anything useful from him? The immortal court, though powerful, was far from being able to cover the sky with one hand. Moreover, the immortals within the immortal court would not leave unless absolutely necessary. And her perspective was quite different from that of the seal officer. Their different horizons led them to approach problems from vastly different angles. The seal officer thought Milton was playing some sort of delaying tactic, but the Black Moon sect leader saw through it at a glance. It had to be said, the Black Moon sect leader's guess was not far off. At that point, Milton was indeed sealed, unable to elevate his realm further. However, it wasn't some powerful beings who had sealed him, but rather the simulator's true big shot. Although the Black Moon sect leader's guess was in the right direction, she was still off the mark. Because she thought Milton must have offended some important figure in the immortal realm in his past life. That's why, even after reincarnation, Milton still carried the shackles of the seal. Of course, Milton might have smiled if he knew her thoughts, since it was indeed a good excuse, one he hadn't thought of himself. Nevertheless, Milton couldn't guess what the Black Moon sect leader was thinking. He might not be able to guess the specifics, but Milton felt he wouldn't be wrong about the general direction of the Black Moon sect leader's thoughts. No one has placed chains on me, but rather, my consciousness suffered defects after reincarnation, Milton continued indifferently. Yet the Black Moon sect leader, upon hearing this, clearly didn't believe him, as she had just examined Milton's body and was certain that his consciousness was intact. At the very least, it was as strong as that of a normal loose immortal who had undergone lifespan severing. The Black Moon sect leader believed that this was nothing more than Milton's attempt to deceive, to conceal the immortal realm figure who had sealed him. Thinking this, the Black Moon sect leader did not pursue the matter any further. Sometimes knowing too much might not be a good thing. You are well aware that your path forward has been cut off, but in 100 million years, I will take you to the Azure Heaven Immortal Court. You may stay with me in this little world for now, she said. The implication in the Black Moon sect leader's words was simple: she expected Milton to cooperate with her, which might give him a chance to turn his fortunes around in the future. After all, there were many immortal beings in the Immortal Court, and it wasn't certain that Milton would have no chance to advance further later on. Milton, however, merely smiled lightly upon hearing this and didn't even bother to respond. How could he not be clear about his own situation? Forget the immortal beings of the Immortal Court, even the immortals of the Heavenly Court with their fairy and immortal kings would be unable to do anything. But of course, Milton wouldn't volunteer this information, as even if he did, the Black Moon sect leader wouldn't believe him. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 120 million years had gone by. Chapter 654. In the land shrouded by clouds and mist, an endless immortal mountain rested above the clouds. A tall elder with white hair and a face that seemed childlike watched with a smile the Black Moon sect leader and Milton Cheney standing not far from him. A moment later, the elder chuckled and shook his head. This reincarnated immortal hasn't deceived you, his consciousness truly has imperfections, it's not complete, he said. Hearing this, Milton Cheney's expression did not change, but the sect leader of the Black Moon sect paused. That the reason Milton Cheney's cultivation hadn't improved despite his efforts really was due to imperfections in his consciousness. Why hadn't she noticed any signs of this? She harbored no doubts about the elder's words. In her heart, the elder's words even held more weight than those of Milton Cheney, a body reincarnated from an immortal. After all, this elderly figure, who resembled a mischievous child, was far from weak among those who had emerged from the Black Moon sect. He was a genuine and mighty true immortal. Moreover, if it had not been for Milton Cheney, she wouldn't have had the opportunity to meet this senior. The Black Moon sect leader seemed somewhat stunned, but Milton Cheney was very calm. After hearing what the immortal had said, he did not experience any particular emotions. Although the immortal pointed out the incompleteness of his consciousness, this was normal to him. Milton Cheney was not the first to have his consciousness imperfections discovered during a reincarnation simulation. But what was common in all these encounters was that those who discovered the consciousness flaws seemed indifferent to them. Once or twice could be overlooked, but the consistent indifference began to raise questions. In Milton Cheney's estimation, there were only two reasons. The first reason was that those who discovered his consciousness flaws truly did not care about them. It was Milton Cheney's consciousness that was flawed, not theirs. Naturally, they didn't need to care about things that didn't concern them. The second reason was that those who noted the uniqueness of Milton Cheney's consciousness were subtly influenced by the simulator. In other words, even though they were aware of his imperfect consciousness, they wouldn't feel that anything was amiss. Of course, regardless of which one it was, there was no downside for Milton Cheney. At this moment, Milton Cheney had reached the end of this reincarnation simulation. His lifespan was also nearing its limit. As the reincarnation simulation was about to end, there indeed were not many things that could concern Milton Cheney. He was very satisfied with what he had gained from this reincarnation simulation so far. Not only had he achieved a new breakthrough in his realm, but he also gained a greater understanding of this world. This would allow Milton Cheney, in some future reincarnation simulation when he is once again reincarnated into this world, not to be utterly ignorant. Fellow deist, did you perish in the 12th Immortal Realm War? The Mist Mountain Immortal asked while observing their emotions and shifting his gaze from the Black Moon sect leader to Milton Cheney. He asked with a smile in his voice. His casual address of Milton Cheney made sense. After all, no matter how high Milton Cheney's realm had been in his previous life, it was all in the past. In this life, Milton Cheney was nothing more than a loose immortal who had not achieved immortality. His calling Milton Cheney a fellow deist was actually a courtesy extended because of Milton Cheney's identity as a reincarnated immortal. As he spoke, although it was a question, the certainty in his words was unmistakable. He asked this for a simple reason. Cases like Milton Cheney's were not unique in the current immortal realm. The sect leader of the Black Moon sect failed to see the signs due to her limited experience. However, he, who had successfully walked the immortal path and become an immortal for nearly 100 epochs, possessed understanding of the affairs of the immortal realm far beyond what the Black Moon sect leader could compare with. Memory loss and fragmented consciousness are clearly the aftermath of perishing on the immortal realm battlefield and being reincarnated. The most recent Immortal Realm War, which took place closest to the current time, was the 12th Immortal Realm War, 820 epochs ago. That's why he asked with such certainty. When he asked, not to mention the Black Moon sect leader standing next to Milton Cheney, even Milton Cheney himself was taken aback. Because he had never even heard of this so-called 12th Immortal Realm War. From the time Milton Cheney had reincarnated into this world until now, billions of years had passed. Although he couldn't claim to know all the secrets of the immortal realm, he was aware of what a common loose immortal should know. But he had never heard at all about the 12th Immortal Realm War mentioned by the immortal until this very moment. It could be said that it was the first time he had heard this title. Though momentarily taken aback internally, he showed nothing on the outside. Milton Cheney was very experienced, so it didn't take him long to understand the situation. He did not spontaneously reply but maintained his silence and indifferent demeanor. He neither confirmed nor denied the immortal's statement. Since the immortal had asked with such certainty, it suggested that Milton Cheney's condition in the immortal realm was perhaps not unique. Even if it wasn't commonplace, it wasn't without precedent. Otherwise, the immortal's tone wouldn't have been so sure. After understanding this, Milton Cheney was even less inclined to speak spontaneously. After all, this genial and child-faced elder before him was entirely different from any cultivators he had encountered before. On this world, the strongest cultivator he had previously met, the sect leader of the Black Moon sect, if it came down to it, was of the same realm as him. Chapter 655 But the one before him at this moment was a true immortal being from the immortal realm. Seeing that Milton Cheney maintained a calm demeanor, the Mist Mountain Immortal smiled faintly, shook his head, and did not take it to heart. In his eyes, Milton Cheney had already tacitly agreed. As for why he did not explicitly respond, he simply attributed it to Milton Cheney's personality. After all, this was the reincarnation of an immortal being, whose previous life was probably much stronger than his. It was natural for him not to pay him any heed. But no matter how strong he was in his prior life, in this one he still faced the limitation of nearing the end of his lifespan and could not escape the constraints of fragmented consciousness. However, it is quite rare to see a reincarnation stuck at the threshold of the slashing longevity realm like you. At least, I have never heard of it before. Normally, with such severe fragmentation of consciousness from your previous life, it should have been impossible to reincarnate successfully, he said. From what I know of those immortal beings who perished on the immortal realm battlefields, although the hope of becoming an immortal being again after reincarnation is slim, most can still climb the immortal path once more. The Mist Mountain Immortal spoke to himself, his words bearing no hidden implication. From Milton Cheney's current attitude, this reincarnated immortal seemed not to fear death. At this moment, the Mist Mountain Immortal's words, while not carrying the respect due to a formidable immortal being, still placed Milton Cheney on equal footing for communication. This alone was enough to reveal that even though Milton Cheney was just a loose immortal in this life, the Mist Mountain Immortal still harbored a trace of wariness. The reason he spoke to Milton Cheney as an equal was simple. It was because Milton Cheney had almost no chance of a successful reincarnation, yet he had indeed succeeded. This very fact signified the strength of Milton Cheney in his former life. Even if he did not reach the realm of an immortal monarch, he was certainly a powerful senior immortal. Under these circumstances, he naturally would not rashly make an enemy for himself. He was not foolish. Milton Cheney's lifespan was already nearing its limit, so there was obviously no need to provoke him. What if Milton Cheney indeed had some trump cards? That would put him in an undesirable position. Anyone who had reached the realm of a true immortal would not be a fool. You must know that with your current situation, there is little I can do to help, he said. I am just a fourth-grade true immortal, at most. I could extend your lifespan by only a short period. Unless a venerable lord or a king from the heavenly court personally helps you nurture a new soul, then perhaps you might have a chance to ascend the immortal path once more in this life. Otherwise, there is no chance at all. The Mist Mountain Immortal continued to speak, ignoring the ongoing silence of Milton Cheney. After his words fell, Milton Cheney showed no particular reaction. Because such a situation was already within Milton Cheney's expectations. Even so, upon hearing these words, Milton Cheney felt a slight stir in his heart. Could the cultivation of a new soul by a venerable lord from the heavenly court break the constraints of his realm? But in the next instant, Milton Cheney shook his head inwardly. It was highly unlikely. Because Milton Cheney knew that the reason his realm had reached its limit was, although partially due to the fragmentation of consciousness, more significantly due to the influence of the simulator. If it were solely because of fragmented consciousness, then perhaps a venerable lord of the heavenly court might have a chance to break the constraints. But clearly, that was not the case. Milton Cheney did not believe that the status of a venerable lord in the immortal realm would be higher than that of the simulator. Of course, these were Milton Cheney's private thoughts. He thought as much, but he wouldn't be so foolish as to say it out loud, for it would be pointless. Even if a venerable lord from the heavenly court truly could break his constraints, it would be meaningless to him, as such a figure was unlikely to actually appear to help him. Compared to the indifferent Milton Cheney, the sect leader of the Black Moon sect who brought him here was somewhat stunned. She had not expected that a single visit would reveal so many secrets. Even though she knew that her memories of these matters would likely be erased afterward, it did not stop her heart from experiencing turmoil. The thought that even a true immortal could not shatter the shackles on Milton Cheney was something she had never considered before her visit. It was only now that she realized how naive her prior thoughts had been. Of course, the Black Moon sect leader's current thoughts were of no concern to Milton Cheney, and the Mist Mountain Immortal obviously did not care either. After a moment of silence, Milton Cheney was about to ask something, but his expression suddenly changed the next instant. Suddenly. Time stagnation, everything came to a halt. Space shattered, and Milton Cheney's consciousness plunged into darkness at that moment. Milton Cheney's body turned into a blaze of white light at that instant and disappeared without a trace. Neither the sect leader of the Black Moon sect standing beside him nor the Mist Mountain Immortal not far from Milton seemed to have the slightest awareness of this. For their bodies were as if frozen at that moment, motionless, and their expressions unchanged as if time had stood still. Time passed, but for how long it was impossible to tell. Only when a figure radiating golden light suddenly appeared did time seem to register once more. Appearing alongside him was a red-robed youth with a stern visage. The moment the two appeared, the halted time began to flow again, and the still space resumed its normal operation. The sect leader of the Black Moon sect and the Mist Mountain Immortal also came to their senses. Upon recovery, they seemed unaware anything was amiss at first, but the next moment, they noticed the anomaly. Why am I here? That was the question that flashed through their minds. The next moment, they noticed the two other individuals present. The red-robed youth did not say much, but extracted a segment of memory from the minds of the two individuals. As the two collapsed, the red-robed youth also reopened his eyes. Sigh, no harvest, the memories have been wiped clean, he said. Hearing this, the figure enshrouded in golden light nodded lightly, seemingly unsurprised. The next moment, time in that space began to rewind, and the space itself started distorting. After a brief moment, everything returned to its original state, and the golden figure shook his head. He, too, had gained nothing. But he could be certain that the escapee had indeed appeared here and even lingered for quite some time. It was just that the escapee had detected their presence and then erased all traces from the place. After all, difficult beginnings are the common lot, these escapees were never easy to deal with. Even finding some traces at this point was quite an achievement. That was his thought, but the other had a different perspective. Inspector, shall we continue the search? This is already the 7th universe. If we continue and get exiled, that won't be good. The red-robed youth frowned slightly as he spoke. Although this golden figure was a golden element inspector of the universe tower and had a certain reputation in the ancient path of origin, being forcibly summoned was already against his wishes, and by now, he was reluctant to accompany this adventure any further. Besides the shattered 6th universe, the 4th universe, the 3rd universe. He had already traversed 4 universes, and if he did not return to the ancient path of origin soon, there was indeed a considerable risk of exile. Being exiled would be a total loss. The inspector had the golden element body protection of the universe tower and did not need to worry about exile, but it was different for himself. In the ancient path of origin, he was fine, but in the universe, he was genuinely concerned. He did not fancy traversing the ancient path of origin all over again. Moreover, a rebel who defies the Transcendence ancient path and foolishly aspires to ascend to the other shore is no easy foe. It is known that among the 3 great ancient paths, those from the Transcendence ancient path are the most formidable. After his words fell silent. The golden element inspector mentioned by the red-robed youth fell silent for a moment. He could not possibly give up, having pursued from the 1st universe to the 7th, it was unthinkable for him to give up now. Milton Cheney's consciousness, which had fallen into darkness, gradually recovered. Inside the reincarnation space, Milton Cheney's consciousness instantly appeared. Surrounding him were myriad points of light, each representing a complete world. At this moment, Milton was somewhat astonished, as he had just regained consciousness and was still unclear about the situation. But the next moment, before any other thought could arise in Milton's mind, his consciousness was kicked out of the reincarnation space. Chapter 656. Reincarnation simulation ended. Successfully retained reincarnation simulation memory. Host detected to be uninfluenced by reincarnation memory, simulator memory protection function not activated, activate now. Host detected as slashing longevity cultivator, retain and modify to adapt to wizard realm rules. Do not activate memory protection. Retain realm and adapt to wizard realm rules. Within reality, inside the rules space. Hearing the mechanical voice echo in his mind, Milton Cheney's thoughts stirred, and the memories of this reincarnation simulation gradually became crystal clear. The realm within the simulation was also successfully carried over into reality. The very next moment, Milton Cheney's consciousness instantly entered the spiritual sea. Cheney, sitting cross-legged inside the rules space, attempted to mobilize the power belonging to a slashing longevity cultivator. Fortunately, Milton Cheney had broken through to the slashing longevity realm in the reincarnation simulation for eons, so even though he had now perfectly inherited that realm into reality, he did not feel any particular foreign sensations in his heart. At most, he felt somewhat emotional. After all, although the slashing longevity realm is not much in the immortal realm, it would definitely be considered the pinnacle of the pyramid in the wizard realm. Apart from Mansar, it was hard to say at this point whether there was anyone stronger than Milton Cheney in the wizard realm. After all, compared to other level 7 wizards in the wizard realm, Milton Cheney had perfectly inherited the entire strength of a slashing longevity loose immortal. Compared to the wizard cultivation path opened by Mansar, the longevity immortal path has been prevalent within the immortal realm for countless opportunities and cultivation paths. The gap between them is even larger than the gap between the wizard cultivation path and the wizard immortal cultivation path. Of course, this is not to say that the wizard immortal cultivation path is inferior to the longevity immortal path, just that the wizard immortal cultivation path is not yet complete. Moreover, in Milton Cheney's heart, the 7th stage wizard immortal realm is definitely not weaker than that of a slashing longevity loose immortal. After all, even the current wizard immortal cultivation path has been deduced by Milton Cheney by merging the wizard cultivation path with the original immortal path. The fleeting sense of emotion in Milton Cheney's heart was just that, an ephemeral emotion. He was not undergoing a reincarnation simulation for the first time, and the realms he had inherited into reality from reincarnation simulations were more than 1 or 2. However, this reincarnation simulation was somewhat different from any he had ever undergone before. Inside the rules space, sitting on a stone stele, Milton Cheney's expression remained unchanged, yet a flicker of doubt passed through his eyes. I did not end this reincarnation simulation on my own, so why did it suddenly end by itself? Several thoughts flashed through Milton Cheney's mind. He was certain he had not ended the reincarnation simulation himself. Although he was capable of doing so, he had not intended to do so. Not to mention that it was not his habit, even from a benefit standpoint, there was no need for him to do that. Staying longer in the world of the reincarnation simulation would be more beneficial to him. Moreover, at the end of the reincarnation simulation, just as Milton Cheney was about to ask some questions to that immortal being, the simulation ended unexpectedly for reasons unknown. This caused Milton Cheney some doubts. Since it was not because of him, there were only 2 possibilities left. The first possibility was that some unknown entity intervened and extinguished his consciousness without any reaction from him at all. But Milton Cheney thought this possibility seemed very small. After all, other than him, there was the sect leader of Black Moon and another immortal being present at that time. If someone wanted to take action against him, there was no need for such a powerful existence to hide and target him, even with a fatal blow. Obviously, that was meaningless. Furthermore, Milton Cheney did not have any enemies among the immortal beings in the immortal realm. Who would bother to target him, a mere loose immortal of insignificant strength, in secret? The idea itself was somewhat absurd. This was why, after this thought arose, Milton Cheney subconsciously shook his head in his heart and dismissed it. But it was not impossible. Perhaps that immortal being intended to extinguish him from the start? Although the likelihood was small, it was not completely impossible. However, in Milton Cheney's heart, he was more inclined towards the second possibility. That the simulator had actively ended this reincarnation simulation. This wasn't unheard of. During his reincarnation in the demon world, the simulation ended because the simulator performed a rollback. But this reincarnation simulation was entirely different from that one. Although the previous simulation ended due to the simulator, Milton Cheney had received a prompt from the simulator. If the same reason applied to this case, there was no reason for him not to receive a prompt from the simulator. It made no sense for there to be a prompt during the first simulation and not the second one. This was the reason why Milton Cheney could not completely affirm this possibility after much contemplation. There must be something he was not aware of. If that's the case, then why would the simulator suddenly interrupt this reincarnation simulation? It couldn't be without any reason, right? Wouldn't that mean any future reincarnation simulation might encounter the same issue? Milton Cheney frowned slightly, murmuring to himself. Chapter 657. Milton Cheney had been familiar with the simulator ever since he transmigrated to this world. It was not just a matter of a day or 2. He considered himself to be very knowledgeable about the simulator. Therefore, Milton knew that if the sudden end of this reincarnation simulation was really due to the simulator, then even without a prompt, there must be a reason. It would never interrupt this reincarnation simulation without any reason. But what that reason could be was something he was unable to comprehend at the moment. He was not a deity possessing omniscience and omnipotence, so it was impossible for him to know everything. The only concern Milton had at the moment was whether this situation would only occur in this reincarnation simulation or if it could possibly occur in every subsequent reincarnation simulation. If it were the former, then the impact on Milton would not be significant. After all, it was just one reincarnation simulation. Moreover, this reincarnation simulation was supposed to end anyway. Even without this unexpected issue, Milton would not have stayed much longer in the world within the reincarnation simulation. In the simulation, Milton was only 12 million years away from the limit of his lifespan. This period might seem extended to him in reality, but for the immortal realm within the reincarnation simulation, it was hardly a long time at all. However, if it were the latter, the impact on Milton would be enormous. After all, the current reincarnation simulation was different from the ones before. If at some point, after painstakingly accumulating 10 reincarnation simulations and then combining them to start a simulation, it was forced to interrupt by the simulator, the loss would be too great. After all, combining 10 reincarnation simulations amounts to a total of 80 years. These are 80 real years, not 80 years within any form of simulation. Since Milton Cheney arrived in the wizard realm, he hadn't lived through many sets of 80 years. Even if it's just 5 reincarnation simulations combined, that would still require a total of 40 years to accumulate with a complete state of consciousness transmigrating. Once or twice might be manageable, but 5 or 10 times would cause even Milton to feel distressed. He was all too aware of how much help reincarnation simulation had been to him. It could be said that without reincarnation simulation, Milton would not have achieved his current realm. Without reincarnation simulation, if he were to face Mansire in the future, he definitely would not have any confidence. So at this moment, Milton was very eager to understand the reasons behind this situation. This urgency even diminished much of the joy he had from the great gains in this reincarnation simulation. Most importantly, if it were indeed because of the simulator that this reincarnation simulation was interrupted, then whether it was for the former or the latter reason, it would be difficult for Milton to verify, even extremely hard to verify. Verify once? Or verify twice? How to count if this situation arises, and how to count if it doesn't? If this situation occurs again, that's easy to address, it would mean Milton had found the right direction. Next, he would just need to continue verifying in smaller directions along this main path. For example, if this same situation happened again after reincarnating in the 7th universe, then Milton would temporarily choose not to reincarnate in the worlds of the 7th universe but rather in the 8th or the 9th universes instead. After all, if there's anything the reincarnation space does not lack, it's the myriad worlds it offers for him to reincarnate into. Minus the 7th universe, the world would still go on, wouldn't it? But what if this situation doesn't arise? What then? A single or double verification cannot determine the final outcome. The variables are too great, and most importantly, Milton does not know the reason. Not knowing the reason means that even if he opts to verify, he doesn't have a specific direction to follow. The likely result would probably be fruitless. But if he doesn't verify, Milton is worried that he might encounter the same scenario as this reincarnation simulation after he really accumulates 10 reincarnation simulations stacked together. At this moment, even Milton Cheney, who had been through countless trials and tribulations, was feeling a bit of a headache. He certainly hoped that this reincarnation simulation was an exception since this kind of situation had never occurred in any other reincarnation simulation before. This was the first time. But in some cases, once a precedent is set, it may be impossible to go back. Moreover, Milton's wishes were irrelevant. The world does not revolve around him, so it naturally wouldn't conform to his desires. Thinking of this, Milton Cheney couldn't help feeling a bit helpless. This reincarnation simulation really posed a tough problem for him. But given the current circumstances, Milton Cheney dared not rashly choose to accumulate reincarnation simulation counts for a stacked simulation. Losing once was okay, but losing 10 times at once would be unbearable. He reached up to rub his temples, and the furrow in Milton Cheney's brow gradually eased. In the end, Milton Cheney made a decision. There was no way around it, a decision had to be made, or what else? Could he just stay at an impasse and never simulate again? Milton Cheney's final choice was a compromise. Verification had to be carried out, but there needed to be a limit. 5 reincarnation simulations, that was the limit Milton Cheney set for himself. Within 5 reincarnation simulations, Milton Cheney would try to verify the outcome from multiple directions. Regardless of whether a result could be verified in the end, after 5 reincarnation simulations, Milton Cheney would not verify further. 5 reincarnation simulations, 25 years of time, Milton Cheney could still afford it. After all, he had already inherited the loose immortal realm within this cycle of reincarnation simulations, and there was no need to hurry. Slowing down might not be such a bad thing. Of course, it would naturally be best if a result could be verified in the end. Even if he ended up with nothing, it would be just 5 reincarnation simulations after all. Moreover, these 5 reincarnation simulations were genuine, so it wasn't a waste, and Milton Cheney could still cultivate within the simulations. As long as his real-world self was fine, even if future reincarnation simulations could not proceed normally, it wouldn't erase Milton Cheney's foundation. Naturally, Milton Cheney believed it wouldn't be that severe. After all, hadn't the previous reincarnation simulations been fine? At that thought, Milton Cheney didn't ponder any further. The chaotic thoughts in his mind were gradually suppressed by Milton Cheney. The next moment, without contemplating these matters any further, Milton Cheney's mind stirred, and the light blue transparent light curtain, unseen for billions of years, appeared before him again. Milton Cheney's gaze lingered on the attribute panel for a moment before moving away. The attribute panel of the simulator had become quite superfluous for Milton Cheney. Did he not know his own situation? Even if the attribute panel disappeared, Milton Cheney could build one himself if he wished. Even if there were discrepancies with the data from the simulator's attribute panel, they would be minimal. At this point, the attribute panel was somewhat useful and yet seemed useless to Milton Cheney. It was a quandary. Milton Cheney then turned his attention from the attribute panel and focused on the simulation count. Text simulation count, 1. Would you like to start a text simulation? With the deliberately saved text simulation chance at hand, Milton Cheney naturally wouldn't hesitate. Yes. The rest of the text on the light blue light curtain disappeared, and 2 lines of black text appeared. Text simulation initiated. Please choose your character for this text simulation. Perseverance or cold or exploration. Seeing the additional character choice appear on the light curtain, Milton Cheney pondered for a moment. Choose the exploration trait. The next moment, the light blue light curtain floating before Milton Cheney began to reveal lines of black text, one after another. Milton Cheney watched the light curtain intently, eager to see what this text simulation might yield. Chapter 658. Time slowly trickled by, and after a short while, the light blue light curtain before Milton Cheney had filled with black text. Milton Cheney's gaze was profound, and his expression remained unchanged. No one knew what he was thinking at this moment. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique or retain memory. About the time it took an incense stick to burn, the text simulation came to a smooth conclusion. Retain memory. Milton Cheney didn't hesitate at all, instantly making the choice to retain memory with a thought. The next moment, a span of memories stretching across tens of millions of years surfaced in Milton Cheney's mind. Milton Cheney subconsciously closed his eyes, beginning to absorb the flood of new memories. Even for Milton Cheney, it was impossible to assimilate tens of millions of years' worth of memories in an instant. Of course, it wouldn't take too much time. After all, at this point, Milton Cheney's river of memories was vast, and the length of tens of millions of years was, comparatively speaking, not much at all. A short while later, having organized and digested all the memories, Milton Cheney opened his eyes. Undoubtedly, in this round of text simulation, he had once again avoided the cataclysmic war that would befall the wizard realm 1,000 years later. The choice of character had too great an influence on him within the simulation. However, to say that the gains were significant would not be entirely true. Though the gains were not particularly large, it was not without benefit. At the very least, on the wizard immortal cultivation path, this round of text simulation provided him with quite a few new ideas. After these new ideas and memories were assimilated by Milton Cheney, his understanding of the 7th stage wizard immortal realm undoubtedly deepened once more. Hoping to advance further in a short time seems rather unlikely, he muttered to himself. The longevity immortal path has almost no use in deducing the wizard immortal cultivation path. At this moment, Milton Cheney, seated cross-legged on the stone steel, spoke to himself inwardly. The black text on the light blue light curtain had vanished, and the screen now displayed the attribute panel and the simulation count as usual. However, Milton Cheney's attention was not on the simulator's light screen at all. At this moment, a stream of thoughts continuously emerged in his heart. The realm of the longevity immortal path was his greatest gain after completing the reincarnation simulation this time. As a longevity loose immortal, it could serve as his trump card, but it could not form the basis of his foundation. His foundation was still the wizard immortal cultivation path, which was not yet complete at this time. Even though being a 6th stage wizard immortal was not comparable to the loose immortal realm, it was nonetheless the fundamental basis of his true cultivation. To deduce and ascend one more level on the wizard immortal cultivation path, the help that the longevity immortal path could offer was very limited. It must be said that even among the 6 major paths of the immortal realm, the longevity immortal path is considered one of the most niche ways of cultivation. Had it not been for a powerful being emerging from this path in an era full of opportunities long past, this path might still be considered an obscure route of cultivation. Basing cultivation on longevity, absorbing it, nurturing it for further cultivation. This method of cultivation was almost irrelevant to Milton Cheney's method of wizard immortal cultivation. This also meant that even if Milton Cheney had reached the level of a longevity loose immortal on the longevity immortal path, he still could not use the realm of a longevity loose immortal to bolster his status as a 6th stage wizard immortal. The longevity immortal path is not a primordial path of cultivation. If Milton Cheney had become a tribulation crossing loose immortal on an original immortal path, he wouldn't need to worry about any of this. He could have peacefully chosen to transmigrate to the spiritual divine realm. After all, the current stage of Milton Cheney's wizard immortal cultivation path is a fusion and deduction of 2 paths of cultivation, the original cultivation path and the wizard's path. If Milton Cheney wants to deduce the wizard immortal cultivation path to the 7th stage, then, apart from needing a deeper understanding of the wizard path in reality, he also needs to attain the realm of a tribulation crossing loose immortal within the world of the 8th universe. Besides, he must achieve a true immortal realm in the spiritual divine realm comparable to a level 7 wizard. If so, given enough time, Milton Cheney is very hopeful that he will be able to deduce the wizard immortal cultivation path to ascend one more stage. At least at this time, Milton Cheney had that confidence. The next moment, Milton Cheney stopped dwelling on these thoughts. His eyes moved ever so slightly, shifting back to the light blue light curtain floating before him. Beneath the light screen, the column that represented the simulation count remained the same as usual, without any change. The text simulation column was now empty. Milton Cheney looked at the reincarnation simulation column. Before starting the last reincarnation simulation, Milton Cheney had reserved 2 reincarnation simulation opportunities. He had intended to use one of them to attempt reincarnating into a new world within the 7th universe and to save the other for later. But now, without a doubt, this plan had to be dismissed. The saying plans can't keep up with changes is not without reason. Using 5 reincarnation simulations to verify the circumstances encountered in the last reincarnation simulation was a decision Milton Cheney had already made. Once he's made a decision, it's unlikely to change. The plan for the 5 reincarnation simulations was first to reincarnate within the immortal realm, and if any issues arose, to try reincarnating in another world of the 7th universe to see. If there were still issues, then the choice would be to reincarnate in the world of the 8th universe. Ultimately, the plan was to find a direction, or if one cannot be found, to verify each possibility one by one. With these thoughts, Milton Cheney's deep eyes shifted slightly. Chapter 659. Don't be anxious, just wait a bit longer. After accumulating 5 simulations, I'll verify them all at once. Milton Cheney murmured to himself, making up his mind about this matter. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 35 years had gone by. These were 35 years in reality, not within a text simulation or a true body simulation. The 35 years in reality, which might just be a momentary blink for other wizards in the wizard realm, seemed very long to Milton Cheney. Inside the rules space. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Maintain state or preserve sorcery or memory protection. The text simulation ended, and 3 options appeared on the panel. Milton Cheney, sitting cross-legged, had a thought. Memory protection. The next moment, after all the memories had been thoroughly assimilated by Milton Cheney, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Cleansing stone. He carefully reviewed the retained memory from this text simulation, and his brow slightly twitched. In this text simulation, he had died fighting for this so-called cleansing stone. Although he had only lived for slightly more than 300,000 years in this text simulation, it brought him a special message. This so-called cleansing stone was proclaimed to be a divine object that could reverse fate and destiny. It had the power to cleanse one's destiny and bind it to the entirety of the universe. Milton Cheney had never heard of such a thing before. It sounded unbelievable. If one's destiny is bound to the entire universe, wouldn't one become the child of destiny in the 9th universe? While the path to transcendence would become much harder. Naturally, the greater difficulty of transcendence also implied greater strength after achieving it. There were pros and cons, but unfortunately, the version of him in that text simulation did not obtain the stone, or else Milton Cheney would have understood more about the effects of this so-called cleansing stone. Thinking this, memories of the battle for the cleansing stone emerged in Milton Cheney's mind. The void space itself was trembling from the battle, which must mean it was real. I didn't expect the floating corpse world to have so many experts, this world doesn't seem too far from the wizard realm. Milton Cheney thought to himself, pondering slowly. Indeed, the cleansing stone that he had fought over in this text simulation had come from the so-called floating corpse world. This world was not too far horizontally from the wizard realm. If he were to travel at full speed, 1,000 years would be enough to cross between the two realms. However, without the coordinates of the world, it would be nearly impossible to find the floating corpse world. Milton Cheney had entered the floating corpse world by chance during an unexpected event. Moreover, due to his character in this text simulation, he had explored all the worlds surrounding the wizard realm. So, now with his retained memory, he had the coordinates of countless worlds around the wizard realm stored in his mind. He had a basic understanding of each world within those memories. This small discovery, however, led Milton Cheney to suspect he had uncovered a significant secret. This Demon Mountain world couldn't possibly be where Mansair usually cultivates, could it? Milton Cheney found a blood-red world in his memories. He had only a superficial understanding of this world from the text simulation and hadn't delved deeply. That was because the Milton Cheney in the text simulation didn't have all the memories of his real self. So he didn't care much about this world, seeing it as just another ordinary world. But after completing the memory retention, Milton Cheney instantly noticed something off. This so-called Demon Mountain world was not only close to the wizard realm, but both its structure and environment were strikingly similar to the demon world he had reincarnated into before. Even the center of the world housed a smaller version of the Demon Mother River. One couldn't blame Milton Cheney for overthinking, could such a coincidence really exist? Mansair reincarnated into the wizard realm, and there happened to be a world similar to the demon world not far from it. If this had nothing to do with Mansair, Milton Cheney would hardly believe it. What prevented Milton Cheney from being certain was that although the environment in the Demon Mountain world was virtually identical to the demon world, there was no trace of demons within it. Instead, the creatures living there were called magic beasts. While both had the word magic in their name, the difference between them was like night and day. Even if the Demon Mountain world isn't the place where Mansair usually cultivates, it must undoubtedly be related to him. Milton Cheney muttered softly to himself. However, he was not aware of these things within the text simulation, so his time spent in the Demon Mountain world was not long. Otherwise, Milton Cheney might have been able to deduce even more things. At this thought, Milton Cheney shook his head. No matter whether this world was related to Mansair or not, it ultimately had little to do with him. Even if he was sure, it seemed that he couldn't do much about it anyway. Not thinking about this text simulation anymore, Milton Cheney shifted his gaze back to the simulation count column on the light screen. Reincarnation simulation count, 5. True body simulation count, 1. Initiate reincarnation simulation. Looking at the black prompt text that appeared on the light screen, Milton Cheney didn't hesitate any further. The 5 reincarnation simulations he had accumulated were never meant to be used in conjunction. Now that he had enough, he naturally had no need to worry anymore. The next moment, Milton Cheney thought. Initiate reincarnation simulation. After an instant, one stream of consciousness from within Milton Cheney's body entered the reincarnation space. After his consciousness appeared in the reincarnation space, Milton Cheney did not look around but directly fixed his gaze on the huge green light spot that represented the immortal realm. Once Milton Cheney's consciousness moved, his consciousness plunged into darkness the next moment. Reincarnation simulation ended. Successfully retained simulated memory. Detected that the host will not be influenced by the reincarnation memory. Simulator memory protection function is not activated. Do you wish to activate it manually? No. Within the rules space, Milton Cheney looked calm, seemingly unaffected by this failed reincarnation simulation. After an instant, Milton Cheney thought again. Initiate reincarnation simulation. Initiate. Within the reincarnation space, Milton Cheney's consciousness appeared again in this space, which was neither small nor large. Select world, consciousness falls into darkness. Nov. L. B //JNN. Initiate reincarnation simulation. Yes. Without hesitation, Milton Cheney started the 3rd reincarnation simulation. Inside the reincarnation space, once Milton Cheney chose the world for his reincarnation, his consciousness stirred slightly, and the next moment, it plunged into darkness once again. Time slowly passed, without knowing how long it had been. In reality, it was but a breath's time, but the combined duration of the 5 reincarnation simulations amounted to an era of 100 million years. Inside the rules space, Milton Cheney's body was sitting cross-legged atop the monolith. The next moment, his consciousness stirred slightly. The 5th reincarnation simulation that took 35 years to accumulate had also just come to a close. Reincarnation simulation ended. Successfully retained simulated memory. Detected that the host will not be influenced by the reincarnation memory. Simulator memory protection function is not activated. Do you wish to activate it manually? Detected that the host is a 6th order, limit, cultivator. Do you wish to retain the modifications to adapt to the wizard realm rules? Do not activate memory protection. Retain adaptations to the wizard realm rules. Milton Cheney murmured to himself. Hearing the mechanical voice sound in his mind, Milton Cheney's consciousness stirred slightly. The next moment, the memories of this reincarnation simulation became exceptionally clear. The realm achieved in the simulation was smoothly inherited into reality. However, compared to the realm of a life-cutting loose immortal, the limit of the original immortal path was much weaker. After 5 reincarnation simulations, it's almost certain that what occurred in that one simulation was a special circumstance. Chapter 660. Milton Cheney contemplated the realm of the primitive immortal path, which was starkly different from that of the loose immortal realm on the longevity immortal path. Although he only managed to cultivate to the limit of the 6th stage in the realm of the primitive immortal path within this reincarnation simulation, the help it provided him was nonetheless significant. After all, his fundamental path of cultivation was that of the wizard immortal cultivation path. And to further deduce the wizard immortal cultivation path, the realm of the primitive immortal path was essential. 5 reincarnation simulations, and only this last reincarnation simulation yielded some gains, he said to himself. Milton couldn't help feeling somewhat helpless at this point. Because this was normal, it had nothing to do with whether he used these 5 simulations to test his theories. No matter how one looked at it, these 5 reincarnation simulations had been used up in the normal course. Now, not only had his realm in reality reached a bottleneck, but his reincarnation simulations had also entered a bottleneck period. After all, he had already maintained a realm comparable to a 7th stage wizard immortal. To continue gaining significant rewards from the reincarnation simulations with just a single opportunity was almost impossible. Breaking through this bottleneck was not simple, yet, at the same time, not that difficult either. As long as Milton saved up his reincarnation simulation opportunities afterward and used 5, or even 10, reincarnation simulations at once, he could manage. With his complete consciousness in the reincarnation simulations, it was highly probable that he would gain significantly more. This was precisely Milton's plan now. At least for the next few decades, he would save up his new reincarnation simulation opportunities. He would not rush into reincarnating into a new world. At the very least, he needed to save up to 5 reincarnation simulation opportunities and use them in combination, otherwise, the outcome would likely be futile. Rather than progressing slowly one step at a time, Milton preferred to achieve his goal in one go. Fortunately, time was something he had in abundance. With nearly 1,000 years left before the war that would destroy the wizard realm, there was plenty of time for Milton to prepare. With thousands of years in reality, even if he combined 5 reincarnation simulations each time, he could have dozens of reincarnation simulation opportunities. That would certainly be enough. Unless Milton's luck was extremely poor. However, Milton did not believe that his luck was that bad, which was something he verified over countless years and numerous reincarnation simulations. While his luck might not be exceptionally good, it was definitely not bad. At least, that is what Milton believed. With this in mind, he stopped dwelling on this instance of reincarnation simulation. As for other thoughts, he also temporarily pressed them to the back of his mind. The next moment, Milton's gaze returned to the light blue light curtain that still floated before him. On the light screen, within the simulation count column, the numbers representing text simulation and reincarnation simulation had been reset to 0, but the column for true body simulation count was different. True body simulation count, 1. Do you wish to initiate true body simulation? Seeing the prompt that appeared on the panel, Milton pondered for a moment. The dozens of text simulations over the years seemed to yield no special results, so he thought he might as well wait. Do not initiate. With that thought, Milton did not activate the true body simulation this time. His lack of urgency stemmed from a simple reason. He was curious to see how the simulator's updated true body simulation functions would differ. By using double the true body simulation count, he could initiate a new true body simulation at the time point where the last one ended. This would undoubtedly be a huge help for Milton at this point. Because no matter how long a true body simulation lasted, one could only live up to the limit of one's lifespan. With this new feature, it was as if Milton had doubled the lifespan limit within his true body simulation. It may seem like a loss to spend 2 true body simulation opportunities for what feels like one, but in reality, Milton stood to gain immensely. Because one must look beyond the surface when evaluating something. Continuation was the key aspect of the new true body simulation feature. Thinking back to the time point when his last true body simulation ended, a slight motion stirred within Milton. It must be said that, following the update of the simulator, aside from the new fate simulation, what intrigued Milton the most was the new functionality of the true body simulation. It was a pity that since the simulator's update, decades had passed in reality, but Milton had yet to have a chance to verify it. This provided a good opportunity, so naturally, Milton would not rashly initiate this true body simulation. Otherwise, he would have to wait decades again. While decades might not be very long for Milton, why choose to satisfy his curiosity later when he could do so sooner? There are only a few years left before he can accumulate a new true body simulation opportunity. Milton now centered his hopes of advancing the wizard immortal cultivation path a step further on the upcoming true body simulation. At least until he has saved up 5 reincarnation simulation opportunities, Milton can only hope to advance the wizard immortal cultivation path another step through the true body simulation. Of course, the chance of doing so was not very high. After all, at this point, Milton's foundation was not strong enough. If he now possessed the realms of both primitive loose immortal and lower true god, then he would have at least an 80% chance of directly deducing the wizard immortal cultivation path to the 7th stage. But unfortunately, that was not the case. While the chance was not high, it did not mean there was no chance at all. At least, Milton was not in a rush. Time flowed by slowly, and the years in reality passed by in the blink of an eye. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique or retain memory. Retain memory. It was another text simulation where he only survived 1,000 years. The realm of the longevity loose immortal was completely inadequate compared to the power of that entity in the true spirit realm, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Perhaps, if Mansair had made a full effort, there might have been a chance to suppress the destruction of the wizard realm, but the reality was that Mansair would never make such an effort. Even any attempt he made was merely a facade. At its core, the wizard realm was nothing more than a tool to Mansair. A tool that, once broken, was discarded. In just an instant, all the memories from this text simulation were fully assimilated by Milton Cheney. 1,000 years of memories were to him at this moment like a single drop in the ocean, creating no ripples at all. The update to the simulator had this downside: the randomness in character selection was too severe. With each text simulation, Milton Cheney could only choose from 3 randomly presented characters. If it wasn't for that disruption after 1,000 years, this would have been a good thing for Milton Cheney, but with that disruption, it became quite unfriendly to him. In these years of text simulations, the majority did not survive past the point where the wizard realm was destroyed. For Milton Cheney, the majority of these text simulations were of no use at all. Fortunately, over the years, having undergone dozens of text simulations, Milton Cheney had grown accustomed to it. What else could he do if he wasn't accustomed to it? After all, the selection of characters in the text simulation was random and not something Milton Cheney could decide. Fortunately, at this moment, the text simulation was not of much use to the current Milton Cheney. A perfectly good text simulation had been used as a tool for searching for world coordinates. This was mainly because the path of cultivation that Milton Cheney was on had reached its limit. After all, he could not advance any further in the text simulation, so he had to try exploring new worlds in search of opportunities. And these opportunities were insufficient to support Milton Cheney in continuing to push the wizard immortal cultivation path further upward. This was the reason why the text simulation had become somewhat redundant for him now. Of course, this situation would not last for too long. Once Milton Cheney took the wizard immortal cultivation path one step higher, then his text simulations could become useful again. Then he wouldn't have to choose to retain memories after every text simulation ends like he was doing now. It had to be said, if the simulator had not added the option to retain memories after the update, Milton Cheney really wouldn't know how to choose after the text simulation ended. After all, whether it was retaining technique or retaining realm, there would be no improvement for Milton Cheney. Shaking his head, Milton Cheney's gaze once again settled on the light screen floating in front of him. The panel on the simulator's light screen had already reverted to its original state. The string of black characters about the text simulation had also completely dissipated after he had retained his memories. True body simulation count, 2. Do you wish to commence true body simulation? No. Do you wish to commence true body simulation at the previously retained time node? Reminder, commencing true body simulation at the retained time node consumes twice the number of true body simulations as last time, which will use 2 true body simulation count. Preserve the last time node and commence this true body simulation. Looking at the prompt on the light screen and listening to the mechanical voice in his mind, Milton Cheney did not hesitate to start this true body simulation. He was never a person to dither, and once he had made a decision, he was even less likely to waver. The next moment, the light screen floating in front of him disappeared. In that vanishing instant, Milton Cheney clearly saw the numeral 2 for true body simulation count change to 0. At the same time, the scenery before Milton Cheney's eyes flickered, and there was a dramatic change. Milton Cheney briefly sensed the state of his body and instantly understood. His physical state was the same as before the true body simulation commenced, but the time node he was in was that of the end of the last true body simulation. In other words, this true body simulation gave Milton Cheney over 20 million years of experiences from the last simulation, and also provided him with over 20 million years of lifespan. What he had consumed were merely 2 true body simulations. In other words, all it cost was 32 years of real-world time. What a bargain! This was the first thought that surged in Milton Cheney's mind. It had to be said, it was definitely worth it. Milton Cheney could already appreciate the powerful potential of this new feature in true body simulation. What if he could progress even further in the future? Wouldn't this feature in true body simulation become even more powerful? If he had a lifespan of hundreds of millions of years, wouldn't a few decades in the real world save him hundreds of millions of years in true body simulation time? This definitely wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It was as if everyone was running a race from the same starting line, but Milton Cheney suddenly found himself standing at the finish line at the start of the race. Chapter 661. Clear memories surfaced in Milton Cheney's mind, allowing him to know precisely which point in time he was at. In his last true body simulation, he had lived for 24 million years, which could be said to have died a natural death at the very end of his lifespan. At this moment, the world he resided in was a little world within the world sea, named the Underworld Rainbow Realm. This little world was not large, but within it there were several independent small spaces. He had found this world not because he had obtained its coordinates during a text simulation, nor because he had ever visited it during a previous true body simulation. In the last true body simulation, Milton Cheney's discovery of this little world was purely accidental. At this moment, Milton Cheney was eager to know what gains he could achieve if he were to extend the previous true body simulation by another 20 million years. Could there be some unexpected harvests? Right now, he didn't know, but everything would be clear after 20 million years. Within the Underworld Rainbow Realm, in the largest of the little worlds, Milton Cheney's thoughts stirred. The next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Wizard Ancestor. The figure revealed a face, just an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was wrapped in a black robe and exuded no special aura. At this moment, he respectfully bowed his head and spoke, his eyes flashing with a hint of fanaticism as if Milton Cheney were the supreme divine spirit of his faith. Prepare for the migration of the entire tribe, Milton Cheney said indifferently, ignoring the fanaticism in the middle-aged man's eyes. Although the wizard immortal cultivation path had not yet perfectly integrated with the divine spirit cultivation path, creating a few believers was still a simple task. The migration of an entire tribe had been a decision made in his last true body simulation. However, due to insufficient time and conditions, he had not put it into action by the end of that simulation. But in this true body simulation, it was entirely achievable. A lifespan of 20 million years was more than enough to accomplish many things he hadn't yet managed to do. All right, Wizard Ancestor, I will go inform the rest of the Wizard Immortals, the middle-aged man said solemnly. The next moment, his figure moved and vanished from the space. It must be said, although this world was not a good place to live, it was absolutely suitable as a place of harsh cultivation. In this world, Milton Cheney had cultivated several dozen true 6th-stage Wizard Immortals. However, These 6th stage wizard immortals he cultivated were like factory-produced standard-issue robots, with nothing special about them. None of these 6th stage wizard immortals had received the memory inheritance of the initial consciousness upon their promotion to 6th stage. Fortunately, these 6th stage wizard immortals were not entirely useless. They could help Milton Cheney with continuous trial and error. The power of one person is very small, but the power of several dozen people is immense. Even for Milton Cheney, trying and erring in one direction was troublesome, but with the help of these 6th stage wizard immortals, he could save a lot of time. While this wouldn't allow him to directly deduce the path to the 7th stage of wizard immortality, it would enable him to deduce it much faster once he had mastered all the conditions later on. It might sound difficult to understand, but in reality, it's not hard to grasp. If deducing the path to becoming a 7th stage wizard immortal were likened to completing a test paper. This test paper has a full score of 100 points. Only by completing the test paper and scoring 100 points can one deduce the path to 7th stage wizard immortality. At this point, Milton Cheney is filling out some of the shorter questions, which are very simple and within his current capabilities. But he is powerless against the remaining major questions. He is powerless because he has yet to master the knowledge points of that aspect. Fumbling for answers is out of the question. But once he masters these knowledge points in the future, he only needs to finish the major questions to complete this test paper. Since he has already done the minor questions, he won't need to do them again. Right now, Milton Cheney is working on these minor questions. This true body simulation is crucial, and Milton Cheney will not do anything meaningless in it. After all, the combination of two true body simulations has forged this one. 32 years in total, which is 32 years in reality. In real-world terms, 32 years would be enough to complete 16 text simulations and 4 reincarnation simulations. After the migration, there's no need to deliberately cultivate 6th stage wizard immortals anymore, perhaps letting them grow wildly will have a chance to meet my requirements, Milton Cheney mused to himself. The world he was planning to migrate to this time was a world of life. He had the world coordinates of that world and was very clear about the situation there. With his current abilities, conquering that world could be said to be effortless. Controlling and conquering that world, 1,000,000 years would be enough to complete a comprehensive influence over it. After that, Milton Cheney could once again fade into the background. If lucky, he might make a remarkable gain in this true body simulation. Of course, while the upper limit is unknown, the lower limit is definitely not low. In this true body simulation, as long as nothing unexpected happens, 20 million years should be enough for him to finish all the minor questions. Chapter 662. Time trickled by, and in the blink of an eye, 4 million years had passed. In the wizard realm region of the world sea, within the ancestral witch world, a colossal ancestral witch tower stood at the very center of the world. Milton Cheney was now standing at the top of the ancestral witch tower. From here, Milton Cheney could even directly gaze upon the scenery of the void beyond the world. 4 million years had elapsed, and this world had become his personal domain. With no deliberate influence, this world had begun to grow wildly. Milton Cheney was observing, watching to see how far this world could ultimately progress. If it weren't for Mansar, perhaps the wizard realm, even after tens of millions of years of development, couldn't compare with this world. This thought inexplicably sprang to Milton Cheney's mind. Within the world sea region, what was never lacking was worlds. Apart from those in the void that had not spawned any life, there were countless worlds teeming with life. It had to be said, it was truly fortunate for a world to give birth to a path of cultivation. Most worlds, by the time of their destruction, had never birthed a path of cultivation. The world Milton Cheney had chosen was lucky. Because this world had already birthed a path of cultivation even before he led his tribe to migrate here. However, due to Milton Cheney's presence, that path of cultivation no longer existed and had been transformed into the wizard immortal cultivation path. The dozens of level 6 wizard immortals who followed Milton Cheney to migrate to this world had already established various sects within it. It could be foreseen that the following tens of millions of years would be a period of tremendous development for this world. Milton Cheney was eager to know if, without his intervention, this world could produce one or more gifted talents who, relying solely on their abilities, could cultivate to the limits of the wizard immortal cultivation path. Milton Cheney believed it was very possible. Other worlds might not be so likely, but this world seemed to hold promise. After all, by a strict definition, every native of this world was actually a genius. As time meandered on, another 1,000,000 years flew by in a flash. Ancestral witch world, Ancestral Witch Tower. Milton Cheney, who was at that moment connecting with the memories of his believers, suddenly furrowed his brow. The next instant, he took control of the body of a believer stationed in the void. Within the void, a middle-aged man cloaked in a black robe closed his eyes and then reopened them, but his gaze was now completely transformed from before. Because at this moment, this believer's body had been completely overtaken by Milton Cheney. In some respects, the dozens of level 6 wizard immortals that Milton Cheney had cultivated could be considered his alternate forms of existence. How could a realm master from the Tide Realm appear here? Outside the void, Milton Cheney's heart grew heavy. His perception was not weak, and after migrating to this world, he had deliberately scattered beacons in all directions around the ancestral witch world, ensuring that he would be the first to know if any powerful entities approached. But what was it that he now saw? He had actually perceived the presence of a Tide Realm master, whom he had once encountered in a reincarnation within the Tide Realm without having truly met him. Unlike his past guise as a pseudo-realm master, this was a genuine realm master. An entity comparable to a level 7 wizard. Let's hope it's just passing through. If it's coming for me, that will be troublesome, Milton Cheney thought to himself as several thoughts flashed through his mind. Was it a coincidence? Milton Cheney felt that it was highly unlikely to be a coincidence. After all, the world sea was vast. Within such an expansive realm of the world sea, was it indeed such a coincidence that a realm master just happened to be heading in this direction? Consider that the entire number of realm masters in the Tide Realm barely reached close to 10,000, while the Tide Realm itself was one of the largest in the entire world sea region. Positioned at the epicenter of the world sea region. And the ancestral witch world, where he currently resided, lay on the fringe of the world sea. Having undergone reincarnation in the Tide Realm and having secured a position as one of its realm masters, he was well aware that it was unusual for a realm master to traverse such vast distances to the edges of the world sea. Unless there was a mission. Otherwise, most realm masters wouldn't even leave the Tide Realm, or their own little world. At this moment, Milton Cheney just hoped that this realm master's mission had nothing to do with him. Otherwise, it would mean that he could no longer use the reserve node style true body simulation. But Milton Cheney's hopes were destined to be dashed. Because the direction in which the realm master was moving was directly toward the ancestral witch world. A moment later, Milton Cheney confirmed that the realm master from the Tide Realm had come specifically for him. A powerful force burst from within the void, and before Milton Cheney could react, the body stationed in the void had already turned to dust. At the top of the ancestral witch tower, Milton Cheney opened his eyes. He really did come for me, but why? Is it because of the wizard realm? But if it is because of the wizard realm, why did he find me just now? Milton Cheney was also somewhat puzzled at this point. He could be certain that he had no contact with the Tide Realm in reality. The closest thing to contact was millions of years ago when he escaped from the wizard realm during the battle that led to its destruction. But if that was the reason for the realm master to come to him, shouldn't he have come much earlier, rather than waiting until now? Even Milton Cheney was somewhat baffled at this point. There wasn't much time for Milton Cheney to think, as just a breath later, the realm master from the Tide Realm appeared in front of him. Milton Cheney didn't plan to run, nor was there a need to. He really wanted to know why the realm master had come to him. Finally found you, apart from that transcendent, the last one in the wizard realm. The realm master from the Tide Realm began to speak, but when he saw Milton Cheney's face, his tone suddenly faltered, his pupil shrank, as if he had seen something unbelievable. White Crow Realm Master. The realm master furrowed his brows, staring intently at Milton Cheney's face, as if he wanted to discern something from it. Milton Cheney naturally heard this remark, and his expression remained very calm. However, his heart was filled with a strange feeling at this moment. This was the first time that someone in the reincarnation simulation recognized him from the true body simulation. It could be said that two different simulations had, for the first time, become entangled and influenced each other. Milton Cheney had always known that the worlds into which he reincarnated were real, but the real feeling of this was most clear at this very moment. At this point, Milton Cheney raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by the sudden appearance of this person and what he had said. Milton Cheney could have admitted it directly, but he chose not to do so. Just the same face. The realm master was also confused, as he didn't expect that the last fugitive of the wizard realm, whom he had finally found with such difficulty, would have the exact same appearance as his former friend, the White Crow Realm Master. It was exactly the same, without the slightest difference. He could clearly distinguish whether it was similar or identical. The fall of the White Crow Realm Master had been full of mysteries, and even the Zero Realm Master had failed to uncover any issues. Were you one of those people who destroyed the Wizard Realm? Why have you found me only now? Can you tell me how you found me? Milton Cheney asked. At this point, he was certain that the Realm Master had come for his identity in the Wizard Realm. But what puzzled him was why these people had only found him now. And why, whether in the text simulation or the true body simulation, none of the Realm Masters from the Tide Realm had sought him out before. Why was it that after 30 million years, they had come looking for him? Why now, and how had he been found? These were Milton Cheney's doubts. Although the Tide Realm was very powerful, the World Sea was just too vast. Searching for someone in the World Sea was no different from looking for a needle in the ocean. Chapter 663. You know my identity. The Realm Master from the Tide Realm was also taken aback upon hearing Milton Cheney's words. It seemed that he had not anticipated that Cheney would be able to guess his identity. After all, given the scale of the Wizard Realm, it was absolutely impossible for beings within the Wizard Realm to understand affairs concerning the Tide Realm. As for how I found you and why it took me until now to do so, I cannot reveal that. The Realm Master said. These questions already touched on some secrets, and naturally, he could not divulge them to Cheney, his enemy. By now, he had also realized that this last survivor of the fading Wizard Realm was not simple. How long had it been since the destruction of the Wizard Realm? A full 30 million years had passed. A cultivator on the wizard path who could live for over 30 million years already spoke volumes. Therefore, he did not dare to underestimate the Cheney before him. Cheney slightly furrowed his brows upon hearing this. There wasn't much he could do if the Realm Master wouldn't speak. Indeed, his current strength was entirely sufficient to face the Realm Master before him without fear. But Cheney was somewhat concerned about killing one and then facing two, resulting in an endless cycle. If that were the case, he would have to completely avoid the Realm Masters of the Tide Realm in his true body simulation, making it impossible for him to proceed with the simulation as normal. Having been reincarnated in the Tide Realm, he knew this was definitely possible. If he truly was a part of the Tide Realm's mission, then should the Realm Master before him fail his mission, there would undoubtedly be other Realm Masters who would come for him. With this thought, Cheney's frown deepened. He truly did not wish to be entangled with the Realm Masters of the Tide Realm in this true body simulation. He was very aware of how troublesome that could be. If you kill one, two come, if you kill two, a whole group arrives. He had tens of millions of years left in his current true body simulation, and this simulation was not just one but a layering of two true body simulations. Thus, Cheney was even less inclined to waste this opportunity. If possible, Cheney would avoid provoking the Realm Master before him. If there was another way to resolve the issue, Cheney had no intention of directly taking action to eliminate his adversary. Are you here to kill me, to take me away, or is there another reason? Cheney asked. At this moment, he needed to understand the true purpose of this Realm Master from the Tide Realm. Was it to take his life, to capture him and bring him to the Tide Realm, or to require his assistance with some scheme? There had to be a reason for him being sought out. It couldn't possibly be that a Realm Master was dispatched to him without any reason at all. Cheney had been puzzled until now. He wasn't puzzled that the Realm Master from the Tide Realm had found him, but rather that they had found him somewhat too late. If they truly intended to eliminate him, then given the magnitude of the Tide Realm, they could have found and killed him within 1,000 years or even 100 years after the Wizard Realm's destruction. Why wait until now, 30 million years later, to locate him again? Was it because only now did they perceive him as a threat, intending to prevent him from growing further and eventually seeking revenge on the Tide Realm? It was a possibility, but Cheney felt that it was unlikely. After Cheney spoke, the Realm Master raised his eyebrows slightly. He could tell that Cheney was completely composed and unfazed. Whether it was feigned or not, he could discern, Cheney's calm was certainly not feigned. To remain so composed and merely curious at this moment implied either a great confidence in his own strength or a mindset of exceptional fortitude. What if I am here to kill you? And what if I am here to take you away? You seem unflustered, does that stem from your confidence? Do you have some trump card against me? The Realm Master asked with interest, staring at Cheney. Upon hearing this, Cheney sighed inwardly. As expected, the visit was aimed at him. He could see that the Realm Master before him was dragging out the time. Delaying, after all, only suggested two reasons. The first reason was that the Realm Master was waiting for support from other Realm Masters, believing he couldn't handle Cheney alone. The second reason would be that the Realm Master was secretly preparing some sort of method. In this moment, it had to be the first reason. Had it been the second, Cheney would have detected it. But although he understood this clearly, his expression revealed none of it. He was curious to see what the Realm Master would ultimately do. Mobilizing several Realm Masters for him seemed rather strange. Cheney had not expected to be granted such significance. Cheney shook his head slightly, choosing not to answer the Realm Master's question. And the Realm Master kept his gaze fixed on Cheney as if he hadn't noticed the lack of response. Time slowly passed, and the atmosphere between the two gradually became still and silent. After a moment, Cheney's eyes moved slightly. The ancestral witch world was his domain after all, and he could clearly detect any foreign and powerful entities entering it. They had arrived, another 2. 3 Realm Masters in total, each wielding the power of a complete little world, were at the least equivalent to 3 level 7 wizards, perhaps even the limit of level 7 wizards. To say whether Cheney was afraid, of course, he was not. The Longevity Immortal Path had given him great confidence. Chapter 664. He had mastered the Longevity Immortal Path and it wasn't his first time initiating true body simulation, so he was quite clear about the extent of his strength at this moment. 3 Realm Masters weren't enough to make him afraid. So, even though he sensed that 2 more Realm Masters were about to arrive, Milton Cheney still did not move, remaining silently in place. The White Robe Realm Master standing before Milton Cheney, however, had a slight change in expression, a touch of playfulness appeared on his calm face, and the way he looked at Milton Cheney was like a hunter eyeing his prey. The main reason he didn't immediately take action and instead called for backup was due to Milton Cheney's attitude. If it weren't for Milton Cheney's indifferent manner, as though he feared nothing, he would have already made his move. After all, there wasn't much glory in it alone, and sharing it out would diminish it even further. However, compared to the glory, personal safety was more important to him. He didn't want to take risks. A few breaths later, the space here stirred with a faint ripple. 2 figures abruptly appeared, standing to the left and right of the White Robe Realm Master. Milton Cheney's gaze lingered briefly on the 2 Realm Masters who had just appeared before moving away. Unfamiliar, unknown. The number of Realm Masters in the Tide Realm wasn't especially high, but it definitely wasn't low either. Naturally, Milton Cheney could not possibly know all the Realm Masters. At least, these 2 newly arrived Realm Masters were quite unfamiliar to him. Of course, unfamiliarity referred to the fact that there were no interactions between Milton Cheney and these 2 Realm Masters, not that he had never seen their faces. Milton Cheney's memory was quite strong. In his memory, he did have the appearance of these 2 Realm Masters. Of course, this was also because these 2 Realm Masters did not hide their faces at all. The 2 Realm Masters, one was clad in a blue robe, and the other in red clothes. Upon seeing Milton Cheney, both were visibly startled, then subconsciously glanced back towards the White Robe Realm Master, as if to confirm something. The next moment, as if the White Robe Realm Master had conveyed something to the other 2 through a message, they frowned slightly before shifting their gaze back to Milton Cheney. "Please come with us," the Red Clothes Realm Master said. His tone was very gentle, as if negotiating with Milton Cheney. "Can you tell me the reason?" Milton Cheney asked indifferently. He didn't care whether the 3 Realm Masters in front of him chose to directly take action or otherwise. He simply wanted to know why the Tide Realm's Realm Masters had found him now and intended to take him away. Call it curiosity or a preparation for what lies ahead. In any case, Milton Cheney really wanted to know the answer to this question. Upon hearing Milton Cheney's question, the Red Clothes Realm Master's voice noticeably paused, and his brow furrowed slightly, as if considering whether or not to inform Milton Cheney. After all, this was no small matter, and definitely not something insignificant. But he didn't think like the White Robe Realm Master. Milton Cheney wouldn't be easy to take away. He was the Realm Master from the spiritual world, and even before achieving the status of Realm Master, he could sense the presence and strength of those stronger than himself. In his perception, although Milton Cheney's aura was not particularly strong, it gave him a sense of alarm. It was like looking at a clear, tranquil lake. The water seemed crystal clear and shallow, but only when you truly jump into the lake do you realize how deep it is, deep enough to bury anyone. Therefore, the Red Clothes Realm Master was contemplating whether to use a gentler approach. Even if it didn't succeed, he preferred to avoid a conflict at all costs. Otherwise, he couldn't predict where the final outcome would lead to. Although the 2 Realm Masters beside the Red Clothes Realm Master did not know what he was thinking, they both chose to remain silent in tacit agreement after he spoke. The three realm masters had known each other for more than a day or two, and knew that none of them would do anything meaningless. "Do you know that a transcendent has emerged from your home world?" asked the Red Clothes realm master after some thought, deciding to tell Milton Cheney some of the reasons. Dragging it out was no solution. At his words, he saw Milton Cheney nod. Milton Cheney didn't keep silent and hummed an affirmative, indicating he was aware. At this point, he could have concealed the fact, but there was no need. If he did, it would likely lead the conversation in a wrong direction, which wasn't Milton Cheney's intent. To trouble himself and end up with information that served no purpose was definitely not what Milton Cheney intended. "You actually know about the Transcendent?" The Red Robe World Master was somewhat surprised. But upon reflection, considering that Milton Cheney had roamed the void space for over 30 million years, it was certain that he had visited countless worlds, so knowing of a Transcendent wasn't so strange after all. "Your home world, the Wizard World, saw a Transcendent who opted to enter the Transcendence path 40 years ago. That's all I can say, and as for the rest, it's not that I won't tell you, but that I can't tell you. I hope you can understand," the Red Robe World Master said aloud. Appealing to reason, and stirring emotions. What he said was indeed the truth, he did know more, but he simply couldn't reveal it. Some things, even if one wishes to speak of them, are subject to restrictions. Milton Cheney nodded in thought upon hearing this. He could tell that the Red Robe World Master was being sincere. There was no deliberate evasiveness or deceit in his words. Does that mean the three World Masters from Tide Realm sought him out because Mansair had entered the Transcendence Path? Then the issue lay with the Transcendence Path itself, not with Mansair or him. Transcendence Path? This was the first time Milton Cheney had heard of the term. However, it was clear that it had a significant connection to the Transcendence. He remembered that the Zero Realm Master had once mentioned that after Transcendence, one would take up another path. Could this Transcendence Path be that very same path? It seemed that not all Transcendents chose to enter this path. Were these World Masters of the Tide Realm searching for Mansor's secrets through him, or were they trying to glimpse the secrets of the Transcendence Path by observing him? Could that be a possibility? Milton Cheney's brow furrowed slightly as he pondered. The Red Robe World Master did not interrupt Milton Cheney's contemplative state at this moment. There was plenty of time, and no need to rush. Milton Cheney truly hadn't anticipated that the World Masters from the Tide Realm would come looking for him because of this so-called Transcendence Path. After all, it was something quite distant from him. So what to do now? Not resist and follow these three World Masters to the Tide Realm? As that thought crossed his mind, Milton Cheney internally shook his head. Absolutely not. If he went to the Tide Realm, then this true body simulation would truly be over. After all, it would be a genuine case of being at someone else's mercy once he entered the Tide Realm. A wise man does not stand under a collapsing wall. Although Milton Cheney wasn't a paragon of virtue, he had no intention of courting death. But aside from that option, was there a better choice? To break off negotiations and attack directly? Or to abandon the ancestral witch world and flee outright? It seemed that none of the methods were foolproof. And that was just the way it was, with no such thing as a perfect plan. "I can't go with you unless you disclose the specific reason," Milton Cheney said. As he spoke, his thoughts were racing. But it was clear that these three World Masters had no intention of letting Milton Cheney continue to ponder any longer. The more he thought, the more variables there would be. Suddenly, a blinding golden light swept across the sky. A colossal world phantom appeared behind the White Robe World Master. The mountain-like world phantom slammed towards the direction of Milton Cheney in an instant. Boom! After the thunderous noise, it seemed as if a hole had been punched through the world itself. The one who made the first move was the White Robe World Master, who had found Milton Cheney first. And by this time, Milton Cheney had already reappeared within the void space, outside the world. Milton Cheney inwardly sighed, as expected they had made their move. It seemed he was quite important after all. Or perhaps it wasn't he who was important, but this so-called Transcendence Path that was crucial. Chapter 665. A colossal whooshing sound pursued Milton Cheney into the void space. A crimson river stretched from within the world to the void space beyond. And this river's ultimate target was none other than Milton Cheney, standing in the void. At this moment, Milton did not run. It wasn't that he was reluctant to abandon the plans he had in this world, but because he knew very well that fleeing rashly now would more likely be detrimental than beneficial. It might be better to meet the challenge head-on, that way, there might be a better chance. Very powerful. Milton Cheney murmured to himself. He never underestimated anyone, fighting with all his might even when hunting a rabbit, much less when these three were genuine realm masters within the Tide Realm. Keep in mind that even the weakest realm master could easily rival a level 7 wizard of the Wizard Realm. Moreover, none of these three realm masters who came from the Tide Realm were the weakest. At the very least, their positions in the Tide Realm were all higher than Milton's during his reincarnation simulation there. Of course, these three realm masters were powerful without question. But Milton was not weak either. The longevity immortal path being ranked third among the 6 great immortal paths of the immortal realm was not just because of the vast life force one possessed before becoming an immortal. Even when it comes to killing means, the longevity immortal path would rank in the top 3 among the 6 paths of cultivation. It's just that, in the immortal realm, there was no need for Milton to rely on the longevity immortal path's means of slaughter. After all, after reincarnating into the immortal realm, most of his time was spent within the independent little world space of the Black Moon sect, without any enemies to confront, so naturally, there were no chances to use those combat and slaughter techniques. However, the absence of opportunity did not mean he was incapable. Knowing that the cultivation levels and realms from the simulation would carry over after the simulation ends, how could Milton Cheney possibly slack off during the reincarnation simulation? It could be said that during the simulation in the immortal realm, he learned almost everything there was to learn, including those longevity immortal techniques. Longevity immortal techniques, as the name implies, require the use of one's life force. Indeed, they don't consume mana or immortal power, but the actual life force of the practitioner. In other words, using longevity immortal techniques in reality would shorten one's lifespan. The lifespan that would be shortened was Milton's own real lifespan. However, there was no such concern for Milton during the true body simulation. If it shortened his lifespan, so be it, as it was unlikely to be exhausted all at once. Even if it were to run out, it would merely mark the end of a true body simulation and also test the limit of his body. Immortal technique /star moon. A soft chant rose within the void. A silvery white light suddenly slashed from the depths of the void. At that moment, the approaching crimson river seemed frozen in time within the void, motionless. In the next instant, the silvery white light shone brilliantly. The crimson river standing in the void was fiercely cleaved by this silvery glow. Above the river, the triumphant demeanor of the red-robe realm master, who stood with his hands behind his back, vanished. At this instant, his complexion turned deathly pale. A trail of fresh blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, only to vanish in an instant. This crimson river was not some technique he was using, but the very foundation of his passage through the world sea. It was his inherent world phantom associated with the creation of worlds. But now, this world phantom was unexpectedly slashed down by this young wizard who had escaped from the wizard realm. To nurture it anew would not be a matter of 1 or 2 years of time. At this moment, Milton's expression was serene as if the previous move was made with ease and was nothing out of the ordinary. His move did indeed achieve its effect, not only wounding the red-robe realm master but also causing the other 2 realm masters to become grave and hesitant to act recklessly. In plain words, they were intimidated. From their perspective, it was obvious that Milton still had plenty of strength to spare. Not only did he have reserve strength, but it seemed he had hardly exerted any effort at all. Seeing this, Milton clearly understood what these 3 realm masters were thinking. His previous move was indeed so shocking that it subdued the 3 realm masters for the time being. But such shock was only momentary. As for how long it would last, Milton did not know. But he might as well delay them for a while. Up in the ancestral witch world were all the experiment studies from his true body simulation, the culmination of millions of years of research by Milton. If he could stay here, he was not inclined to flee in disgrace. After all, constructing such a world was truly troublesome. Let's negotiate. Come with us, and we guarantee your safety in the Tide Realm. The Tide Realm is one of the 4 central worlds within the World Seas realms, and as realm masters, we would not deceive you. Aren't you curious why we targeted you 300 million years after the destruction of the Wizard Realm? If you come with us, all these secrets will no longer be secrets. And you won't just be safe, you might even have a great chance to advance further. The White-Robe World Master, seeing some silence in the scene, spoke up. He sounded earnest and serious. If they were not going to fight, then enticement was the next approach. Of course, what he said was false. With no way to overpower Milton by force at the moment, they thought to engage him in other ways. His intent was to gradually erode Milton's vigilance. Chapter 666. No matter whether Milton Cheney was willing to go with them to the Tide Realm or if they took advantage of his unguarded moments to knock him out and bring him along, it all boiled down to gaining merit for a year. There was even a high likelihood of connecting with Tustan Realm Master through this, which would be extremely worthwhile. However, these words might fool a child, but deceiving Milton Cheney was, of course, impossible. Milton Cheney had reincarnated into far too many worlds and experienced far too much. He had even reincarnated into the Tide Realm more than once. These Realm Masters probably didn't know that Milton Cheney had actually interacted with them before. So Milton Cheney was all too aware that their words were untrustworthy. Even if they seemed genuine, they were not to be believed. They were utterly spouting nonsense with open eyes. Therefore, at this moment, Milton Cheney didn't even bother to acknowledge them, but simply shook his head dismissively and returned from the void space to the ancestral witch world. The attitude Milton Cheney displayed was very straightforward. If you want to fight, bring it on. If not, get lost. Milton Cheney's dismissive actions ignited a fire within the three of them. Ever since they had become Realm Masters, no one had ever treated them this way. In other words, they were feeling psychologically imbalanced at the moment. But they truly couldn't afford to rashly attack Milton Cheney again. Even if they wanted to take action, it would only be after they had made thorough preparations for the next time. Within the void space. At this time, the Red Robe Realm Master who was first injured was actually the first to calm down. He had the deepest impression of Milton Cheney attacking him. If the other two Realm Masters were observers, then he was the participant. So once he calmed down, he began to frown and said, "Something's off about this guy. Despite only about 30 million years of cultivation, he has reached such a realm. And the path of cultivation he practices, I've never seen before. The technique he used just now is also unheard of." After his words, the other two Realm Masters also nodded thoughtfully. Naturally, those who could become Realm Masters were not foolish. However, the reason they could guess this much was that Milton Cheney was willing to let them speculate. Milton Cheney clearly understood that he had exposed many flaws. But aren't these flaws just a tactic to fuel these three Realm Masters' imaginations? The more they imagined, the less daring they would be to act against him. In the end, it would leave him with more time. This time, Milton Cheney did not intend to end the true body simulation in defeat. Nor did he plan to willingly give up. As for the idea of joining the Realm Master of the Tide Realm and following them back, Milton Cheney never even considered it. Because he was well aware that once he dared to enter the Tide Realm, the odds would be heavily against him. After all, outside the Tide Realm, he feared no Realm Master at the 7th stage, but it was different within the Tide Realm. Bear in mind, there are quite a number of Realm Masters in the Tide Realm, and each one corresponds to a little world. World Controller is the full title of a Realm Master. Within the little worlds in the Tide Realm, the power of a Realm Master is unmatched. They can fully mobilize the power of an entire world, which is incredibly overbearing. Because it is not about harnessing the power of all the people in a world, but mobilizing the power of an entire world. Including every blade of grass, every stone, and every tree in that world. All the combined forces of an entire world, then unified in mobilization, this kind of power is beyond imagination. It can be said that within their own world, a 7th stage Realm Master could possess the strength of the 8th stage. A hero does not know the heart of a tiger cub. This saying is not appropriate for Milton Cheney. Because he is not a tiger cub at all. So from the beginning, he had no intention of going into the Tide Realm. It's safe to say, even if it meant this true body simulation ended, he would not choose to enter the Tide Realm. Because the risks were too great. If any accident happened, if he was imprisoned or something, that would be extremely bad news. The path of cultivation he demonstrated just now does resemble the Spirit Master's path of cultivation I encountered in my early years, said another elderly figure in a white robe. But that mysterious power, I have no idea what it is. It seemed to carry the essence of yin-yang and the spring and autumn seasons, but upon closer perception, there's even a sense of life speeding by, suffused with the terrifying power of rules, he added. At this moment, they had all calmed down. With the calmness settled in, their frustration had dissipated as well. After all, in retrospect, they could only blame their inferior skills, and furthermore, how they were provoked in just a few words. This kid is not simple. This thought emerged simultaneously in the hearts of the three Realm Masters. What should we do next? The kid is impervious to both hard and soft tactics. As long as he doesn't leave this world, there will be plenty of ways to deal with him. What if he does leave? With his ability, if he deliberately hides, it will not be easy for us to track him down again. So what do? We can't just do nothing, can we? He is someone that Tustan Realm Master puts great importance on. The Red Robe Realm Master felt a bit helpless in his heart. If he had known, he wouldn't have been the one to stick his neck out. Now, with the World Phantom severed, his authority had plummeted to the lowest point. Even if they managed to bring Milton Cheney back to the Tide Realm, his contribution would likely be the least among them. Let's wait and see what he's up to. Since this world is his territory, he surely won't leave easily until the last moment. The premise is that we don't infuriate him. There's still plenty of time, we're far from the point of urgency. The three realm masters spoke one after another. They ultimately decided to wait and see, until they could discuss and agree on a plan that all three would endorse. Then it would not be too late to make a move. On the other hand, Milton Cheney, who had returned to the ancestral witch world, naturally could not fully know the thoughts of the three realm masters. Of course, even if he did know, he would not care. The truth is, the bottleneck he was currently facing was nearly impossible to overcome with just one true body simulation. Therefore, he was not concerned about a single true body simulation. The reason he wanted to drag out the time was to see the subsequent actions of the three realm masters. Using the power of his lifespan to perform an immortal technique had consumed a full 100,000 years of Milton Cheney's lifespan. Do not think that 100,000 years is a short time. Bear in mind, this was just one immortal technique, and it was only unleashed once. One time, and it took away 100,000 years of life. The consumption was truly extravagant. What's more, the most important factor was that it was during a true body simulation, not a reincarnation simulation within the immortal realm. After a reincarnation simulation ended, one would retain realm, but the retained realm only signifies the realm itself, not the lifespan that comes with it. A loose immortal, indeed, can live for hundreds of millions of years. But that has nothing to do with Milton Cheney. Because the loose immortal realm he retained does not extend his lifespan. His lifespan limit is still that of his real 6th stage wizard immortal realm. That is why Milton Cheney thought the consumption of immortal techniques was massive. After all, in the immortal techniques, every bit of consumption was from his real lifespan. If he had several 100 million years of lifespan, then naturally he would not mind spending a mere 100,000 years. But he didn't have that, he had only a mere 20 million years of lifespan. However, fortunately, a true body simulation is still a simulation, not reality. In reality, Milton Cheney would definitely not use immortal techniques, his ace in the hole, lightly. After all, 100,000 years in reality is equivalent to how many simulation counts? Milton Cheney was well aware that the retained realm from a reincarnation simulation did not extend lifespan, a fact he had known for a long time. After the end of that reincarnation simulation within the immortal realm, he had hoped that the longevity immortal path might be an exception, but clearly, it was not. If in the end I still cannot uncover the reason, then I will have no choice but to kill them and leave this world. Milton Cheney muttered to himself. The three realm masters would never imagine that while they saw Milton Cheney as their prey, he also viewed them as his prey. Who is the hunter? Who is the prey? That is still undetermined at this moment. Chapter 667. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 400,000 years had gone by. During these 400,000 years, Milton Cheney did not leave the ancestral witch world. The deductions made in the wizard immortal realm over these hundreds of thousands of years had not yielded any significant results, but neither were they completely fruitless. At the very least, a direction had been determined. What was most lacking at the moment was laying the foundation for a new realm. If Milton Cheney could master multiple cultivation paths leading to the 7th stage, then the deduction of the wizard immortal cultivation path to the 7th stage realm would undoubtedly proceed smoothly. But this was not easy, at least not for Milton Cheney. Achieving this was no small feat for him. It could not be accomplished by a single true body simulation, nor by several true body simulations. To reach this step, he would need at least a few hundred years of accumulation in reality. Of course, with good luck, it might not take that long. But that assumption relied on him being extremely fortunate. Without it, a few hundred or even a few thousand years might not suffice. After all, a reincarnation simulation is equivalent to an entirely new life. Not every reincarnation simulation could be as fortuitously successful as his last one to the immortal realm. Since acquiring the simulator, Milton Cheney had gone through countless reincarnation simulations. Among these dozens of times, his reincarnation simulation to the immortal realm could be said to be the one with the greatest harvest and the best luck. Such opportunities are not replicable, or rather, they are difficult to replicate. Even Milton Cheney himself was not confident of replicating the last reincarnation simulation. What is to come, will come, those three old fellows must be growing impatient now, he murmured to himself. In the ancestral witch world, within the ancestral witch tower. At this moment, standing with his hands behind his back and gazing into the void space, Milton Cheney's face was calm, yet he whispered to himself. In the 400,000 years, although Milton Cheney had made no moves, those three realm masters targeting him had been quite active. In the last 10,000 years, these realm masters' probes into his intents had become increasingly frequent. They had not taken direct action against him solely because of their concern for his strength. But even with their wariness of his power, Milton Cheney estimated he could not stall them much longer. These three realm masters were clearly not ones to take action without seeing the rabbit first. They would not rest until they took him and brought him back to the Tide Realm. But their desire to take me back to the Tide Realm doesn't seem to be due to the mission issued by the Tide Realm, he pondered. If my guess is not wrong, perhaps some stronger entity within the Tide Realm has taken an interest in me? Yet the dignitary does not deign to act personally. Could it be the Zero Realm Master? Milton Cheney thought deeply. Over these years, he had had numerous dealings with these three realm masters. Having once reincarnated within the Tide Realm and even truly served as the Tide Realm Master, he could surmise quite a lot. If it were really because of a mission from the Tide Realm, not to mention whether the timing matched, the scale of the operation should not be so limited. Moreover, from the attitude of these three realm masters, which seemed both concerned and not concerned, it's almost impossible it was due to a mission from the Tide Realm. If a mission were indeed issued against him by the Tide Realm, then these three realm masters would certainly not have delayed until now, or to put it another way, they would never have afforded Milton Cheney the opportunity to stall for time. Even if they were not powerful enough, they would have taken forceful action, instead of probing repeatedly, which does not conform to logic. Milton Cheney could not have guessed any of this if he had never experienced a reincarnation simulation in the Tide Realm. But having reincarnated there, he was quite clear about how frenzied the realm masters of the Tide Realm could be when fulfilling missions. After all, from its inception to the present, the probability of a failed mission from the Tide Realm stands at 0%. And there's another point, which is that Milton Cheney was acutely aware of his own situation. Setting aside the simulator as an external plugin, he wasn't so unique to warrant the Tide Realm personally issuing a mission against him. As for the possibility of the Tide Realm discovering his possession of the simulator, Milton Cheney didn't even consider it because it was fundamentally unthinkable. If the Tide Realm could indeed detect the simulator, then Milton Cheney wouldn't have survived until now. Because during his once reincarnation simulation in the Tide Realm, he might already have been sanctioned. Thus, the high probability was that these three realm masters were acting on behalf of someone else. Milton Cheney was not unfamiliar with the Tide Realm, he could even say that he knew it very well. At least within the entire World Sea region, apart from the various realm masters of the Tide Realm, there were certainly others who knew the Tide Realm better than he did, but they were not particularly numerous. Someone capable of outright instructing three realm masters could only be a realm master stronger than them, vastly stronger, in fact. At least within the top 100, or even within the top 10 of the Tide Realm master ranks. Among these realm masters, several were on the verge of transcendence. At this juncture, those realm masters who had half-stepped into the transcendence realm naturally would not let go of any opportunity. Even the slightest chance. At this moment, Milton Cheney represented such a slight chance. Most beings half-stepped into the transcendence realm might not care, but there was always one who would. This also explained why, after 30 million years, when nearly all of those who were not in the wizard realm had died out, suddenly three realm masters came looking for Milton Cheney. Chapter 668. It was because Milton Cheney, the survivor of the wizard realm, was related to Mansar, who had stepped onto the path of transcendence. To know, becoming a transcendent and stepping onto the path of transcendence are two completely different concepts. In the World Sea realms, although the number of transcendents is not many, there are indeed some, but most of these transcendents choose to break free from their cages to walk on two other paths. And those who truly choose to step onto the path of transcendence are not many. Because the path of transcendence is a road of no return. Any transcendent, before becoming one, has only a faint memory of the path of transcendence. But once they become a transcendent, memories of the path of transcendence, along with the other two paths, will automatically be inherited within their minds. At that time, after weighing the pros and cons, transcendents are very unlikely to choose to enter the path of transcendence. And there are many who choose not to enter any path at all. Not everyone has a heart driven to climb. The Realm Master of Mordo? Tustan Realm Master? Or perhaps the Realm Master of Yulan? It's rather unlikely for the Zero Realm Master. After all, he's already a transcendent. He should know what needs to be known and wouldn't have much interest in me. After pondering for a moment, Milton Cheney ruled out the possibility of the Zero Realm Master. He had once had a conversation with this Zero Realm Master. Although Milton Cheney couldn't say he knew the Zero Realm Master very well, he could see that the Zero Realm Master wasn't someone who liked to hide his thoughts. What's more, the Zero Realm Master seemed genuinely not that interested in the path of transcendence. After all, if the Zero Realm Master wished, Milton Cheney believed the Tide Realm would definitely not be able to stop the Zero Realm Master from stepping onto the path of transcendence. The status of the Tide Realm might be high, but it certainly could not surpass the path of transcendence. Moreover, if the Zero Realm Master really had an interest in unfamiliar transcendence, he would have sought Mansaur himself after Mansaur's transcendence. Instead of finding him, an unrelated person, after Mansaur stepped onto the path of transcendence, it's unlike the Zero Realm Master to do such a thing. Even if not personally taking action, but having other Realm Masters intervene, it wouldn't quite fit the style of the Zero Realm Master. Could it be him? Milton Cheney mused to himself, as an image of a white-haired middle-aged man emerged in his mind. Tustan Realm Master. This Realm Master was also one with a prominent reputation within the Tide Realm. And the reason Milton Cheney knew of this Realm Master's deeds was because of the White Robe World Master, who was still in the ancestral witch domain void and had personally told him. If it were Tustan Realm Master, then everything could be explained. After all, this Realm Master had done everything conceivable in pursuit of transcendence, to the point of madness. The number of worlds he personally destroyed was countless. If he fell into the hands of this Realm Master, wanting even to die would not be easy, he would definitely be squeezed dry of all his value before his death. Furthermore, this Realm Master had an extremely high IQ and was very meticulous in his thinking, but the moment anything related to transcendence was involved, he would instantly become foolish. This was actually not difficult to comprehend. It was just like back in Milton Cheney's previous life. Certain terminal patients, upon learning that hospitals could do nothing for them, would go on to believe in quack remedies, even spending a lot of time and money in pursuit of them. Did they know whether these remedies worked? Most likely, they knew they were useless. But they still held on to a slim hope, always feeling a miracle might happen. Yet the reality is that there are simply no miracles in the world, and even if there were, about 90% of them were fabricated. And Tustan Realm Master was just like those in Milton Cheney's former world who had late-stage cancer and still scoured the earth looking for folklore cures. Tustan was well aware that his chances of transcending were very slim. But he refused to believe that he could not transcend. So for countless years, Tustan Realm Master searched for countless folk remedies which, in fact, were all useless to him. Milton Cheney suspected that he was most likely targeted by this Tustan Realm Master. It was somewhat vexing. If it was indeed him, then this simulation probably couldn't last much longer. Because once he subdued these three Realm Masters, Tustan Realm Master would certainly take action personally, and once it got to him, there would almost certainly be no chance for any resistance. A loose immortal who has severed their lifespan could perhaps be comparable to, or even slightly stronger than, an ordinary world master. However, spanning across a great realm and facing the Tustan Realm Master, who is comparable to an immortal human realm, it's likely they won't be able to withstand even a single move. After all, reality is not like a novel, where opponents always give you chances, feeding you until you grow stronger than them, only to be killed in a turnaround. If Tustan Realm Master truly made a move against him, Milton Cheney would definitely end this true body simulation without hesitation. To control a world within the Tide Realm and become a world master is not a trivial matter for any of them. As for Tustan Realm Master, he's even more among the elites. His methods are too complicated, and Milton Cheney does not wish to deal with this Realm Master yet, not even in the true body simulation. Who knows if he has some special means that could affect him. Even though Milton Cheney has great confidence in the simulator, he ultimately made this decision. Of course, it may not necessarily be Tustan Realm Master. After all, these are merely Milton Cheney's own speculations. Yet, it's highly likely so, and even if the guess is wrong, there's no loss. Thinking this, Milton Cheney didn't dwell on it any further. The three realm masters were about to make their move soon, and naturally, Milton Cheney had not fallen behind in making his preparations. Although he is under the watchful eyes of these three realm masters, sometimes the most dangerous places can indeed be the safest. Milton Cheney was well aware of the principle of darkness under the lamp and had thus prepared many contingencies over these hundreds of thousands of years. It's just that time was still too short. If he could have another 3 million years, perhaps he could have made a clean getaway in the end. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, another 100,000 years passed. This 100,000 years of time didn't seem particularly lengthy to Milton Cheney. After all, the longest time was what he spent on reincarnation simulation. 100,000 years naturally couldn't compare with several 100 million years. During these 100,000 years, it wasn't all uneventful all the time. At the very least, the three realm masters who were still monitoring the ancestral witch domain void used various reasons to search for him countless times. Their motivation was naturally to grasp Milton Cheney's strategies. Unfortunately for them, Milton Cheney was quite slippery, and the three realm masters discovered nothing. They had been patient for 500,000 years. But there was no alternative, they had to wait, regardless of how long it took, and be steady. Any rash move without certainty could lead to a failing at a crucial moment. So, as expected, what Milton Cheney predicted happened. Never expected these three realm masters to still hold back from making their move. It seems I have somewhat underestimated how seriously these three realm masters regard me. Now I should understand. Without certainty, they absolutely won't make a move, Milton Cheney mused to himself. Milton Cheney also didn't expect these three realm masters to be so patient. He had thought it likely that within 100,000 years, they would have made a move against him. It seems without an assurance of victory, the three realm masters might have to wait many more years. Milton Cheney wasn't foolish enough to really expose a flaw to provoke the three realm masters into attacking him. After all, for him, the longer the three realm masters refrained from acting, the better. As long as it was a good thing, neither too big nor too small. The best scenario would be that they stayed their hands for 10 million years, so that once Milton Cheney finished this true body simulation and returned to reality, he wouldn't have to worry about them anymore. It's just a pity for all the preparations he made in the dark. But no matter, what should come will come eventually. Who would have thought, the traps are all set, yet they're not jumping in. How is this acceptable? However, Milton Cheney is quite satisfied with any delay. Chapter 669. The three realm masters from the Tide realm ultimately did not keep Milton Cheney waiting for too long. However, choosing to attack Milton Cheney meant they were not 100% sure of success. After tens of thousands of years, these three realm masters had come to understand this. Whether they acted sooner or later, they would eventually have to confront Milton Cheney. Within the ancestral witch world, inside the ancestral witch tower, Milton Cheney's gaze was as still as an ancient well, very serene. He slightly tilted his head, as if gazing upward at the faraway ends of the sky, where the void beyond the ancestral witch world lay. Within the void, an overwhelming aura was bearing down on him. Finally could not resist. Hey! A faint inclination to laugh arose in Milton Cheney's heart. He had thought that these three realm masters could restrain themselves for tens or even hundreds of thousands of years. Unexpectedly, he had overestimated their endurance. Years of ceaseless squabbling with them had worn out all their patience. No matter what cards Milton Cheney still held, they no longer wished to wait. The moment the mighty aura drew close to Milton Cheney, it transformed into a substantial force, as if it had been premeditated. For Milton Cheney, the sudden assault by these three realm masters was something he had long anticipated. Even so, Milton Cheney still chose to meet their strategy with his own, leaving the ancestral witch tower in a swift motion to appear within the void. The joint assault by the three realm masters was meant to intimidate him into the void, where a 3-against-1 advantage was undoubtedly theirs. Furthermore, the ancestral witch world was Milton Cheney's domain, they dared not rashly enter. After all, they did not know what plans Milton Cheney had within the ancestral witch world, or if he had already set a trap there awaiting their own entanglement. Did Milton Cheney have plans within the ancestral witch world? The answer was assuredly yes. But Milton Cheney still chose to forego his advantageous position, appearing alone in the void outside the ancestral witch world. Because Milton Cheney could deduce from the realm master's sudden action that had he not left the ancestral witch world, he would inevitably face persistent harassment. While such entanglements at their level would not take his life, they would certainly be bothersome. Therefore, Milton Cheney chose to confront his enemies directly from the start. Even if it meant some expenditure of his lifespan, he wanted to resolve all troubles at once. Although he was unlikely to remain in the ancestral witch world afterward, Milton Cheney still opted for this approach. Within the void, the three realm masters wore expressions of seriousness as they looked toward Milton Cheney, who had suddenly appeared in the void nearby. They had achieved their objective, successfully compelling Milton Cheney into the void. But at that moment, they felt not the slightest sense of relief in their hearts. Because they were well aware that defeating Milton Cheney might not be too troublesome, but capturing him alive and bringing him back to the Tide Realm might not be so simple, or rather, it was sure to be very difficult. At least in terms of realm level, they did not seem to hold any advantage over Milton Cheney. The only advantage they might have over Milton Cheney was perhaps that they were three people, while Milton Cheney was but one. I thought you had given up on the idea of dealing with me. In the void, Milton Cheney spoke with a smile. His tone was very light, instantly breaking the rigid silence that had lingered between the four of them. The White Robe Realm Master was slightly taken aback. He did not expect that, at this point, Milton Cheney would still be in the mood for jokes. Was this wizard not scared at all? No, this man was no longer a wizard. It seemed that in these tens of millions of years, he had switched to another cultivation path and had even attained a very high level. Otherwise, he would not have been able to so easily crush another realm master decades ago. We will not give up. Of course, if you are willing to accompany us to the Tide Realm, the previous conditions remain unchanged. This is my promise to you. Your life will absolutely not be threatened, and there may even be a chance for you to ascend further. After a moment of astonishment, the White Robe Realm Master's expression reverted to seriousness as he solemnly spoke. Had Milton Cheney not known what kind of person he was dealing with, he might have actually believed him. Promise? What good was a promise? If Milton Cheney's expectations were not wrong, the moment he followed these three realm masters to the Tide Realm, the White Robe Realm Master would definitely renege on his promise. Therefore, upon hearing the White Robe Realm Master's words, the faint smile on Milton Cheney's face turned into one of mockery, as if he had heard some joke. Milton Cheney shook his head and said, "I don't believe. You don't trust me?" the White Robe Realm Master asked with a slight frown. Why? He did not immediately launch an assault on Milton Cheney, and the other two realm masters beside him also continued to stand mutely in the void, waiting. The White Robe Realm Master, too, had noticed the mockery in Milton Cheney's eyes. He was not angry, just somewhat puzzled. He was clear that he had not revealed any flaws, and everything had appeared very sincere. At least, he thought that Milton Cheney definitely could not see through anything. Moreover, from Milton Cheney's reaction, it seemed he was aware of what kind of world the Tide Realm was. Even if he did not fully understand the nature of the Tide Realm, he certainly recognized the name .nov, L.B//JNN. Otherwise, he would not have shown no surprise after hearing the name of the Tide Realm, nor did he show any intention to ask what kind of world the Tide Realm was. Chapter 670. But how could this be possible? The Tide Realm is one of the four central worlds within the World Sea Realm, yet this does not mean the Tide Realm is well known within the World Sea Realm. There is no necessary correlation between being powerful and being famous. On the contrary, the Tide Realm's reputation within the World Sea Realm is not prominent. It could be said that other worlds within the World Sea Realm know very little about the Tide Realm. Within the World Sea Realm, except for the True Spirit Realm, the Tide Realm is the most mysterious. You seem to be quite familiar with the Tide Realm. The White Robe Realm Master nevertheless chose to voice the doubts in his mind. Although he was not certain whether Milton Cheney would answer his question, as most of the previous questions he had asked remained unanswered by Milton Cheney. But this time, Milton Cheney did not disappoint him. After he finished speaking, Milton Cheney smiled and said, "I not only know about the Tide Realm, but I also know that you three are among the tens of thousands of realm masters of the Tide Realm. And the reason you came to me is probably on behalf of one of the leading realm masters of the Tide Realm. Is it the Tustan Realm Master?" Milton Cheney spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if he was merely making idle chit-chat. However, the words he uttered were like a nuclear bomb dropped in the hearts of the three realm masters. Upon hearing this, not only did the White Robe Realm Master's complexion drastically change, but even the composed expressions of the other two realm masters vanished, revealing a look of astonishment. It seemed they were shocked that Milton Cheney could know so much. Wasn't Milton Cheney just a native of the wizard realm? How could he possibly have such clear understanding of their world? let alone pinpoint their reason for coming here? It was simply unbelievable. A ludicrous thought suddenly crossed the minds of the three realm masters. Could this seemingly very young man in front of them have a skill akin to mind reading? Otherwise, how could he possibly know so much? Milton Cheney naturally saw every change in the realm master's expressions. Indeed, it is the Tustan realm master. I need to run now. If the Tustan realm master personally makes a move, I will have to actively end this true body simulation. It's a pity to do so, but it's not a big loss. Milton Cheney maintained his serene smile, although inside, he was quietly calculating his gains and losses. Time passed slowly, and the complexion of the white robe realm master changed again and again until he finally exhaled a deep breath and his face returned to calm. Milton Cheney, at this point, had wholly exceeded his expectations. Even beyond his control, and frankly, Milton Cheney was never truly under his control from the start. At this moment, he even contemplated whether to forego bringing Milton Cheney back to the Tide Realm. After all, cozying up to the Tustan Realm Master was important, but was this person in front of him too enigmatic? He had the feeling that if he stubbornly persisted, there would undoubtedly be accidents later on. Moreover, looking at Milton Cheney's face, it became increasingly familiar to him. Inadvertently, he kept thinking of an old friend whom he had not known for very long. A moment later, the White Robe Realm Master looked intently at Milton Cheney and spoke up. Are you from the Abyssal Domain, just like the Transcendent from the Wizard Realm? Is the White Crow Realm Master also an act of the Abyssal Domain? While he spoke, the White Robe Realm Master's brows were deeply furrowed. It appeared that he was speaking his thoughts as they came to him, without regard to whether he might reveal any information through his words. At this point, he had temporarily set aside the thought of taking action against Milton Cheney. He now only wanted to know where Milton Cheney had gleaned his information about the Tide Realm. He had already classified Milton Cheney on the same level as Mansar, assuming that, like Mansar, Milton Cheney was also drawn into the Wizard Realm from the Abyssal Domain. The only difference being that ultimately Mansar achieved transcendence while Milton Cheney did not. This was the only possible explanation for why Milton Cheney could have such profound knowledge of the Tide Realm. It was impossible for other worlds within the World Sea Realm to have such in-depth understanding of the Tide Realm. Moreover, Milton Cheney even pointed out Tustan Realm Master's identity, which was even more inconceivable. After all, Tustan Realm Master, even among many Realm Masters in the Tide Realm, was not well acquainted. If it weren't impossible, he even wondered if this Milton Cheney in front of him could be the reincarnation of White Raven Realm Master. Of course, that was impossible. After all, the Tide Realm and the Wizard Realm belonged to the same domain, reincarnation was simply not possible. Even if there were such a possibility, it wasn't something a Realm Master within the Tide Realm could achieve, not even the Transcendent Zero Realm Master. That left only one possibility. This possibility was that Milton Cheney was not a native of the Wizard Realm but, like Mansar, came from within the Abyssal Domain. If that were the case, then everything would make sense. After all, compared to the Tide Realm, the Abyssal Domain was shrouded in more mystery. Powerful beings from the Abyssal Domain were scattered across the three major domains, so knowing information about the Tide Realm was not that strange. What puzzled him, though, was that Milton Cheney did not have the aura of an Outer Realm visitor. Could it be that Milton Cheney had used some method to conceal the aura of an Outer Realm visitor, leading to his previous misjudgment? Was there such a possibility? He had to say, he was overthinking it a bit. But again, his thoughts did make some sense. Even Milton Cheney, upon hearing his wildly imaginative words, was slightly taken aback for a moment. Milton Cheney even wanted to continue along with his speculation. If you put it that way, it seems not wrong, Milton Cheney said, a hint of an unusual expression suddenly appearing on his face. He suddenly realized that what the White Robe Realm Master had said might indeed be correct. Because Milton Cheney had indeed experienced reincarnation in worlds within the Abyssal Domain, and everything in the reincarnation simulation was real. He could indeed be considered as someone from the Abyssal Domain. Although White Raven Realm Master was not the creation of the Abyssal Domain, he was in fact created by Milton Cheney himself. Because in his last reincarnation simulation in the Tide Realm, his final identity was indeed that of Tide Realm Master. If one insisted that White Raven Realm Master was the work of the Abyssal Domain, that wasn't incorrect either. After all, he could be considered a person from the Abyssal Domain, and since White Raven Realm Master was himself, then wasn't White Raven Realm Master indeed the handiwork of the Abyssal Domain, or rather, the handiwork of this fourth-level demon from within the Abyssal Domain? Seems not wrong. Are you admitting it, or are you not? The White Robe Realm Master spoke somewhat helplessly. Milton Cheney's response seemed faultless at first listen, but in fact, it had many problems. He suddenly found communicating with Milton Cheney to be a headache, as Milton Cheney always spoke in ambiguities, making him fill in the blanks. In the end, even if he could imagine the full picture, he couldn't be sure whether it was true or false. Just assume that I admitted it, Milton Cheney said. Then why has Mansare become a transcendent, and you have not? Maybe it's because I don't have the talent for it, and besides, becoming a transcendent isn't that simple. The right time, place, and people are all needed. Why did you reincarnate into the wizard realm millions of years after Mansare? That I'm not sure about. Is your knowledge of the Tide Realm something you already knew in the abyssal domain? Let me think. It seems it was before that. With a smile on his face, Milton Cheney answered the White Robe Realm Master's questions word by word. It must be said, the White Robe Realm Master seemed to have really forgotten that he had forced Milton Cheney out of the ancestral witch world and into the void in order to bring Milton Cheney back to the Tide Realm. The other two Realm Masters beside him did not interrupt the conversation between the White Robe Realm Master and Milton Cheney. Even the Red Robe Realm Master, seated to the left of the White Robe Realm Master, was now looking at Milton Cheney with a change in his eyes. His gaze flickered, and what he was thinking, no one knew. Chapter 671. The White Robe World Master furrowed his brows tightly, his gaze fixated on Milton Cheney, who stood not far from him within the void. At this moment, he truly couldn't make up his mind. He simply could not ascertain Milton Cheney's true identity and therefore dared not rashly take him back to the Tide Realm. Otherwise, if anything serious went wrong, he would surely bear the blame. Milton Cheney noticed that the hostility emanating from the White Robe World Master had diminished significantly in an instant. Although he felt somewhat surprised, his expression did not betray any emotion. Could he really have been bluffed by my few words? Milton uttered to himself, feeling both doubtful and uncertain. Because his aim in saying those words was not to have these three realm masters abandon their plans to make a move against him. He was clear that, after plotting for so long, it was almost impossible for them to give up their intentions of taking action against him just because of a few words he had said. He spoke this way only to tease out a bit more information. But to his surprise, the White Robe World Master seemed to have imagined something from his words and was actually considering whether or not to make a move against him. Milton could clearly sense the animosity directed towards him by the World Master dissipating rapidly. Though many thoughts arose in his mind, Milton maintained an undisturbed demeanor on the surface. He showed a faint smile, seemingly confident about everything. What to do now? Do we continue to take action? I think it's better to give up for the time being, or maybe return to the Tide Realm first and report the specifics to Tustan Realm Master. We cannot give up. If we lose this opportunity, maybe we won't find a better one later. The three Realm Masters communicated with each other through voice transmission, a content unknown to Milton. Even if Milton knew, he wouldn't be too interested in it. After all, the final results were only two possibilities. One was that the three Realm Masters would still choose to take action against Milton, and the other was that they would give up or at least for the time being. Regardless of the result, Milton wasn't too concerned about it. Naturally, if it were the latter, it would be better. Milton didn't wish for any complications. Getting through this true body simulation smoothly would be preferable, as even within the true body simulation, Milton actually didn't want to be too involved with the Tide Realm. After all, it was evident from the White Robe World Master's reaction that a White Robe World Master had indeed appeared in the Tide Realm before. In other words, his past reincarnation simulation and this true body simulation were interconnected. Luckily, Milton had been aware of this for a while. Actually, Milton had no intention of letting this identity be associated with the White Crow Realm Master of the Tide Realm. Fortunately, this was within the true body simulation and not the actual reality. Otherwise, Milton would never have spoken those previous words no matter what. As they involved the biggest secret of his existence. Indeed, in this world, the simulator was undoubtedly his greatest secret. If all went as planned, Milton intended to keep this secret for life. I hope you will consider not focusing on me anymore. After all, you wouldn't want any accidents to occur, would you? Even the Zero Realm Master could not provide complete protection for the entire Tide Realm. Milton Cheney spoke with a light smile. His tone was mild, yet the threat within it was serious. As his words settled, all three Realm Masters fell into silence. They had not expected Milton to say such things when they were about to take action against him after driving him into the void. It could be said that the information contained in Milton's words had completely disrupted their schemes. Although they were somewhat disdainful of Milton's threat in their hearts, they dared not take the risk. Because if they lost the bet, the issue would not only concern themselves but the entire Tide Realm. Although the chance was minimal after all, the Tide Realm is one of the largest worlds in the World Sea and not to be underestimated even within the entire Ninth Universe Nov. L. B/JNN. A small possibility is still a possibility. The Tide Realm was their shared main world, and if they really invited the wolf into the house, their responsibility would be enormous. Especially now, none of them knew what Milton Cheney's true identity was before his reincarnation. What if Milton had held a high position in the abyssal domain before his reincarnation? What if their actions against him in this life would ultimately provoke the Abyssal Realm Master to move against them? The Tide Realm is not afraid of a particular world within the abyssal domain. But it also depends on whether it's worth it. Although Milton Cheney had some connection with Mansar, the transcendent being from the wizard realm, he was not Mansar himself. If it had been Mansar, they might have been willing to take the risk. But Milton Cheney was not. This led to a question of value. Whether the cost of taking action against Milton was worth the potential unknown consequences the Tide Realm might face in the future. A butterfly's wings can have a much greater impact than one imagines at times. At least for now, the three realm masters had temporarily set aside the idea of taking action against Milton. Chapter 672. Of course, if they knew that Milton Cheney's words were entirely a bluff based on information asymmetry, they would probably be so mad they might even vomit blood. But these were things they could never know. Unless Milton Cheney said so himself, otherwise they would never know that they were being bluffed. I must say, you've successfully persuaded me. Giving up on making a move against you does not mean that Tustan Realm Master has lost interest in you. Perhaps at some moment in the future, the Realm Master coming to visit you may not be the three of us. The White Robe World Master looked deeply at Milton Cheney and spoke. After their final deliberation, the three Realm Masters chose to temporarily shelve their plans to make a move against Milton Cheney. But this only meant that the three Realm Masters were no longer pursuing him for the time being. It didn't mean that they wouldn't in the future, nor did it mean that Tustan Realm Master wouldn't personally seek out Milton Cheney. The White Robe World Master made no attempt to hide his intentions in his words, for there was no need to. He wasn't worried that Milton Cheney might run away after hearing these words. After all, as long as Milton Cheney didn't leave the World Sea region, there was no place he could escape to that they couldn't find him, making running away meaningless. Milton Cheney was naturally aware of this, but it still couldn't hide the surprise in his heart at this moment. Did he really bluff them? Milton Cheney had truly not expected that a few words from him would dispel the considerations that these three realm masters had held for millions of years. It seemed he had thought too complexly. Or perhaps the bargaining chip offered by Tustan Realm Master wasn't enough. After all, if Tustan Realm Master were truly that interested in him, he could have come to find Milton Cheney himself. Since Tustan Realm Master did not do so, it suggested that while he might be somewhat interested in Milton Cheney, his interest was certainly not significant. Of course, at the level of Tustan Realm Master, it would not be surprising for him to do anything. A wise decision. Milton Cheney said with a light smile, as if everything was within his expectations. But in reality, Milton Cheney had not anticipated this outcome at all, and even before this, he had not expected such a turn of events. He had thought it would be a great battle, or at least a hard-fought one. But the result was a peaceful resolution, which was indeed a bit of a dramatic twist. It was completely unexpected. When the White Robe World Master heard Milton Cheney's words, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, but in the end, he didn't say much more. Giving up on acting against Milton Cheney also meant that the million-year experiences of the three realm masters had gone to waste and were utterly meaningless. Under such circumstances, it would be odd if they were in a good mood. Of course, over the years, they had not been without gains, having at least scratched the surface of some of Milton Cheney's identity. If Milton Cheney had not spoken up, they would never have understood him so well. However, the misconceptions they had in their minds likely wouldn't concern Milton Cheney too much if he knew about them. Since we have given up on acting against you, shouldn't you also reveal your true identity to us? After a moment of silence, the White Robe World Master spoke. Although he had already speculated about Milton Cheney's identity, speculation was just speculation. If Milton Cheney personally revealed his identity, the credibility would undoubtedly be higher, and they would have a proper reason to report back to Tustan Realm Master after returning to the Tide Realm. Even though Tustan Realm Master was not that interested in Milton Cheney, the three of them had, after all, promised Tustan Realm Master they would take action. Having made a promise but failing to fulfill it, there had to be a reason. Otherwise, it would not only be a wasted effort, but they could also anger Tustan Realm Master, with whom they had previously had a good relationship. So even though they were temporarily not ready to act against Milton Cheney, they still wanted to know more about his specific identity. Beyond that, curiosity was certainly at play. After all, Milton Cheney wasn't the master of the Tide Realm, yet he seemed to have an incredible understanding of it, which was in itself an astonishing matter. The ordinary demons of the abyssal domain would definitely not be privy to such information. Not to mention having such knowledge, even within the abyssal domain, those aware of the World Sea region were few and far between. True identity. Milton Cheney chuckled lightly, haven't you already guessed it? Why would you need me to tell you directly? Milton Cheney did not directly admit anything. He did not want to lie, even though he knew that if he did, these three realm masters wouldn't be able to detect any clues. But Milton Cheney still chose to play coy. After all, nothing convinces people more than letting them guess and fill in the blanks themselves, which sometimes can seem even more real. This perceived reality could even be stronger than if Milton Cheney had said it himself. Because things said out loud can still be lies, but conclusions one arrives at on their own don't share this issue, they can only be wrong guesses, which is a personal shortcoming, not that of Milton Cheney. As for misleading? Sorry, Milton Cheney wouldn't admit to that. As his words fell, the White-Robe World Master nodded thoughtfully. The expressions of the two realm masters beside him had by then turned placid as well. It seemed as if the White-Robe World Master was the sole one interacting with Milton Cheney, but in reality, he represented the thoughts of all three of them. After all, the three had been secretly communicating with each other all along. But Milton Cheney had already guessed this, and of course, he didn't mind. Whether it was three realm masters or just one didn't make a difference to him. The three realm masters all stared intently at Milton Cheney, as if trying to etch the memory of this secret-laden man who had wasted millions of their years into their minds. The next moment, they disappeared from Milton Cheney's sight. Gone. Within the void, Milton Cheney murmured to himself. This really was a case of not expecting the willows to bloom, yet the willows formed a shade on their own. He had waited in the ancestral witch world for the three realm masters to act, yet they chose to lure him into the void to take action against him. In the end, they gave up on their million-year wait just because of his few words. Although it seemed unbelievable, sometimes reality is stranger than fiction. Of course, it wasn't these three realm masters' fault. The primary reason Milton Cheney could bluff the three realm masters into not taking action with just a few words was because what he said exceeded the expectations of his status. In the eyes of the three realm masters, he was merely a native of the wizard realm. But the words he spoke couldn't possibly be known by a mere native of the wizard realm. So with their preconceived notions, the three realm masters filled in his true identity on their own. Little did they know they had fallen into a cognitive trap. And all Milton Cheney did was play a simple game of exploiting information asymmetry. Sometimes, the more you know, the more powerful you become. At that moment, something stirred in Milton Cheney's heart, as if he comprehended something. Actually, he had understood this point a long time ago. That's why every time he reincarnated into a new world, it wasn't solely for the purpose of advancing his realm. Sometimes, even without any advancements in realm during his reincarnation simulations, he felt enormously benefited. Because it was all about the benefits he received. After all, what reincarnation simulation preserved wasn't just the realm, but also the memories. Sometimes, the help provided by retained memories was even greater than that provided by retaining realm for Milton Cheney. This strength wasn't just manifested in the body, but in other respects as well. For instance, if Milton Cheney didn't have knowledge about the Tide Realm, he would certainly have been at a disadvantage and would have probably already ended this true body simulation. But as he was informed, he could use this information to create an information gap, making the three realm masters puzzled about him. That's the importance of information. Milton Cheney had been aware of this before, but now his understanding had deepened. The next moment, Milton Cheney laughed softly, his figure disappearing into the void. For the time being, at least, he no longer needed to worry about entanglements from the Tide Realm. The likelihood of Tustan Realm Master taking personal action against him was actually very slim. Chapter 673. Time slowly passed by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 million years had elapsed. In the ancestral witch world, at the ancestral witch tower, Milton Cheney's mind was absorbing memories transmitted from several 6th-tier wizard immortals, most of which were useless, but a small part provided him with some food for thought. There's a saying, many hands make light work. Such a saying wouldn't exist without some reason behind it. At least at this moment, Milton Cheney felt there was some truth to this adage. Although the help provided by these 6th-tier wizard immortals, who were also cultivating on the wizard immortal cultivation path within the ancestral witch world, was not significant, it was not entirely fruitless. If it were entirely without merit, Milton Cheney wouldn't have bothered cultivating these wizard immortals during this true body simulation. Even if a person is incredibly strong, their capacity for thought is limited, it's impossible to consider everything. He understood the principle that the player is blind while the bystander sees clearly. Although he wasn't truly a player in the situation, the other 6th-tier wizard immortals were indeed genuine bystanders. After all, Milton Cheney possessed a simulator, while the others did not. This caused their ways of thinking to be inherently different. What a pity, the time is still too short, and there's too little to reference, otherwise, perhaps this true body simulation could take the path of the witch immortal up another level. Milton Cheney sighed softly to himself after digesting the memories in his mind. This true body simulation's conditions were good, after all, this was the result of 3 true body simulations. One true body simulation laid the foundation, and 2 more built upon it, making it a total of 3. 6 million years have passed, and no other realm masters from the Tide realm have come looking for me. It seems like Tustan realm master is truly not that interested in me, Milton Cheney thought to himself, as expected. Tustan realm master might indeed have had a bit of interest in him, but not enough to personally seek him out. After all, he was Milton Cheney, not Mansire himself. Thinking this, Milton Cheney shook his head and did not dwell on it any longer. This was only in the true body simulation, after all. Whether such a situation would occur in reality, in the future, was still up in the air. However, Milton Cheney believed that in reality, in the future, he was unlikely to face such troubles. The reason was simple, the temporal point he was at was over 30 million years into the future of reality. In reality, he had the help of the simulator, and with its aid, coupled with 30 million years of time, it was highly probable that by then, Milton Cheney would be beyond the Tide realm. At least, that's what he believed. He still had that much confidence. If he still faced troubles from the Tide realm in the future despite the help of the simulator, he might as well knock himself out on a piece of tofu. From the time he had crossed over into the wizard realm until now, it had only been a little over 300 years. In such a short time, with the help of the simulator, he had already reached the 6th tier of the wizard immortal realm. As to where he could go in 30 million years, even Milton Cheney himself couldn't quite imagine at this point. After all, 300 years ago, he couldn't have imagined that he would become a 6th tier wizard immortal, standing atop the pyramid of the wizard realm. Of course, what the future him could ultimately achieve was of little significance now. What Milton Cheney needed to do was to take one step at a time. Pushing aside the clutter in his heart, Milton Cheney slowly closed his eyes and continued to deduce the path of wizard immortal cultivation. Time will verify everything. The gears of time will never cease turning. The flowing sands of time silently slipped through Milton Cheney's fingers. As time flew by, tens of millions of years passed in a blink. Without realizing it, it had been 16 million years since the 3 realm masters of the Tide realm had departed. And the lifespan of Milton Cheney within this true body simulation was gradually coming to an end. Atop the ancestral witch tower, Milton Cheney digested the last segment of memory. The ancestral witch world had completely changed compared to when he first arrived. Nov. L. B/JNN. There weren't few who had become 6th tier wizard immortals over the years, but still, no wizard immortal upon achieving the 6th tier realm received memories from the original consciousness. Regrettably, but also expectedly. It seemed that cases like his were quite rare. The reason why the wizard immortals of the Black Sea could receive the memory of the original consciousness might indeed have their special aspects. Looking over the world, Milton Cheney let out a slight sigh. This might be the last time he saw it. Afterwards, he might not see this world's scenery ever again. After the end of this true body simulation, Milton Cheney was unlikely to continue the true body simulation at this temporal node. After all, if he wanted to extend this true body simulation, it would consume 4 of his true body simulation opportunities at once. 4 true body simulations, which amounted to 4 episodes of 16 years, 64 years in total. This was 64 years in reality. For Milton Cheney, it was no longer worth it. Unless within those 64 years he could completely master the loose immortal realm of the original immortal path and the lower realm of the true God cultivation path of the divine spirit. Otherwise, stacking 4 true body simulations to continue this particular one would not be worth it. From a benefit perspective, it certainly wasn't as good as 4 separate true body simulations. As time elapsed, Milton Cheney increasingly felt the exhaustion of his lifespan. Eventually, he vanished into beams of white light. Chapter 674. And in that moment, this world was completely immobilized. The next moment, the world seemed to turn into a mirror, and this mirror, at that very moment, shattered instantly. Milton Cheney could not perceive the shattering of the world, for he had already returned to reality. The scene before Milton Cheney underwent a massive change. The familiar ancestral witch world vanished before his eyes, and his body was no longer standing atop the ancestral witch tower. As his perception restored, Milton Cheney's body reappeared within his rules space. Milton Cheney slowly closed his eyes, and the memories in his mind became incredibly clear at this moment. By the time he opened his eyes again, all the memories in his mind had been organized completely. The chaotic and unnecessary memories were hidden by Milton Cheney, while the light blue transparent light curtain that represented the simulator still hovered in front of him. True body simulation end. Realm, technique, and memories retained. 2 lines of black text flashed across the light curtain. The familiar mechanical voice once again echoed in Milton Cheney's mind. More than 20 million years of true body simulation had come to a successful end. This true body simulation can be said to be the longest one Milton Cheney had experienced since he obtained the simulator. It also made him clearly aware of the current limit of his lifespan. Although his realm was still at the limit of a rank 6 wizard immortal without any change, the limit of his lifespan had lengthened a bit. The gains from this true body simulation were not bad either, at least Milton Cheney was very satisfied. Looking again at the light blue light curtain that represented the simulator, Milton Cheney's heart did not feel anything special. Perhaps it was because he had experienced too much, so even after not seeing the simulator's light curtain for more than 20 million years, there was still no unfamiliar feeling when seeing it again. In the past, after every simulation ends, he would have a different feeling when seeing the simulator again. But now, that feeling was gone. Essentially, it was because he had been through too many simulations. Some things, once experienced too much, are no longer surprising, and this is also true for the simulator's reincarnation simulation and true body simulation. Inside the rules space, seated cross-legged on top of a steel, Milton Cheney's expression did not change at all. After hiding the hovering simulator light curtain, Milton Cheney's heart was very calm. As for whether he would get lost in the true body simulation and become a bit confused, that was even less of a concern for him. Perhaps when he first experienced a true body simulation, he might have that feeling of not being able to distinguish between simulation and reality, but now with more true body simulation experiences, it was less and less likely for him to have that feeling again. At this moment, Milton Cheney had already put the matter of true body simulation behind him. Because more important matters were now before him. The true body simulation had ended, but the reincarnation simulation had not begun. Milton Cheney had not forgotten that he had accumulated as many as 5 reincarnation simulation opportunities that he had yet to use. He did not plan to use these 5 reincarnation simulation opportunities individually. To stack them all up was Milton Cheney's plan. Wait until the next text simulation accumulation is complete, then begin a new round of reincarnation simulation. Milton Cheney said to himself. The next moment, he slowly closed his eyes. 2 years was a brief period for Milton Cheney. No matter whether those 2 years were spent in simulation or in reality, there was no great difference. Let alone 2 years, even 20 years, 200 years, would make little difference to Milton Cheney. After all, having cultivated to this realm, the impact of time on him was already very minimal. Time passed, and in a blink, 2 years had gone by. Inside the rules space, Milton Cheney opened his eyes. The next moment, with a slight thought, the light blue light curtain representing the simulator appeared before him. Ignoring the attribute panel section of the simulator's light curtain, Milton Cheney's gaze directly rested on the simulation count section. Text simulation count 1. Reincarnation simulation count 5. Would you like to initiate text simulation? No. Milton Cheney's mind stirred slightly, and he did not initiate this round of text simulation. A single text simulation didn't mean much, especially since this round was deliberately preserved by Milton Cheney, it naturally couldn't be used now. If to use, it would be after the reincarnation simulation ends. Do you want to initiate reincarnation simulation? Do you want to stack reincarnation simulations? Initiate reincarnation simulation, stack 5 times. Milton Cheney thought as one. The next moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Please choose complete consciousness overlap or retain realm. Without hesitation, Milton Cheney directly chose to retain realm. This was something Milton Cheney had already contemplated. After all, the latter option was the most beneficial for him. Strong comprehension, powerful strength. These, after having chosen the latter, he would possess at the very beginning of his reincarnation simulation, without having to exhaustingly climb step by step from the bottom. He could frantically plunder cultivation resources. With the realm of a 6th-rank wizard immortal, he would pave the way to become a primitive loose immortal within the simulation. Moreover, he only intended to become a loose immortal within the simulation, not a true immortal, so a complete consciousness didn't hold much value for him. After all, even an incomplete consciousness was enough for him to reach the loose immortal realm. This fact was perfectly demonstrated in his reincarnation simulation within the immortal realm. During that reincarnation simulation in the immortal realm, it was just a single beginning simulation, without stacking any reincarnation simulation counts. The next moment, the scene before Milton Cheney's eyes changed. Everything within the rules space disappeared from his sight. He was no longer sitting above the square steel but standing in the void of the reincarnation simulation. Beneath his feet was a miniature starry sky, and within the starry sky were numerous points of light. He had returned to the reincarnation simulation. Only this time, there was a fundamental difference from previous reincarnations. This reincarnation simulation, in terms of importance and other meanings, vastly exceeded any he had experienced before. After all, 5 stacked reincarnation simulations accumulated to 40 years in reality. There weren't so many sets of 40 years left before the wizard realm would be destroyed. Moreover, this reincarnation simulation could determine whether he could become a primitive loose immortal within the simulation, which in turn indirectly decided the way forward for his wizard immortal cultivation path in reality. Advancing the wizard immortal cultivation path by 1 more rank required the realm of a primitive loose immortal. This was much more important than the true God realm on the divine spirit cultivation path. After all, within the wizard immortal cultivation path, wizard represented the wizard cultivation path, and immortal represented the primitive immortal path. Therefore, Milton Cheney harbored great expectations for this reincarnation simulation, and naturally, there could be no negligence. At this moment, Milton Cheney's gaze rapidly swept across the points of light representing the worlds within the 8th universe. There were many worlds within the 8th universe, and even now, Milton Cheney had not truly decided on which world to reincarnate into. After all, these worlds were essentially the lower realms of the immortal realm. While it seemed there might not be much of a difference, sometimes, minor differences could have a significant impact. So, Milton Cheney's choice had to be very cautious, it had to perfectly meet his conditions. Heavenly Ascension Cultivation Realm, the realm of vast emptiness, or the floating feather cultivation world. Only these 3 cultivation worlds meet my requirements, Milton Cheney muttered to himself. The 3 cultivation worlds he had narrowed down to in his heart all had one thing in common. They had produced the most loose immortals, were the oldest, and had abundant cultivation resources. Of course, this was based on the worlds he had reincarnated into before. There were certainly more suitable worlds among those he had not yet reincarnated into, but at this time, Milton Cheney no longer had time to verify them. After a moment, Milton Cheney made his choice. Heavenly Ascension it is. The next moment, Milton Cheney moved his consciousness and plunged into darkness. Chapter 675. In the 8th universe, within the Heavenly Ascension cultivation realm. At a certain moment, Milton Cheney's consciousness regained clarity. What is this? Body wearing? Milton Cheney, awakening from the darkness, noticed that this reincarnation simulation was different from the previous ones. His body was still his own, not reborn anew in this world. This situation had never occurred in any reincarnation simulation before. In all earlier instances, he had been reborn into the world of his reincarnation, only this time was it different. Why has this happened? Is it because of the overlay of 5 reincarnation simulations? Sensing his body, Milton Cheney realized that it was almost identical to his real body. At this moment, Milton Cheney was truly taken aback. One must know that this was a reincarnation simulation, not a true body simulation. The most important aspect of reincarnation simulation, at least to Milton Cheney's understanding, should be the reincarnation itself, but the current situation completely shattered his comprehension. Although this situation was more beneficial than harmful to him, one cannot judge purely by appearances. Cultivation is important, but life is undoubtedly of greater value to Milton Cheney. If death within this state of reincarnation simulation could affect reality, then Milton Cheney would rather not stack the number of reincarnation simulations. However, the next moment Milton Cheney chuckled to himself. His worries seemed to be utterly unnecessary. Considering that the simulator had issued no warning, that indicated his current state was normal. Perhaps it was a hidden feature of reincarnation simulation. Besides, the reincarnation simulation is, after all, just one of the 3 simulation functions of the simulator. If the simulator truly meant to harm him, there was no need to wait until now. Since he had already reincarnated into this world, any lingering doubts in Milton Cheney's mind were meaningless. He certainly didn't intend to waste the opportunity presented by 5 reincarnation simulations. To merely end this reincarnation simulation and return to reality was simply impossible for Milton Cheney. Although the changes in his reincarnation simulation were abrupt, Milton Cheney was far from unable to accept them. After all, he had experienced far too much. Putting aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Milton Cheney scrutinized his surroundings. The next moment, his figure vanished from the spot. He needed to first determine his location within the heavenly ascension cultivation realm, and then ascertain which era he was in. The countless reincarnation simulations he had undergone made it clear to Milton Cheney that the timeline within them could be extremely chaotic. Perhaps he was in a future timeline when he reincarnated into this world this time, but the next time he might be reincarnated into a past timeline. Very confusing, but not much of an issue for Milton Cheney. As long as he didn't reincarnate to a timeline before the emergence of the original immortal path in this world, anything else would be inconsequential. After all, the methods of cultivation of the original immortal path existed in his mind. His choice to reincarnate into this world was merely to use its environment and resources. As for the rest, Milton Cheney was unconcerned. He was neither striving for dominance in this world nor intending to stake out his own territory. The timeline of his reincarnation didn't matter much. In the northern heavenly ocean area, Frost Source Province. 42 million years of Johnson, not bad, at least it's a time node I'm familiar with, said Milton Cheney after clarifying everything. Now that he understood his situation, Milton Cheney began to contemplate. Currently, he couldn't claim to be the strongest being in this world, as there was no shortage of loose immortals who had failed their tribulation without ascending to a higher realm. These loose immortals are akin to beings of the 7th stage wizard immortal level, stronger than Milton Cheney, a 6th stage wizard immortal. But beings of such caliber are few. Because most loose immortal cultivators either successfully transcended or failed and perished. The ones who managed to linger on after a failed tribulation are indeed rare. Yet few doesn't mean none. Although not the strongest of the era, Milton Cheney could certainly qualify as a being at the pinnacle of this world's hierarchy. There were stronger people than him, but their number would definitely not exceed 10. It meant that as long as he didn't overreach, he could virtually do as he pleased in this world. When it came to resources, nothing was too difficult to obtain. After all, in this nearly lawless cultivation world, power is fist. As long as your fists are strong, you can have anything. However, that Johnson immortal could be a problem. Well, let's wait and see, Milton Cheney murmured to himself, recalling the memories of this era in this world. He was quite lucky this time, not having reincarnated into a future timeline but into a past one, relative to the last time he reincarnated into this world. This allowed Milton Cheney to be acutely aware of the significant events occurring during this time in the world. Such memories were precious, enabling Milton Cheney to avoid unnecessary trouble while he dared to push the boundaries. Once he had a clear understanding, Milton Cheney began to make plans. With the realm he holds in reality, reincarnating into this world granted Milton Cheney a lifespan of nearly 30 million years right from the start. It must be said, this mode of reincarnation suits the current Milton Cheney very well. Because it reduces the cost of trial and error to the lowest. 5 reincarnation simulations stacked together may seem plentiful, but in reality, that amounts to only 40 years. Chapter 676. For Milton Cheney, although 40 years was not a short time, it definitely could not be considered long either. After all, the 2 true body simulations alone summed up to 32 years. As long as there were no major accidents in this reincarnation simulation, it was highly likely that Milton Cheney would choose to stack at least 5 reincarnation simulations afterward. At the very least, this was the case when he truly began to forge the Wizard Immortal cultivation path towards the 7th stage Wizard Immortal. Time gently flowed by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 million years had passed. For a small cultivation world, 3 million years was already a considerable length of time. After all, although there is only a one-word difference between the cultivation realm and the immortal realm, they are completely different concepts. Moreover, the heavenly ascension cultivation realm is just one of the numerous subordinate realms of the immortal realm. But for Milton Cheney, 3 million years were just that, nothing more. He had experienced too many reincarnation simulation counts, not to mention a million years. He even had experiences spanning tens of millions and even hundreds of millions of years. So 3 million years did not have much of an impact on Milton Cheney. We can begin now. In a dense forest within Light Spirit Province, Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes and murmured in his heart. If historical records were not wrong, then this Johnson Immortal of the Heavenly Ascension cultivation realm had passed away a century ago. In this world, no one who could directly affect him was left. The main reason Milton Cheney had not gone on a frenzied spree of resource plundering over these 3 million years was precisely this Johnson Immortal, who left a thick mark in the historical records of the Heavenly Ascension cultivation realm. This person could truly be called a legend. A great figure who had become a false true immortal in the lower realm. A pseudo-true immortal in the true sense of the word, not just a loose immortal wielding an immortal artifact. If this person had successfully crossed the tribulation and ascended to the immortal realm, he would have achieved the realm of a true immortal long ago. Unfortunately, the tribulation was failed. Even so, this person managed to survive successfully and even cultivated to an extremely high realm. To be honest, Milton Cheney held great respect for this immortal named Johnson Monarch. It's no exaggeration to say that if Johnson Immortal were alive, Milton Cheney really wouldn't dare to be too reckless. Otherwise, getting targeted and then slapped to death would be too great a loss. The difference in realms was too great. However, after 3 million years had passed, even though he had not crazily plundered resources, he was now only one step away from the unification realm. Keep in mind that in this life, he had not used the power of merit. Arriving at this realm was entirely due to him grinding it out little by little over time. Of course, Milton Cheney still understood the principle of accumulating wealth to make a sudden leap. Since he had the conditions, naturally, he should proceed slowly and build his foundation to an unbelievably solid degree. By now, Milton Cheney's foundation had become so strong it was frightening. It could be said that within the cultivation world, even throughout history, it would be nearly impossible to find a deity transformation cultivator with a stronger foundation than his. Of course, the reason why his foundation was so powerful was simple. It was ground out with hard-earned time and lifespan. Others did not have his conditions, as deity transformation lifespans were merely a few 100,000 years at most, not to mention even shorter for nascent soul lifespans. Who could have hundreds of millions of years to cultivate? That was utterly impossible. Moreover, Milton Cheney's talent was also not lackluster, possessing a heavenly spiritual root. It could be said that if nothing unexpected happened, Milton Cheney could very easily cultivate to the limit of the unification realm in this life. As for whether he could successfully transcend the tribulation and achieve the status of a primitive loose immortal, Milton Cheney was not 100% certain. After all, this simulation was not the one in the immortal realm. And the path of the original immortal was not the longevity immortal path. Whether he could succeed or not, Milton Cheney would only know after trying. Although Milton Cheney was not 100% certain, he still had 60% confidence. After all, in this round of reincarnation simulation, he had plenty of time and was not lacking in resources. Especially now that Johnson Immortal had already passed away, this world was completely his to roam free as the birds in the sky and the fish in the sea. Having waited 3 million years, it was time to stir up a storm in the cultivation world. Time waits for no one, and in the blink of an eye, 12 million years had passed. On ascending Heaven Peak, a 9-story tower had been erected. Beneath the tower, countless bodies lay scattered, dyeing the earth blood red. Milton Cheney stood with arms crossed, his gaze fixed on the azure sky. His eyes were filled with indifference. By this time, it had been 15 million years since he had reincarnated into this world. His realm had finally reached the great perfection of the unification realm. It could be said that if he wished, he could attempt to break through to the tribulation crossing loose immortal realm at any moment. But Milton Cheney wasn't in a hurry to do so. The cultivation realm is not the immortal realm. The primitive immortal path is not the longevity immortal path. Attempting to break through from the cultivation realm to ascend into the immortal realm is admittedly very difficult. According to Milton Cheney's knowledge, the difficulty is second only to that of breaking through the true immortal realm within the immortal realm. It might not be that exaggerated, but it's certainly not far off. So, without a complete plan, Milton Cheney was not going to take the risk. In fact, Milton Cheney was curious if achieving the tribulation crossing loose immortal realm would allow him to truly ascend to the immortal realm. After all, it seemed that the passageway from the lower worlds to the immortal realm was no longer there. Then, where exactly do these people in the cultivation realm go after successfully crossing their tribulation? This is what Milton Cheney was really curious about. However, no matter how curious he was, Milton Cheney was clear about his priorities. If you've come, stop hiding. Suddenly, Milton Cheney's gaze shifted from the sky to a distant place, and he spoke lightly. The next moment, the space around him fluctuated slightly, and a chubby man appeared beside him. How did you discover me? Even the hidden star technique can't elude you. You want to cross the tribulation? I advise you not to do it. The chubby man spoke with some surprise, then casually asked Milton Cheney a question. You're too close, I can smell your stench. Milton Cheney, not even glancing at the chubby man, replied indifferently. As for the topic of crossing the tribulation, he didn't continue the conversation. The chubby man shook his head, not minding Milton Cheney's words, but turned his gaze to the bodies beneath the tower, remarking with some emotion, those people are crazy too, coming to trouble you. And you as well, with such a high killing intent. Can't you just both step back? Upon hearing this, Milton Cheney's brows slightly furrowed, and he shifted his gaze to the chubby man to speak. Did the Light Spirit Province send you to be a mediator? The chubby man chuckled, nodding his head without embarrassment. He actually didn't want to come, but who could resist when the Light Spirit Province was offering so much? He was paid for a job, whether it was successful or not was no longer his concern. Fine, tell Vivian Yancey to give me half of the life core. Wow, that would cost Vivian Yancey his life. If his tribulation fails, he relies on the life core to cling to life. If you take half, he probably won't survive. When did you start moonlighting as a broker? No choice, Vivian Yancey paid too much. You think I want to come to this forsaken place? As a courtesy to you, I'll forego the life core. Tell him to share a part of his heart source with me. Upon hearing this, the chubby man stroked his chin, seeming to ponder. After a moment, he nodded and said, that condition is more reasonable, but I think he most likely won't agree. How about we join forces and rob him? Then we'll split it, and you'll have some insurance for your tribulation. At these words, Milton Cheney laughed. Vivian Yancey has really struck bad luck getting involved with you. The chubby man shrugged helplessly. After all, in the entire cultivation realm, only he could hold a conversation with the killing star before him. How did this killer even cultivate? Without having gone through tribulation, he seemed stronger than those loose immortals who failed theirs. If he weren't practicing in a special way, he really wouldn't want to come here. If he truly got beaten up, death might not be the consequence, but it would hurt. All right, it seems you're not interested, so I'll take my leave. But I still advise you, it's best not to cross the tribulation. In nearly 60 million years, not a single one has succeeded in crossing it. Chapter 677. As the voice faded, the chubby man disappeared right in front of Milton Cheney. Ignoring this minor interlude, Milton Cheney's gaze returned to the vast expanse of the sky once more. To tell the truth, at the level where Milton Cheney was, he could actually see through some of the trends within the cultivation realm. Just as the chubby man had said, the cultivation realm at this time was not suitable for undergoing tribulation. As for when would be suitable, Milton Cheney was very clear on that. After all, his mind was crammed full of memories about this era. If nothing unexpected happened, his lifespan was also more than enough to support him until the time node truly suitable for achieving immortality through tribulation. 5 million years, that's not too long. Milton Cheney muttered to himself. 5 million years of time was indeed not too long for him in this simulation. The reincarnation simulation, stacked up 5 times, not only gave the simulated Milton Cheney great strength but also an extensive lifespan of a 6th-order wizard immortal. So, Milton Cheney could indeed wait these 5 million years. Complying with the grand trend of the era, if he still failed at the tribulation in the end, then he could only blame his unlucky fate. After all, the time node chosen for this reincarnation simulation was quite good, and Milton Cheney did not know whether this meant that his good luck had run out. About luck, it's actually very metaphysical. Milton Cheney felt that his own luck was always good in fits and starts. So even though he was quite confident, he could not completely guarantee that he would succeed in the tribulation after 5 million years. Sometimes, what decides the final shiver can't really be separated from that insubstantial luck, or maybe it should be called fate. He silently organized his thoughts in his mind. Suddenly, Milton Cheney's brows slightly furrowed, and his gaze shifted away from the sky once again to look not far below the 9-story tower. What's going on today? A motley crew of people keep coming one after another. Loose immortal Kong Ming, what brings you here? Milton Cheney spoke softly. The next moment, where the land had been empty, a figure suddenly materialized. The figure that appeared was a bald middle-aged man with a soft, gentle smile hanging on his face, as if indifferent to everything in the world. Compared to the chubby man who'd come earlier, this one kept a much greater distance, as if wary of something. I come on behalf of Vivian Yancy, White Raven, said the loose immortal Kong Ming with a light smile, his voice not loud yet clearly audible to Milton Cheney. Upon hearing this, an impatient Milton Cheney said, how great a price did Vivian Yancy pay to have you loose immortals coming to me one by one? If she wants to negotiate peace, let her come to me herself. Otherwise, once I succeed in crossing the tribulation, I will surely take her head. Milton Cheney spoke without a hint of courtesy. This Vivian Yancy, like an annoying plaster that couldn't be shaken off, was truly disgusting and unbearable. Nov. L. B //JNN. In reality, Milton Cheney was just saying it, even if Vivian Yancy came herself, he would still have to kill her after achieving success in the tribulation, as he was no great benefactor. He, of course, wished to eliminate anything that disgusted him. Of course, the premise was that he would indeed succeed in crossing the tribulation, otherwise, everything was just empty talk. Hearing Milton Cheney's words, loose immortal Kong Ming's expression remained unchanged, the light smile still on his face. He wasn't surprised at all. Because he knew that if Vivian Yancy had the capabilities, she wouldn't hesitate to kill Milton Cheney either. It's just that she lacked the ability to do so. White Raven, your hostility is too heavy, he said. Vivian Yancy is willing to offer 300 million immortal origins just to coexist peacefully with you, of course, under the precondition that a Great Deo contract is signed. Loose immortal Kong Ming continued with a gentle, even tone. Atop the 9-story tower, Milton Cheney's eyes turned cold. Was it that he had killed too few people these years, causing these messy loose immortals and other trifles to bark before him boldly? He had killed loose immortals who had failed their tribulation before in this life. However, dealing with this loose immortal Kong Ming was still a bit troublesome, yet the intent to kill in Milton Cheney's heart was not suppressed. Leave, or die, Milton Cheney said coldly. This was becoming endless. It seemed these people were clinging to the point that he did not dare to cross the tribulation lightly, constantly coming to harass and disgust him, much to his annoyance. After all, there was a gap between unification great perfection and a tribulation crossing loose immortal. Even for loose immortals who had failed their tribulation, the gap still existed. The icy words reached loose immortal Kong Ming's ears, and the gentle smile on his face paused slightly, then returned to normal the next moment. Without another word, loose immortal Kong Ming didn't say anything further and left directly. His figure flashed and vanished from Milton Cheney's sight in an instant. Vivian Yancy had sought him out and paid a substantial amount of resources, but it wasn't worth risking his life for it. What's more, directly facing this killing star, the pressure was immense. His and the chubby man's methods of cultivation differed. If Milton Cheney truly decided to kill him, then after spending millions of years, he might indeed fall. Therefore, as soon as Milton Cheney's threatening words were uttered, he really didn't dare to stay in front of Milton Cheney any longer. Face is worth nothing when it comes to life. Moreover, what Vivian Yancy had given him was already in his hands. There was even less reason to take the risk. Above the 9-story tower, Milton Cheney retracted his murderous intent, his expression returning to calm as if the recent events had never happened. To Milton Cheney, everything that had just occurred was nothing but a slight interlude. As for its overall impact on this reincarnation simulation, there was almost none, so naturally, he didn't care much about it. Chapter 678. Time trickled away, and before one knew it, it had slipped through the fingers. In the blink of an eye, 5 million years had passed. Atop the 9-story tower, Milton Cheney's closed eyes suddenly opened in this moment. 500 years had gone by, and it was now time for him to face his tribulation. Success or failure hinged on this one attempt. This reincarnation simulation was a superimposition of 5 reincarnation simulations. If he failed, it would mean squandering all 5 reincarnation simulation opportunities. After all, he had once possessed the unification great perfection realm. It could be said that among those who chose the world of cultivation for their reincarnation, only those with the number of successes in the reincarnation simulation of a loose immortal could truly have a significant impact. Otherwise, it would all be for naught. In this moment, Milton Cheney no longer waited. With a mere thought, he directly initiated his tribulation. The next moment, within the cultivation realm, the winds roared and clouds surged from all directions. Those who had cultivated to the unification great perfection were few and far between in the entire cultivation realm. Moreover, along with those loose immortals who had survived a failed tribulation but continued to live within the heavenly ascension realm, these individuals constituted the pinnacle of the power hierarchy. And they all shared one commonality: they could clearly discern the overarching trends. Milton Cheney's choice to undergo tribulation was stirring the very fate of the heavenly ascension realm. Thus, at this moment, every being in the heavenly ascension realm at or above the unification great perfection realm sensed the shift in the tide of fate. Someone is undergoing the tribulation of a loose immortal. This was the thought that simultaneously arose in everyone's mind. In the extreme Northland, a fat man brushed aside the ice chunks piled upon him, looking up at the skies with some astonishment. The great tide of fate has truly shifted. White Crow Monarch has actually dared to strive to be the first. I hope he can succeed in his tribulation. The fat man stroked his chin, feeling somewhat emotional. This pursuit had been too swift. It was as if this individual had been formidable since birth, appearing as if sprung from the cracks in the rocks. Unfathomable and unpredictable. In the entire heavenly ascension cultivation realm, the White Crow Monarch was the one person the fat man could not see through. Should I also attempt the tribulation? No, let's forget it. The tribulation is too dangerous, better to enjoy the simple joys in the lower realm. The fat man shook his head, dismissing the thought that had crossed his mind. How could he entertain such a perilous thought? It seemed he had indeed been living in comfort for far too long. The overarching trends were now in complete disarray. In such a state, to rashly opt for tribulation would be no different from courting death. It feels like it's been a long time since my true form has sensed me. It couldn't have perished in the immortal realm, could it? It's probably for the best if it has perished. The fat man casually sighed to himself, then lay back down into the glacier. The next moment, chunks of ice once again buried his body, making it seem as if he had never appeared. In the holy land of Vivian Yancey, a white-haired elder in a black robe sat cross-legged, barefoot. At this moment, his eyes too opened. This tribulation is destined for me, it cannot be dodged or avoided. With a serene expression, Vivian Yancey shook her head as if she had foreseen her own fate. As the harbinger of a new era, the chances of White Crow Monarch failing his tribulation were slim to none. Furthermore, such a mission that stirred the world garnered its own momentum. As the longest surviving cultivator in the heavenly ascension cultivation realm, Vivian Yancey had seen too many gifted talents. Therefore, she was well aware that it was highly unlikely for Milton Cheney to fail his tribulation. This also meant that her own time was running out. Fortunately, she had lived long enough. Without clinging to that sliver of hope for survival, Vivian Yancey's body, sitting in meditation, began to disintegrate into points of light and fade away. Even if Milton Cheney truly failed his tribulation, she would still choose to end her life at this time. She could only die by her own hand. Not even a true prodigy was worthy of claiming the life of Vivian Yancey. In the Yellow Sea Land, tribulation lightning surged, the azure sky wept tears. One unification realm cultivator faced his tribulation, one fake immortal fell. The cultivation realm that has been calm for tens of millions of years might once again descend into chaos. The celestial river loose immortal stroked his beard, muttering to himself. Chaos is good, for how else can one seize the opportunity to fish in troubled waters? But what does it matter if one successfully transcends the tribulation? He is still too young. Though there are not many cultivators at the unification great perfection within the heavenly ascension cultivation realm, there are certainly not few, but why then are there so few who attempt to transcend the tribulation? The reasons boil down to just 2. The first is naturally the lack of confidence in successfully transcending the tribulation, thus simply not initiating it. The second is a clear understanding that even if they succeed in the tribulation, they might truly be better off staying within the cultivation realm. It seems like it's been a long time since the immortal beings contacted me. Has something big happened in the immortal realm? Gazing at the vast sky, the celestial river Luce Immortal silently contemplated. Though the immortal realm and the cultivation realm differ only by a word, they are worlds apart, but in the end, they are closely connected. Immortal beings in the immortal realm cannot truly descend to the lower realms, but they can exercise influence over the people in the cultivation realm through other means. Moreover, many true immortals in the immortal realm are very keen on nurturing seeds in the cultivation realm. The celestial river Luce Immortal is actually one such seed of a true immortal from the immortal realm. It's just that he's been somewhat a failed seed, having not received any transmissions from an immortal being in a long time. Holy Land of Yuan Xuan. Another individual, also at unification great perfection, but no longer young in appearance, was now looking on with frenzied eyes. Where someone leads, there will inevitably be followers. This is the unchanging truth of the cultivation realm. However, by rights, even if there were to be followers, they should wait until the first person has finished transcending the tribulation. But Quinton Andrews couldn't wait any longer. Thus, shortly after Milton Cheney began his tribulation, he too initiated his own. Heaven-covering thunder surged towards him, while the frenzy in his eyes intensified even further. Amid the tumultuous wind and cloud, Milton Cheney, now engulfed in a sea of lightning, remained unfazed, his expression unchanging, revealing neither shock nor awe. To him, these lightning strikes were child's play. For him, the real difficulty of this tribulation lay ahead. As time passed, streaks of black and red slowly spread throughout the violet sea of lightning. Black and red thunder were no ordinary tribulation lightning. Violet thunder was typically what one saw during a tribulation. Many unification great perfection cultivators had never even seen black or red thunder, even up to the point of their failed tribulations. Normally, the power of black and red thunder was beyond the scope of the unification realm, reaching into the level of the Luce Immortal realm. Nevertheless, Milton Cheney was still not overly worried. For Milton Cheney, every physical trial was child's play. The trial of the soul was no different. But what he most cared about and dreaded was the last step of the tribulation, the heart inquiry. At this step, even he had no absolute confidence, not even an 80% certainty. Because heart inquiry delved deep into the soul itself. It was irrelevant to one's state of mind, it was a test of the soul. What lay deep within Milton Cheney's soul? Nothing but the simulator and Azure Star. The simulator held too high a position to be involved in a mere heart inquiry. So the answer was clear, during the last step he would likely return to Azure Star, with his memories obscured. In such a case, even Milton Cheney didn't know if he could truly awaken. 70% confidence was the best he could muster. In truth, the vast majority in the cultivation realm were not intimidated by the heart inquiry. Most, after overcoming the trials of body and mind, would naturally progress through the heart inquiry. But Milton Cheney was different since, in the truest sense, he did not belong to this world. Time marched inexorably on, and the physical tribulation was already successfully transcended. A moment later, the trial of the soul was also overcome. A flash of white light, and just before his consciousness plunged into utter darkness, Milton Cheney knew that the heart inquiry had arrived. Chapter 679. The Test of Conscience. This was the tribulation that all cultivators of the unification realm had to face when breaking through to become a tribulation crossing Luce Immortal. For some cultivators, this tribulation was incredibly easy. But for Milton Cheney, the test of conscience was the one he had to pay the most attention to. As time slowly passed, atop the 9-story tower where the thunder had entirely dissipated, only Milton Cheney sat cross-legged on the ground alone. His eyes were tightly closed, his brow slightly furrowed. No one knew the perilous tribulation he was experiencing at that moment. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. 10 years, 100 years, in the blink of an eye, 300 years had passed. No matter how tumultuous the cultivation realm might be now, the area around the 9-story tower remained an unspoken forbidden area. Before the results of Milton Cheney's tribulation were known, no one would dare to set foot here. At one moment, atop the 9-story tower, Milton Cheney suddenly opened his eyes. A trace of vicissitude crossed his gaze. The 100 years within the test of conscience felt even longer to Milton Cheney than some reincarnation simulation that lasted for hundreds of millions of years. Because the lifespan of an ordinary person is merely a century, while Milton Cheney's life was far more than just one reincarnation simulation. Does this count as having no regrets? At that moment, Milton Cheney asked himself this question. During this test of conscience, he experienced a century he had not lived through in his previous life. He walked the path of life he had before taking to cultivation all over again. Whether this meant he had no regrets, Milton Cheney did not know, but he understood clearly that the test of conscience had brought him more than just an increase in his realm. At this moment, Milton Cheney could feel distinctly that his spiritual state had ascended to another level. This was a tangible promotion, not a false sensation for Milton Cheney. The test of conscience ended, signifying Milton Cheney's successful tribulation. Indeed, he had succeeded. At this moment, he was a true tribulation crossing loose immortal of the original immortal path. Closing his eyes, Milton Cheney could sense clearly a path seeming to call out to him. The next moment, as Milton Cheney's thoughts moved, the entire cultivation realm was enshrouded by his consciousness. However, this ability, Milton Cheney understood, was something he could only do in this world. In another cultivation realm, he estimated he would be unable to detect such a vast range. Because to the sky-piercing realm, he was one of their own. While to other worlds, he would be an outsider. That was completely different. Vivian Yancey actually took her own life? That saves me the trouble of acting. As his consciousness swept through the cultivation realm, Milton Cheney was somewhat surprised. He realized he could no longer detect the life force of Vivian Yancey, which meant she had died during the 300 years of his tribulation. But Vivian Yancey was a fake immortal failed in tribulation, and though not as strong as a true loose immortal, no one in the sky-piercing realm could possibly kill her. After all, even Milton Cheney himself could do nothing against her before. Now Vivian Yancey was dead, and if no one else was supposed to act, then it could only have been suicide. Indeed, as expected of a fake immortal, had she deduced that he would inevitably succeed in his tribulation? Milton Cheney let out a light chuckle. Before the tribulation, even he did not have complete confidence. It seemed Vivian Yancey held more faith in his success than he did himself. Withdrawing his senses from the sky-piercing realm, Milton Cheney reached for the path in his thoughts that led to the immortal realm. In the next moment, an immensely majestic aura poured down from the heavens, aimed directly at Milton Cheney's body. At this moment, all cultivators in the unification realm and those above within the cultivation realm clearly perceived this scene. Extreme Northland. The fatty brushed the ice from his body, full of disbelief. He wasn't Vivian Yancey, and to him, Milton Cheney's successful tribulation seemed incredible. He actually succeeded in tribulation. The cultivation realm is going to get even more chaotic. 300 years, that was too fast. The fatty's expression was grave. Chaos in the cultivation realm could potentially be beneficial for him, but it also depended on the extent of the chaos. Should it affect the entire cultivation realm, it would no longer be favorable. Now, with Milton Cheney's successful tribulation, the cultivation realm would be plunged into disarray beyond anyone's control. This was now beyond his understanding. His lack of interest in undergoing tribulation did not mean other unification sovereigns weren't interested. The instant Milton Cheney truly succeeded, undoubtedly, many within the sky-piercing realm would struggle to calm their eager hearts. Strange, the immortal path reopens, but why can I still not sense my true form? Could my true form really have perished? As he looked at the celestial energy pouring down from the sky, the fatty suddenly had a thought. The gates to the immortal realm were wide open, and at this moment this world and the immortal realm were already connected, but why couldn't he still sense the existence of his true form? If one had to say his true form had indeed perished, then why didn't he feel the slightest injury? That would be just too abnormal. Perplexed, the fatty found it hard to understand. A moment later, still confused, he chose not to think about it anymore. At this time in the cultivation realm, not only was the fatty incredulous, many others were too. 300 years, and he had succeeded in tribulation? That was just too fast. One must know that in the cultivation realm, advancing from the unification realm to the loose immortal realm was not accomplished overnight. Chapter 680. Many cultivators spend over hundreds of thousands, even millions of years to successfully cross their tribulations. Such cases are not unheard of. By comparison, Milton Cheney's success in just 300 years can be said to be the fastest in the history of the sky-piercing realm. How could they not be shocked by this? They were, in essence, witnessing history. At this moment, atop the 9-level tower, Milton Cheney had already stood up. What others in the cultivation realm were thinking at this moment, he did not know, nor did it have much to do with him. Right now, Milton Cheney was receiving the immortal power pouring out of the immortal realm. His body was being transformed at this moment. After all, ascending to the immortal realm isn't simply a matter of crossing the tribulation successfully. Before that, his body must first be filled with the immortal power from the immortal realm. This step is essential. After this step, the spiritual power cultivated within his body will all turn into the immortal power of the immortal realm. This is the difference between a tribulation crossing loose immortal and a failed fake immortal. At this moment, Milton Cheney had already let go of his body, silently accepting the transformation by the immortal power. This step does not take too long, at most 100 years. To Milton Cheney at this time, 100 years truly isn't much. After all, he had already broken through to the loose immortal realm, and the basic lifespan of such is a whopping 99 million years. The longevity of loose immortals on the primitive path could not compare to those on the longevity immortal path. Some talented cultivators of the longevity immortal path could even have lifespans of several billion years during their loose immortal stage. But for those who break through to the loose immortal realm on the primitive path, the lifespan is generally around 99 million years. Milton Cheney was aware of this, as he had spent those years in the immortal realm not for naught. Although their lifespans are shorter, be it fighting techniques or comprehension, primitive loose immortals are quite stronger than those of the longevity loose immortals. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 100 years had gone by. Atop the 9-level tower, Milton Cheney's body had been completely transformed by the immortal power. At this time, if he were to face those fake immortals in the cultivation realm, he would utterly dominate them. Hardly anyone could withstand his second move. This is not an exaggeration, but a fact. Once one advances from the unification realm to the loose immortal realm on the primitive path, it's an entirely different heaven and earth. Milton Cheney had understood this before, for with his reincarnations in the immortal realm, he knew much. But to truly feel this state, it was only now. After all, during his previous life's simulation in the immortal realm, although he also became a loose immortal, that was a longevity loose immortal, and it was a completely different feeling from that of a primitive loose immortal. The immortal path is here. Milton Cheney's heart stirred. He sensed it. He perceived a path suddenly rising in front of him at this moment. Milton Cheney, who had never seen this path before, could clearly name it at this instant. Yes, the immortal path. The road leading to the immortal realm. I never thought there would really be an immortal path leading the way. It seems that the immortal realm is currently in an era when the immortal paths have not yet faded. Milton Cheney murmured to himself. Although he had some expectations, the actual appearance of the immortal path before him still left Milton Cheney somewhat sentimental. After all, this was his first time. In the countless reincarnation simulations he had undergone, even though he became a loose immortal during that reincarnation in the immortal realm, he did not experience the scene before him. The appearance of the boundless immortal path was very shocking. Luckily, Milton Cheney had ample experience, so even though the immortal path had now appeared, his expression did not change much. At most, there was a hint of sentiment in his eyes. Taking a step forward, Milton Cheney walked onto the immortal path. The next moment, the world transformed greatly. The cultivation realm disappeared from Milton Cheney's view. Right now, the only thing in Milton Cheney's eyes was the path under his feet leading to the immortal realm, all else around him was darkness. However, Milton Cheney was neither surprised nor panicked, merely astonishment in a flash as he stepped onto the immortal path. At this moment, time had lost all meaning to Milton Cheney. Step by step, Milton Cheney walked on the immortal path. The surrounding darkness did not affect him one bit. With a serene expression, Milton Cheney seemed to approach the end of the immortal path with every step he took. This was not illusory but a genuine sensation in Milton Cheney's heart. This indicated that the immortal path was not infinite but had an endpoint. After who knew how many years, the view before Milton Cheney's eyes was no longer the unchanging white road. A massive blue portal appeared in his field of vision. When it first appeared, the colossal portal was only a small dot, but as Milton Cheney took more steps, the gate grew larger in his eyes. Finally, he reached the gate. Am I supposed to push this door open? Is the immortal realm beyond it? Milton Cheney's thoughts flickered. The next moment, without hesitation, he reached out and pushed open the blue portal. The gate opened quite easily, with hardly any effort from Milton Cheney. It seemed as if the gate was an illusion with no substance. The next moment, brilliant white light burst forth. The dazzling white light obscured Milton Cheney's vision, causing him to instinctively squint. This was not ordinary light. At least, that's how Milton Cheney felt it. Chapter 681. Because if it were just ordinary light, Milton Cheney wouldn't have squinted his eyes. Of course, what it was didn't matter. Because at that moment, Milton Cheney saw a clear new world. Newcomer. A voice reached Milton Cheney's ears. Milton Cheney turned to look, and it was a young man dressed in a white robe. The young man's gaze toward him was indifferent, and after sizing up Milton Cheney, he said, "Follow me, this is the area of influence of the fallen Dark Immortal Court. You are Ascender number 720 from the lower realms, and you can choose a sect to join after registration. Because you are an Ascender, you will start as an inner sect disciple. Once you join the sect, you're lucky. In a while, I'll help you store the memory of the Immortal Realm Handbook. There are many things within the Immortal Realm that are forbidden in the lower realms. Pay attention." After finishing his words, the young man turned and took a step away. And as for Milton Cheney, he wasn't surprised and followed the young man with an indifferent expression. The fallen Dark Immortal Court? Never heard of it. I suppose it fell at the end of countless mythical eras. But the realm he ascended to is likely within the domain of the primitive path. After all, the young man before him also seemed to be a loose immortal of the primitive immortal path, as Milton Cheney could perceive a similar aura on the young man's person. Registration was simple, and no one troubled him. Of course, if no one troubled him, naturally no one took care of him either. This made Milton Cheney somewhat astonished. Because this was quite different from what he had seen in the ancient records of the immortal realm. In the records he read, it was always stated that the status of ascenders in the immortal realm was quite high, attracting the attention of powerhouses. Some were even taken as disciples by true immortals. But now, it seemed not to be the case. Perhaps this mythical era was too early, so early that it had significant differences from what was recorded in the ancient records. The sect Milton Cheney eventually chose to join was named the Spiritual True Sect. Because of this sect, he actually had knowledge. During that one reincarnation simulation of the immortal realm, Milton Cheney had read countless ancient records, and these memories had been retained by him. So with just a slight recollection, he knew why he was aware of the Spiritual True Sect. At this time, Milton Cheney's eyes brightened. What an impressive sect this was! Is this the one? Could it be one with the same name? If it were indeed the Spiritual True Sect, then he could not only determine in which era he currently was but also potentially reap unexpected benefits. Spiritual True Immortal King. The last immortal king of the primitive immortal path. Even someone who almost became a new sovereign of the heavenly court. In the immortal realm, there were even conspiracy theories that the reason the immortal path was severed could be due to the new immortal emperor suppressing the primitive immortal path. And this spiritual true immortal king, he originated from the spiritual true sect. Even in the future, the spiritual true sect would become the spiritual true immortal court. The immortal realm is too vast, it might just be a sect with the same name. Milton Cheney shook his head internally, he couldn't be certain. Just as he thought, the immortal realm was too vast. Moreover, even if it was as such, it seemed to have no relation to him. If he were to curry favor, the benefits would only come after an epoch, by which time his simulation would have ended. Nonetheless, despite not holding out much hope, Milton Cheney still chose to join the spiritual true sect. After all, it was the only sect he knew. Go in and inherit the memory, and then I'll take you to the spiritual true sect. Although I'm not sure why you chose this sect, I should let you know that it is the weakest among the 7 great sects of the fallen Dark Immortal Court, the young man said indifferently. Milton Cheney didn't explain, he just nodded and entered the array to inherit the memory. He couldn't very well say that in the future, a disciple from the spiritual true sect would become an immortal king. Even if he did, no one would believe it, so he chose to remain silent. Of course, even if someone did believe it, he still wouldn't say anything. After the memory inheritance, although this basic knowledge of the immortal realm was unnecessary for him, Milton Cheney still put on an appearance as if he had gained immensely from it. Let's go, I'll take you to the spiritual true sect. The young man, with Milton Cheney in tow, stepped into a teleportation array and initiated the array. The next moment, Milton Cheney felt the scenery change before his eyes, and huge bamboos came into view. This is the bamboo forest of the spiritual true sect, where the inner sect disciples reside, the young man explained. He then took out a token, stimulated it with immortal power, and in an instant, another person appeared before them. Steward Morgan, This new ascender has chosen your sect, the young man said, and then his figure disappeared. The mission of this body was complete. Naturally, there was no need for it to exist any longer. Messengers from the lower realms were actually each a part of the immortal power of the immortal monarchs from the fallen Dark Immortal Court. In other words, by now, Milton Cheney was already known to the immortal monarch of the fallen Dark Immortal Court. "Hello, I'm Adam Morgan, welcome to the Spiritual True Sect," said Adam Morgan with a smile. Milton Cheney nodded. "Steward Morgan, just call me Milton Cheney." Hearing this, Adam Morgan nodded. Milton Cheney's first impression was a good one. He was neither arrogant nor rash. To become an ascender was indeed no easy feat. It had been a long time since the realm of the fallen Dark Immortal Court had seen an ascender, and most of those who did ascend wouldn't join the Spiritual True Sect. In his memory, it must have been over 7 million sects since the last ascender had joined. Chapter 682. The rules of the inner sect in the Spiritual True Sect aren't many. After a while, I'll take you to the Sect Affairs Pavilion to register. If there's anything you don't understand, just come find me anytime, said Steward Morgan. Adam Morgan spoke. He was very clear about the potential strength of ascenders. After all, he himself was an ascender. Of course, although the Spiritual True Sect was a sect of the primitive path, in reality, not many truly practiced the original immortal path. There was no helping it because those who cultivated the original immortal path were mostly ascenders. And across the entire immortal realm, the number of ascenders was not considered high, even less so within the fallen Dark Immortal Court. Therefore, in the immortal realm, the primitive path had always been at the bottom of the 7 great paths. The immortals of the primitive path were strong, but they were too few in number. Of course, this few was relative to the other 6 great paths. Moreover, the status of the immortals of the primitive path in the heavenly court wasn't high, considering the heavenly court was where the true decision-making layer of the immortal realm resided. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was 2 million years later. Bamboo Forest, White Crow Tower. Perhaps because of his experiences in the wizard realm, Milton Cheney still had a preference for tower-shaped structures. So, the place where he resided was also transformed into a tower-shaped building by him. However, this White Crow Tower wasn't tall, with only 7 floors in total, not even as tall as any bamboo in the bamboo forest. At this moment, on the 7th floor of the bamboo forest, 2 people were sitting opposite each other. One of them was Milton Cheney, and the other was a frail-looking young man. "Old Cheney, you have no idea how dangerous it was this time. It's a good thing you didn't go, otherwise, it would have been a close call," said the frail young man in a casual tone, his posture relaxed and informal as he spoke. The casual tone of his voice indicated his extraordinary familiarity with Milton Cheney. "What, a lot of people died during the opening of the Mystic Realm?" Milton Cheney asked with some surprise. The news hadn't reached the sect yet, so he was not clear about what had happened in the Mystic Realm this time. "Many, how could it not be many? Almost all of them died. Some say this was the fallen Dark Immortal Court's doing, wanting to give the 7 great sects a major purge. Almost only the loose immortals from the original immortal path survived." Cornelius casually offered his startling view without any concern for the impact of his words. Milton Cheney smiled faintly and asked, "Is that what you think too?" "Of course not, the fallen Dark Immortal Court isn't stupid. How could they do such a thing to cut off their own roots? I guess it was the Skystar sect's doing," Cornelius said as he shook his head, expressing his speculation. Moments later, he spoke again, "Old Cheney, I feel like I'm done for, 2 million years with no improvement at all, stuck at the early stages of being a loose immortal. I guess this is as far as I go, even in death. Before my ascension, what a prodigious talent I was, merged paths in 400 years, reached full mastery in 2700 years, and succeeded in the tribulation in 900 years. Now, a small realm halts me for 2 million years. What's the point in cultivating further? I think I'm done. I'm planning to give up on cultivation, leave the sect, and enjoy life, find a few beautiful confidants, have some sons." After the words left his mouth, he saw Milton Cheney looking back at him with amusement. "What's with that look? Do you think I'm joking? This time it's definitely true. I'll leave the sect next year." Cornelius spoke indignantly. Milton Cheney simply shook his head. "Come off it, if you really wanted to give up, you would have done so a long time ago. Would you have waited until now?" Sigh. Cornelius didn't bother explaining further. He sighed, placed his hands behind his head, and lay down on the ground. Seeing Cornelius's posture, Milton Cheney couldn't help but feel contemplative. Who would have thought that the frail youth before him would one day become an immortal king, a mighty figure who ruled the immortal realm for countless eras? Immortal king. Such power was beyond Milton Cheney's imagination at the time. After all, it was so far advanced from the loose immortal realm, and even with the wizard immortal cultivation path he had pioneered, he had no confidence in whether this path contained the potential to reach immortal king. That's right, this Cornelius was the spiritual true immortal king from Milton Cheney's memories. This ascender had even joined the spiritual true sect later than he did, which was about 100,000 years after he joined the spiritual true sect. Steward Morgan couldn't stop grinning. Thinking about this, Milton Cheney suddenly wanted to make a joke. Thus, he said, "I think you could become an immortal king in the future, do you believe that?" At that moment, Milton Cheney was serious. And he wondered what Cornelius would feel when he became an immortal king in the future and recalled this statement from Milton Cheney. Just thinking about it made Milton Cheney's heart chuckle. It gave him a sense of involvement. As though the future position of Cornelius as an immortal king was due to his own guidance. Upon hearing these words, Cornelius sprang up from the ground, looking at Milton Cheney as if he had gone mad. "Old Cheney, have you lost your mind?" "I haven't gone mad, I've foreseen the future. In the future, you become an immortal king, and you even have a battle with the former emperor, a fight that eventually shattered the immortal path." In this moment, Milton Cheney looked deep and distant, gazing afar. At this moment, he was a prophet. Cornelius couldn't help but burst into laughter. But Milton Cheney didn't get annoyed and just smiled wryly, shaking his head as if everything was under his control. "Forget about becoming an immortal king, I'd wake up laughing from a dream even if I could become a soldier immortal. Though, thank you. I think I'll reconsider leaving the sect, and I've decided to cultivate for 100 more years." Cornelius spoke cheerfully. Hearing this, Milton Cheney was somewhat speechless. "Clearly, you never planned to leave the sect in the first place, so why make it seem like it's because of me now? By the way, let's not talk about me. Why haven't you made any progress in your own realm for years?" Chapter 683. I should give up, but you managed to transcend tribulation in just 300 years. Could it be because of the poor feng shui of the true spirit sect? Cornelius concealed his smile, speaking with a hint of seriousness. He understood there had been no progress for him, and he could somewhat guess why. However, Milton Cheney's lack of improvement over the years puzzled him. After all, in his view, Milton Cheney's talent was certainly not inferior to his. "My consciousness is deficient, and now I've reached the limit of my realm. Naturally, it's impossible for me to advance. Rather than expect me to advance, you might as well wait until you become an immortal king and resurrect me, maybe then I can continue to improve." Milton Cheney was quite frank about his situation, speaking offhandedly. As for the second sentence, it was purely his joke. Because he knew very well that even if Cornelius truly became an immortal king, resurrecting him would be impossible, since he did not actually belong to this world. However, the feeling of teasing a future immortal king was indeed pleasant. Even Milton Cheney couldn't resist. After all, the person before him was the highest achiever he had encountered, both in reality and in simulation. Even whether he himself could reach that stage in the future was still uncertain. Consciousness deficiency. Cornelius's brow furrowed slightly, seemingly surprised by Milton Cheney's reason. At this moment, his thoughts entangled, his emotions complex. Milton Cheney was, to put it simply, the only friend he made in his cultivation journey so far. So subconsciously, he wanted to help Milton Cheney resolve this issue. But the next moment, he wondered, could it be a scheme? To expose that treasure for Milton Cheney's sake, would it be worth it? In an instant, countless thoughts burst forth in Cornelius's mind. It should not be a plot, his mind was clear and transparent by nature, allowing him to sense that Milton Cheney bore no ill will towards him, perhaps even an indescribable expectation. Furthermore, considering Milton Cheney's age, it seemed he treated him like a junior to be looked after. Over the millions of years, Milton Cheney indeed helped him a lot. Leaving everything else aside, just the knowledge that Milton Cheney possessed was exceedingly profound. "Wait for me a moment." Cornelius finally made a decision. If he could help, then he should lend a hand. If he really misunderstood Milton Cheney, then that was his own fault. After he finished speaking, Cornelius's figure vanished from the spot. Milton Cheney, who was sitting cross-legged, blinked in surprise and then frowned slightly. He noticed Cornelius's sudden change. Was it because of his consciousness deficiency that Cornelius wanted to help him? Milton Cheney didn't know. But he was certain that, not to mention Cornelius, even an immortal emperor might not be able to help with his situation. Because his condition wasn't just a simple consciousness deficiency, but a limitation of the simulator. Breaking the simulator's limitations was nearly impossible. Unless a being of a higher order than the simulator intervened. If such an entity existed, it certainly wouldn't be within the immortal realm. Moments later, before Milton Cheney could harbor any other emotions, Cornelius reappeared. "Old Cheney, no matter what happens next, you must keep it secret. I may be able to solve your consciousness deficiency issue." Upon reappearing, Cornelius immediately spoke. His tone was serious and grave. He didn't know whether his actions were right or wrong, because within the immortal realm, there had been far too many cases of betrayals over treasures. Milton Cheney may not have been that type of person in the past, but that didn't mean he wouldn't become one in the future. Yet, he still acted thus because something inside him seemed to signal that helping Milton Cheney would not be harmful. Perhaps it was due to the voice in his heart, or maybe because Milton Cheney was his only friend, so he made what appeared to be a foolish decision. At this moment, Milton Cheney showed no signs of surprise or other emotions but frowned even deeper. "Old Cornelius, don't bother with futile efforts. Your posture suggests there are some things not fit to be exposed. I can assure you solemnly, there's nothing that can solve my situation, no matter what it is," Milton Cheney said. Then, even a fool like Milton Cheney realized that Cornelius was indeed intending to help him with his consciousness deficiency. Although nothing had begun yet, Milton Cheney already understood the outcome. So he directly refused. He had no intention of probing Cornelius's fortunes, and frankly, he had never thought about clinging to anyone's coattails, not to mention that Cornelius's ascension to immortal king was an event that wouldn't occur until hundreds of epochs later, by which time, his simulation would have long since ended. Hearing these words, Cornelius, unconcerned, shook his head. "What you say doesn't matter to me. Unsolvable? Oh, old Cheney, I just hope you don't drop your jaw later. No one knows better than Cornelius himself how incredibly formidable that treasure is. Solving a consciousness deficiency is a trifling matter. Forget about a deficiency, given time, he could even create a new consciousness for Milton Cheney with no problem." As time passed, after just a moment. Indeed, someone's jaw did drop in shock, but that person was not Milton Cheney. Impossible, how could this not work? Cornelius was stupefied. A mere consciousness deficiency issue, and the miracle mind plate couldn't solve it. This must be a joke, for it was a heavenly path treasure, an existence on the level of the heavenly path in the immortal realm. And now you're telling me that such a treasure can't solve a simple consciousness deficiency? Old Cheney, something's off with you, very off. Chapter 684. Cornelius opened his mouth with seriousness, his gaze fixed on Milton Cheney. Milton Cheney felt somewhat helpless. "I told you not to come, but you insisted on coming, and now you blame me for your inability. Do you know what I just took out was someth?" "Stop, I don't know, and I don't want to know." "No, I must let you know, it was the artifact of myriad thoughts and wills, a heavenly path treasure, countless." Cornelius spoke in intervals, while Milton Cheney had already closed his eyes to rest. "You don't care? You don't want to kill for treasure? Such a treasure, don't you wish to claim it for yourself?" Seeing Milton Cheney's completely indifferent demeanor, Cornelius was dumbfounded. He suddenly felt like he was punching cotton. Because he could sense that Milton Cheney truly didn't care, not a trace of greed had arisen. In fact, a moment ago, he had been highly vigilant. Had Milton Cheney shown any desire to kill for treasure, he would have struck immediately. But it seemed his worries were unnecessary. Because Milton Cheney truly didn't care at all. A moment later, he sat down cross-legged with a sense of defeat, then furrowed his brow tightly. Milton Cheney might not care, but Cornelius couldn't afford to be indifferent. If the artifact of myriad thoughts and wills couldn't solve Milton Cheney's problem, didn't that mean his issue was so severe that not even the immortal realm's heavenly path could resolve it? How could this be? Just a fragmentary consciousness. At worst, Milton Cheney's consciousness had splintered into a few pieces. But now, it seemed it wasn't so simple. "Is your condition congenital?" A moment later, Cornelius couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Milton Cheney opened his eyes. "You could say that, but of course, you don't need to concern yourself with it. To have cultivated to this realm, I've actually been quite fortunate. Whether I can advance further or not doesn't really make much of a difference to me." Milton Cheney's words were sincere. It was not his first reincarnation simulation. The rules of the simulator, he understood thoroughly, so naturally, he didn't have any special expectations. After he spoke, Cornelius nodded with difficulty. All that talk about being stuck in a small realm and wanting to leave the sect was entirely a joke. It was impossible for him not to progress. But for Milton Cheney, truly unable to further his realm, it was somewhat unsettling. He couldn't quite describe his feelings, something like sympathy, considering Milton Cheney could be said to be his only friend. After a while, Cornelius joked as if in jest, "All right, old Cheney, you're really broad-minded. Don't worry, once I achieve the rank of Immortal King, or Immortal Venerable, I'll bring you back even if you're dead." Hearing this, Milton Cheney's brows twitched. "No, I was just joking, if I die, you mustn't try to bring me back." Milton Cheney spoke earnestly. Although he was quite aware that Cornelius was unlikely to succeed in resurrecting him. But what if? What if it did happen? Wouldn't that mean Milton Cheney in reality would be missing a piece of his consciousness? Moreover, even if his counterpart in this world were resurrected, it wouldn't be truly him. "I'm serious, you must remember, even if you truly become the Immortal King, you must never bring me back to life." Milton Cheney's tone was very solemn. He had to nip the idea in the bud with Cornelius. Otherwise, who knew what could happen beyond his control? Hearing this, although Cornelius was puzzled why Milton Cheney was so serious about telling him this, he still nodded. But while Cornelius nodded, Milton Cheney felt a headache coming on. He knew that if Cornelius did one day become an Immortal King, he would probably still try to give it a shot and bring him back. Because he had just exposed too much. Sigh, if only I knew, I wouldn't have shown off. I hope, as he imagined, Cornelius won't be able to fish him out with the simulator. After all, to be precise, he can't be considered a person of this world. If there was a slight chance in one of the previous simulations, this simulation made it completely impossible. Because in this reincarnation simulation, it was like a physical traversal rather than a simple simulation. In this world, even the reincarnated body wasn't born from a mother's womb. In this world, there was no origin to speak of, so revival was even less likely. Time slipped away, like fine sand through the fingers, fleeting in an instant. 50 million years had passed. This reincarnation simulation had already lasted over 70 million years. Although this reincarnation simulation wasn't the longest Milton Cheney had experienced, it was still long enough to rank in the top 3. Bamboo Forest, White Crow Tower. "How is it, do you think you can handle it?" Milton Cheney, uncharacteristically, warmed a pot of tea and asked with a light smile. Sitting not far in front of him, Cornelius still appeared as a frail-looking youth. It must be said, this image was quite deceiving. Over the years, quite a few had been duped to their doom by Cornelius's appearance. "Definitely, to not let down your expectations of me becoming an Immortal King, I've really got to step up my game," Cornelius said, sipping tea and grinning. Ever since Milton Cheney set the precedent, Cornelius had been talking about becoming an Immortal King. It seemed like a joke. In fact, Cornelius took it as a joke himself. Even with the fragments of the all-encompassing intent disc, he never believed he could actually become an Immortal King. Hearing this, Milton Cheney shook his head with a wry smile. He should never have pretended to be a prophet, although it indeed felt exhilarating. When Cornelius truly becomes an Immortal King in the future, he will surely remember, in numerous eons before, someone knew sooner that he could reach this day. Cornelius drank the last sip of tea. "Next time we meet, I will be an immortal, and you'll be the new core disciple of the spiritual true sect. You really plan to have me as a disciple with connections, hey?" Milton Cheney laughed outright. "What, is that not okay? Others might have their objections, but they can just suck it up. Who told them not to have an immortal background?" Cornelius boasted. Although he wasn't yet an immortal, he was already behaving as one. It showed how confident he was. That's right, he was planning to have Milton Cheney, who was at the early stage of a loose immortal, become a core disciple of the spiritual true sect. Right now, he couldn't make it happen, but once he became an immortal, nothing would be a problem. Time remained constant, and another 30 million years passed by. After finishing the last pot of wine, Milton Cheney ended the reincarnation simulation with a calm demeanor. Holding the wine pot, watching the dissipating specks of light. Cornelius's expression also gradually shifted from beaming smiles to calm tranquility. What Milton Cheney didn't know was that, after this simulation ended, and countless eons later in the immortal realm, when Cornelius truly achieved the position of an esteemed immortal, the first thing he did was not to join the heavenly court, but to attempt to fish him out from the sea of time. Indeed, old Cheney, something's off about you, very off. Cornelius mused to himself with a bemused smile. But he failed. In the sea of time, not even a shadow of Milton Cheney could be found. Chapter 685. Reincarnation simulation ended. Successfully retained reincarnation simulation memory. Detected that the host will not be affected by the reincarnation memory, the simulator memory protection function is not enabled, would you like to enable it now? Detected that the host is at the primitive loose immortal realm, would you like to retain and modify it to adapt to the wizard realm rules? Do not activate memory protection. Retain realm to adapt to the wizard realm rules. Back in reality, within the rules space. Milton Cheney, upon hearing the mechanical voice in his mind and giving it a thought, found the memories from this reincarnation simulation becoming incredibly clear. The realm experienced within the simulation was also smoothly inherited into reality. The next moment, Milton Cheney's consciousness swiftly entered the spiritual sea. Sitting cross-legged in the rules space, he tried to mobilize the power that belonged to the primitive loose immortal at this moment. It must be said, this power was profoundly different from the longevity-focused loose immortal. This reincarnation simulation brought huge gains. And all that Milton Cheney had invested were merely 5 counts of reincarnation simulation. It was definitely worth it. After all, 40 years, even in real time, was not a long period for Milton Cheney. To invest 40 years in accumulating reincarnation simulation counts to achieve the status of a primitive loose immortal brought tremendous benefits. You must know, the realm of primitive loose immortal could help lay the foundation for Milton Cheney's 7th stage wizard immortal path. At this time, Milton Cheney had undoubtedly taken a significant step toward the 7th stage wizard immortal path. And a substantial step toward the path of transcendence. What he was lacking now was only to become a lower true god in the divine realm. Once he could achieve this, then carving out the 7th stage wizard immortal path within a millennium, and even transcendence, would no longer be just a fantasy. It would be genuinely achievable. Loose immortal, primitive loose immortal, 6th stage wizard immortal. Right now, within the wizard realm, apart from Mansar, I should be the strongest. In the rules space, Milton Cheney mused to himself. This wasn't self-praise, indeed, the wizard realm was home to many old monsters, mostly level 7 wizards who had lived for innumerable years. Some had even reached the limit of a level 7 wizard. Over the years, what they lacked was simply a path to follow. Under these circumstances, even if these beings only practiced the wizard cultivation path, they were not to be underestimated. If it were the Milton Cheney from before, going against these individuals, he would not dare claim a 100% chance of victory. Although the potential limit of the wizard immortal cultivation path is high, Milton Cheney's realm was but the limit of a 6th stage wizard immortal. In terms of realm, it was weaker compared to the limit of a level 7 wizard. Though a loose immortal of the same realm was stronger than a level 7 wizard, the path of the loose immortal was not specialized in fighting techniques but in longevity. The longevity of the realm within the reincarnation simulation is not inherited in reality. Therefore, the loose immortal realm that Milton Cheney possessed in reality could be considered a nerfed version, although it was already strong enough. But definitely not the strongest. This strongest is meant apart from Mansar. However, this all changed after the end of this reincarnation simulation. Because after the end of this reincarnation simulation, Milton Cheney retained the realm of a primitive loose immortal. As a primitive loose immortal, within the 7 major paths of the immortal realm, its combat ability could rank in the top 2, and even claim the first spot. This could be said to be the most suitable realm for Milton Cheney to retain in reality. At this point, Milton Cheney, without exaggeration, had become the strongest beneath Mansar. Unfortunately, Milton Cheney's goal had long since moved beyond this point. His aim was transcendence and not just being the strongest in the wizard realm, especially since Mansar stood above him. Even if he truly were the strongest in the wizard realm, it wouldn't particularly matter to Milton Cheney. Milton Cheney's sights were set extremely far into the future. Swellings of arrogance were unlikely to take root in his heart. Thinking this, Milton Cheney stopped dwelling on these meaningless thoughts. He cast aside the distractions in his mind and began to deduce the wizard immortal cultivation path towards the 7th stage wizard immortal. Although deducing in reality was not practical, after all, time in reality was too short. A few years, or even decades, centuries of deduction, would have almost no impact on the wizard immortal cultivation path. Only by extending the timeline to several 100,000 years, millions of years, or even tens of millions of years, may one be able to push the path of a 6th stage wizard immortal a bit further. Of course, this did not mean that deduction in reality was meaningless. After all, no one knows what the future holds. What if, in the future, he was lacking just these decades of deduction time? Milton Cheney did not want to have regrets, so even in reality, he would not slack off the slightest. Time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, several years had passed. The counts for a new reincarnation simulation had accumulated again, but Milton Cheney did not rashly initiate this next reincarnation simulation. Having experienced the compounded benefits of 5 consecutive reincarnation simulations, Milton Cheney no longer wanted to use them one by one. So, until he had accumulated enough for 5 reincarnation simulations, Milton Cheney would not carelessly start a new one. Over these years, Milton Cheney had only used the few text simulations he had saved up. Chapter 686. It must be said, after retaining the realm of primitive loose immortal, he felt increasingly like a fish in water during the text simulations. Out of 3 text simulations, he only fell in a battle where the future wizard realm was destroyed. That time was because he stubbornly resisted in the text simulation without considering to abandon the wizard realm and escape, which led to his downfall. Otherwise, even if facing that battle, Milton Cheney could have left any time he wanted to. Indeed, at this point, the text simulation no longer held him back. As long as he didn't choose characters with excessively extreme personalities, like the Virgin Mary, he was very unlikely to end a text simulation prematurely. It's just a bit regrettable that he in the text simulation didn't seem to put much effort into deducing the wizard immortal cultivation path. It seems this is because he lacked the purpose he had in reality. Even if he was deducing the wizard immortal cultivation path, progress was slow. So if he wanted to continue deducing the wizard immortal cultivation path, Milton Cheney could only rely on the true body simulation among the 3 types of simulations. After all, true body simulation meant he controlled his own body, and he retained all his memories from reality within it. Only now did Milton Cheney understand why true body simulations accumulated the most time. Indeed, as time went on, true body simulations became increasingly important to him. Fortunately, the true body simulation every 16 years was also acceptable to Milton Cheney. In fact, for the current Milton Cheney, a decade or so passed in the blink of an eye. Of course, even so, Milton Cheney could very clearly distinguish reality from simulations, ensuring he wouldn't get lost in reality due to extensive simulation. This was impossible for Milton Cheney. After all, his mindset at this time was extremely strong. However, although he planned to accumulate reincarnation simulations, Milton Cheney didn't plan to accumulate true body simulations anymore. After experiencing the last reincarnation simulation, once he retained the realm of primitive loose immortal, he no longer needed the strength of others to help him deduce the path of the witch immortal. Now, he could deduce the path of the witch immortal all by himself. After all, his comprehension had increased so much more than it had when he was in the unification realm. In such a situation, naturally, he didn't need to accumulate true body simulation times and thus waste an opportunity for true body simulation. After all, stacking 2 true body simulations together wouldn't double his lifespan in the true body simulations. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, another 10 years have passed. This was 10 years in reality, not 10 years within any simulation. Even though the impact of time in reality was minimal to Milton Cheney, the time in reality was certainly not brief. After all, a text simulation could be accumulated in just 2 years, and a reincarnation simulation could be accrued in just 8 years. Within the rules space, the attribute panel appeared before Milton Cheney's eyes. On the panel, rows of black characters representing the text simulation were slowly scrolling past. After a moment, simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique or retain memory. Retain memory. Without any hesitation, Milton Cheney decisively chose to retain memory. In truth, no matter what he chose, it wouldn't make much difference to his own improvement. By now, Milton Cheney had reached a true bottleneck in every sense of the word. To advance further, he would have to carve out the 7th stage wizard immortal path and become a real 7th stage wizard immortal. After 5 text simulations had ended, Milton Cheney, seated cross-legged, pondered quietly. Perhaps I should start accumulating text simulations. After the wizard realm, nothing much would happen. This was confirmed by countless text simulations. Of course, this after refers to the period before the wizard realm's destruction. Accumulating all the text simulations for use once he truly becomes a 7th stage wizard immortal was a thought Milton Cheney had harbored before. It's just that he had never acted upon it. The reason is simple, it was because Milton Cheney was worried that if he became a 7th stage wizard immortal, the simulator might suddenly update and swallow up all his accumulated simulation counts. If that happened, wouldn't Milton Cheney have wasted so many text simulation times? A quick calculation. If Milton Cheney could become a 7th stage wizard immortal within 1,000 years, then he could accumulate 500 text simulation times. 500 times. Such an exaggerated number. It can be said that as long as Milton Cheney becomes a 7th stage wizard immortal, those 500 text simulation times could definitely push him to the limit of a 7th stage wizard immortal. Or even higher, although that is less likely. After all, in Milton Cheney's conception, the 8th stage wizard immortal was a realm comparable to a true immortal of the immortal realm. But what does it matter if 500 text simulations couldn't push him to 8th stage wizard immortal? Reaching the limit of the 7th stage wizard immortal is definitely possible. So even Milton Cheney deliberated deeply. In the end, he decided to take a gamble and accumulate text simulation times. If it worked out, that would mean 500 reincarnation simulations after becoming a 7th stage wizard immortal. If it didn't, it was no big deal. Chapter 687. After all, even if he didn't accumulate text simulation counts, the text simulations were of little significance to Milton Cheney at this point. It would be better to save them up. The simulator shouldn't swallow up his simulation counts, right? It couldn't, could it? What truly made Milton Cheney resolute was the 5 text simulations over the past 10 years. Within those 10 years, the 5 text simulations had brought him virtually no improvement, not virtually, there had been no improvement whatsoever. Apart from leaving him with some meaningless memories, he had gained nothing. If there had been even the slightest bit of useful insight from any of the 5 text simulations, Milton Cheney wouldn't have made such an extreme initial decision. Once the decision was made, it was highly unlikely that Milton Cheney would change his mind. As for not using text simulations and possibly not keeping up with the future of the wizard realm, Milton Cheney wasn't worried. He just needed to spend 1,000 years in the wizard realm once the true body simulation started. After all, 1,000 years were but a fleeting moment for him, with his millions of years of lifespan within the true body simulation. After making his decision, Milton Cheney hid the simulator's panel. In 2 more years' time, the new true body simulation would be ready to accumulate. By then, he could focus on deducing the wizard immortal cultivation path within the true body simulation. 2 years weren't too short nor too long. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Within the rules space, Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes, and with a thought, the familiar light blue light curtain of the simulator floated before him. Milton Cheney's gaze landed on the simulation count section. True body simulation count, 1. Start true body simulation. Start. Without the slightest hesitation, Milton Cheney commenced the true body simulation. The next moment, the light screen faded away. Milton Cheney's expression remained unchanged as he closed his eyes again to continue deducing the wizard immortal cultivation path. He would stay in the wizard realm for 1,000 years, and once the realm faced the war of destruction, he would leave. As for the wizard realm, he couldn't save it. He had neither the ability nor the intention to do so. After all, it was only a true body simulation, and saving the wizard realm would be meaningless. When the simulation ends, the wizard realm would remain as it always was, unchanged. To save the wizard realm from destruction, he had to become a transcendent, but not just any transcendent. He had to be one who could integrate the wizard realm into his inner world. Milton Cheney was confident that he could achieve this in the future, but time waits for no one. Being confident in achieving it and being confident in doing so within 1,000 years were 2 entirely different concepts. What Milton Cheney needed to do now was to race against time. Fortunately, although 1,000 years in reality were brief, they could accumulate a significant simulation count. He might be able to do it. Pushing aside all distractions in his mind, Milton Cheney silently deduced the wizard immortal cultivation path. Time slowly slipped away, and 1,000 years passed in a blink. Nothing special happened. The future of the wizard realm was no different than in any of the other simulations. By now, Milton Cheney had already left the wizard realm. After departing the wizard realm, Milton Cheney followed the memories in his mind to reach an ordinary lifeless planet. This world, among countless stars in Milton Cheney's memory, held nothing special. The only unique aspect was that this world was extremely concealed. This just happened to be what Milton Cheney needed. After all, the concealment of the world meant that he would not be disturbed by others. He could concentrate on deducing the path to the 7th stage wizard immortal in peace. At this point, Milton Cheney didn't need help from others, which also meant he didn't need to seek out life-bearing planets that aligned with the development of the wizard immortal cultivation path. There was no need to waste time cultivating other 6th stage wizard immortals. This would save him a lot of time. And time was precisely what Milton Cheney truly needed at the moment. After opening a rules space outside of this lifeless planet named Force Origin Star, Milton Cheney began quietly deducing the wizard immortal cultivation path. It must be said, after experiencing the previous reincarnation simulation and retaining the realm of the primitive loose immortal, deducing the wizard immortal cultivation path was incredibly easy for Milton Cheney. It felt as though he was making progress at every moment. Even Milton Cheney himself found this sensation to be extremely comfortable. Time slowly flowed onwards. Cultivation knows no years, and likewise, deducing a path of cultivation is also beyond the concept of years. Within the rules space of Force Origin Star, Milton Cheney completely disregarded the passage of time, focusing solely on the deduction of the wizard immortal cultivation path. Time, it seemed, had become irrelevant to Milton Cheney. Millions of years flashed by in the true body simulation. Throughout those millions of years, Milton Cheney never once left the rules space of Force Origin Star. Fortunately, Force Origin Star was indeed well concealed, at least for those 4 million years. Milton Cheney was never disturbed by the outside world. People passed through this expanse of the void space, but none discovered the existence of Force Origin Star, let alone the presence of Milton Cheney. Progress is swift. If this pace continues, then perhaps in 50 million years at most, I could fully integrate the original immortal path into the wizard immortal cultivation path, Milton Cheney murmured to himself within the space. Such speed was undoubtedly extremely fast. Chapter 688. 50 million years may sound like a long time, especially since Milton Cheney's lifespan is only 30 million years. In other words, under normal circumstances, even if Milton Cheney were to deduce until death, he would be unable to fully integrate the path of the primitive loose immortal into the wizard immortal cultivation path. But Milton Cheney had a trick up his sleeve. To him, 50 million years was nothing more than 2 true body simulations. Translated into reality, that was 32 years. This calculation did not even include this current true body simulation. If one accounted for this true body simulation, that meant Milton Cheney needed only 16 years in reality to completely integrate the path of the primitive loose immortal into the wizard immortal cultivation path. 16 years versus 50 million years seemed like a vast difference. But in reality, to Milton Cheney, the two were indeed equivalent. At this thought, a light chuckle escaped from Milton Cheney's heart. The further he progressed, the more he could appreciate the power of the simulator. The simulator choosing him was his fortune. Without the simulator, he would have been unable to step-by-step arrive at where he was today. So although Milton Cheney never mentioned it, his heart had always been filled with gratitude toward the simulator. Time flew by, and after 25 million years, inside the rules space of the Force Source Star, Milton Cheney's expression was calm, his demeanor indifferent. At this moment, he had stopped the deduction of the wizard immortal cultivation path because he clearly perceived his life nearing its end. A moment later, he exhaled his last breath and ended this true body simulation. The familiar rules space of the Force Source world had already vanished from his sight, and his body was no longer inside the rules space of the Force Source Star. His senses refreshed, Milton Cheney's body reappeared within his own rules space. Milton Cheney slowly closed his eyes. The memories in his mind at this instant became incredibly clear. When he once again opened his eyes, all the memories in his mind had already been sorted. The chaotic and useless memories were concealed by Milton Cheney, and the light blue transparent light curtain representing the simulator still hovered before his eyes. True body simulation end. Realm, technique, and memories retained. 2 lines of black text flashed across the light screen. In Milton Cheney's mind, the familiar mechanical voice also sounded once more. Nearly 30 million years of true body simulation had come to a smooth end. The gains are substantial. At this moment, Milton Cheney murmured to himself. It had to be said, this true body simulation had brought him gains not inferior to the time he inherited the realm of the longevity loose immortal through a reincarnation simulation. During this true body simulation, Milton Cheney had advanced the Wizard Immortal path by a significant step. He had even deduced a new direction for the Wizard Immortal cultivation path. An alternative direction. Given another 30 million years, he could completely integrate the path of the primitive loose immortal into the Wizard Immortal cultivation path. He could even directly open up a route toward a 7th stage Wizard Immortal. But this was not the path Milton Cheney intended to take. The reason was simple: in his deductions, thoroughly integrating the path of the primitive loose immortal into the Wizard Immortal cultivation path indeed allowed a breakthrough to 7th stage Wizard Immortal. But this 7th stage Wizard Immortal was not what Milton Cheney had envisioned. At best, it was a 7th stage Wizard Immortal that simply accommodated the characteristics of the primitive loose immortal. This could allow him to become a 7th stage Wizard Immortal, but it would not enable him to become a transcendent. Milton Cheney's goal from the start was not just to be an ordinary 7th stage Wizard Immortal. Otherwise, there was no need for him to go through the trouble of reincarnating in the divine realm earlier. His aim from the beginning was to become a transcendent while reaching 7th stage Wizard Immortal. Compared to the former, the latter was much more important to Milton Cheney. In the next true body simulation, I will fully deduce the Wizard Immortal cultivation path. After that, I can focus on reincarnating in the spiritual divine realm. Milton Cheney set the tone in his heart. He was in no hurry. The temptation of becoming a 7th stage wizard was great, but it had to be a complete 7th stage wizard. In Milton Cheney's conception, a complete 7th stage Wizard Immortal should comprise 3 cultivation paths: Wizard cultivation path plus path of the primitive loose immortal plus divine spirit cultivation path. Not just 2 paths consisting of the Wizard cultivation path and the path of the primitive loose immortal. Dismissing the floating attribute panel from in front of him, Milton Cheney no longer dwelled on the thought. He had plenty of time. 1,000 years in reality represented tens of billions of years in simulation. Thus, Milton Cheney had no need to rush. It was not yet the final moment. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, another 16 years had elapsed in reality. During these 16 years, Milton Cheney had accumulated another 8 counts of text simulation. However, Milton Cheney had not used any of these 8 text simulations. Having already decided not to use text simulation before the 7th stage Wizard Immortal, Milton Cheney naturally would not go against his own decision. It was not just text simulation. The count of reincarnation simulations had also accumulated to 4. To initiate the next reincarnation simulation, Milton Cheney only needed to wait another 6 years. Of course, what was most important to the current Milton Cheney was that the count of new true body simulations had accumulated once again. If nothing unexpected occurred, after this true body simulation, he could completely integrate the path of the primitive loose immortal into the Wizard Immortal cultivation path. This signified that the Wizard Immortal cultivation path Milton Cheney had forged would ascend to a higher level. Within the space of the rules, Milton Cheney's thoughts prompted the action. The next moment, the light blue transparent light curtain panel representing the simulator floated in front of Milton Cheney. Chapter 689. Gazing away from the attribute panel, Milton Cheney's eyes still lingered on the simulation count column. Reincarnation simulation count, 4. True body simulation count, 1. Would you like to initiate reincarnation simulation? No. Initiate true body simulation. Milton Cheney muttered to himself. With 1 reincarnation simulation remaining, he naturally couldn't rashly start it, so Milton chose to initiate a new round of true body simulation instead. The next moment, the simulation began in an instant. The light blue transparent light curtain floating in front of Milton disappeared in a flash. Having undergone countless true body simulations, Milton clearly understood that this signified the simulation had begun. Inside the rules space, Milton remained expressionless, as if nothing had happened. Just like the previous true body simulation, 1,000 years later, before the destruction of the wizard realm, Milton chose to leave for the power source star ahead of the wizard realm's demise. Still, he carved out a rules space in the outer layer of the power source star. This time within the true body simulation, Milton would not waste a moment. He was not concerned with the passage of time, but that didn't mean time was not important to him. Time had always been of importance to him. With the rules space successfully established, Milton immediately began to further deduce the path of wizard immortal cultivation. 30 million years passed in the blink of an eye. I've made it. Within the rules space, Milton's eyes shone brightly. Predictions are just predictions. To truly integrate the way of the primitive loose immortal into the path of wizard immortal cultivation within the foresaw time is not easy. Milton had dedicated 58 million years of relentless time. During this time, his mind was clear of any distractions. All his thoughts were focused on deducing the path of wizard immortal cultivation. One might say that the simulator provided him with a platform, but it was still Milton himself who truly grew with this platform's support. By now, I could choose to make a breakthrough to the 7th stage of wizard immortal. Milton mused internally. No matter his previous thoughts, when this moment truly arrived, Milton couldn't help but feel a surge of impulsiveness. It was as if a voice inside was urging him to break through to the 7th stage of wizard immortal as soon as possible. Within the rules space, Milton's brows furrowed slightly. He suppressed the distractions in his mind. A breakthrough was, of course, out of the question. If he broke through now, all his previous schemes would be a joke. Compared to becoming a transcendent, being a 7th stage wizard immortal seemed less significant. With this thought, the impulsive feeling in Milton's mind dissolved instantly. Decades passed in a blink of an eye. Over these tens of thousands of years, Milton left the power source star and wandered through the void space. It must be said, the nearly 60 million years of deduction had left him feeling exhausted in body and soul. After all, even for Milton, 60 million years was a very long time. Moreover, during these 60 million years, he was not idle but was continuously engaged in intense intellectual activity. This was exceedingly tiring, and if he hadn't been through so much before, he might have even become lost in the worlds within the true body simulation. Fortunately, Milton had undergone too many simulations. They had forged his resilient mindset. In the void space, at a certain moment, Milton slowly closed his eyes. He sensed it, he sensed that his life had come to an end. True body simulation end. Realm, techniques and memories retained. A mechanical voice rang in Milton's mind. Perception returned once more. At this moment, Milton's body once again returned to the rules space of the wizard realm. The memories in his mind flowed into his vast sea of memories, gradually integrating and comprehending them. Opening his eyes, the simulator's panel was still floating in front of him. The nearly 30 million year true body simulation had come to a smooth end. Concealing the light blue light curtain that hovered in front of him, Milton's face bore a reflective expression. This round of true body simulation had undoubtedly brought vast gains. In just 32 years, these 2 rounds of true body simulation allowed Milton to completely elevate the wizard immortal cultivation path by 1 stage. It could be said that by now, the wizard immortal cultivation path was entirely unnecessary for him. But Milton couldn't rashly make a breakthrough. The reason was simple: once he chose to break through, it was uncertain how many more years it would take to become a transcendent. Milton was still aware of the true pros and cons. Next, it's time for reincarnation simulation. As long as I become a lower true god in the spiritual divine realm, I can then use true body simulation to continue deducing the wizard immortal cultivation path and fully integrate the divine spirit's cultivation path into it, glimpsing transcendence. Milton Cheney mused to himself. Of course, it sounded simple to contemplate, but doing it was another story entirely. For Milton, 1,000 years were enough. No, not 1,000 years anymore but 900. Unless his luck was extremely poor, an accident after accident occurred in each reincarnation simulation. If that were the case, Milton would have no choice but to abandon the wizard realm. To give up on the wizard realm and just preserve a few individuals was an easy choice for Milton Cheney. Which meant, regardless of whether Milton could achieve his goal within 1,000 years, he would not choose to give up on transcendence. Even if he did not carve out the true wizard immortal cultivation path within 1,000 years, Milton would continue to cultivate this path and not opt for breaking through to a false 7th stage wizard immortal realm. However, the consequence was that the wizard realm would be destroyed. In the future, even if Milton broke through to the true 7th stage of wizard immortal, he would have to choose another world to become his inner world. Chapter 690. The most perfect outcome, naturally, would be to accomplish all his schemes within a millennium. After a moment of contemplation, Milton Cheney stopped dwelling on it and cleared the stray thoughts from his mind. Within the rules space, Milton Cheney once again closed his eyes. Only this time, instead of developing the wizard immortal cultivation path, he completely emptied his mind and closed his eyes to cultivate his spirit. Although it was a simulation, true body simulation was a simulation of real experiences. After 50 million years of continuous simulation, even Milton Cheney needed to rest. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 6 years had gone by. Inside the rules space, sitting cross-legged atop a stone stele, Milton Cheney opened his eyes once more. 5 reincarnation simulations had already been accumulated at this moment. With a thought, he summoned the light blue light curtain of the simulator. Reincarnation simulation count, 5. Would you like to start the reincarnation simulation? Stack 5 reincarnation simulation counts to initiate the reincarnation simulation, Milton Cheney murmured a command in his thoughts. The next moment, his consciousness plunged into darkness momentarily, his vision shifted, and his awareness appeared in the familiar reincarnation space. In the reincarnation space, without the slightest hesitation, Milton Cheney chose the light point representing the spiritual divine realm with a thought. His consciousness sank completely into darkness. Choosing to reincarnate in the spiritual divine realm had been Milton Cheney's plan all along. After all, the only thing missing to perfect the 7th stage realm of his wizard immortal cultivation path, which he had developed, was the lower true God level of the spiritual divine realm. Whether he could succeed this time was unknown. Because there was a fundamental difference between the spiritual divine realm and the cultivation realm. Even if Milton Cheney could retain all his strength entering the simulation, he still would not be considered the strongest in the spiritual divine realm. Let alone the strongest. If the spiritual divine realm were also to be considered a pyramid, then even if Milton Cheney retained all his strength when entering it, he would still only be on the lower levels of the spiritual divine realm. He couldn't even touch the middle levels. Milton Cheney had always found it strange why the 9th universe contained such an exaggerated world as the spiritual divine realm. In his simulations, the main gods of the spiritual divine realm were at least on par with the sovereign immortals, or even stronger. If this was a world within the 7th universe, then Milton Cheney would not be surprised at all. But this was only the 9th universe. Perhaps his assumptions were incorrect, and the 9th universe was not necessarily the weakest. In an unknown location within the spiritual divine realm, Milton Cheney's consciousness slowly regained clarity. Indeed, this reincarnation simulation remained similar to the true body simulation state. His body was his own from reality, or rather, an incarnation of his real body. I possess the divine spirit cultivation method, and as long as I can safely get through 10 million years, there is a good chance I can ascend to a lower true God in this reincarnation simulation, Milton Cheney said to himself. Of course, all this hinged on not provoking other powerful beings. Naturally, Milton Cheney had no intention of provoking other powerful beings, as he was clear on who was weaker and who was stronger. But him not provoking others didn't mean that no one would come looking for trouble with him. In the spiritual divine realm, there were simply too many powerful beings. However, the spiritual divine realm was not as vast as the immortal realm. Meaning, the chances of Milton Cheney encountering other powerful beings in this world were quite high. Yet, as long as Milton Cheney played his cards right, he was likely to avoid conflicts with other strong entities. After all, the recklessly aggressive divine spirits were in the minority. With these thoughts in mind, Milton Cheney didn't linger in the place any longer, he needed to find a safe location to cultivate. Thereupon, his figure shifted, vanishing from the spot. Time flowed slowly, and in a fleeting moment, 10 million years had passed. Within the spiritual divine realm, the city of countless stars. This was a majestic city within the spiritual divine realm. Not only did demigods live in the city, but genuine divine spirits also dwelt there. Wraith, why has the stock of star sand decreased so drastically lately? A burly middle-aged man asked within a small house in the city. His voice was deep and robust, and the wraith he referred to was Milton Cheney. Behind the counter, Milton Cheney raised his eyes slightly and responded, I've decided to stop dealing in star sand for now. If you want to buy some in the future, go look for Wind Sand Demigod at the Sand River Cottage. Isn't star sand the only thing you sell? Are you closing up shop? Are you renting out this trade cabin, then? You were really lucky to have gotten it for such a low price back then. Red Blood Demigod remarked with a hint of envy in his tone as if Milton Cheney truly had snapped up a great bargain back then. Was that really the case? Obviously not. Of course, Milton Cheney had no interest in explaining. Indifferently, he said, I'm not renting it out, just selling it. It's already up for listing. If you're interested in taking over, it'll be 30,000 true divine spirits. As Milton Cheney's words fell, Red Blood Demigod laughed and shook his head, forget it, I can't afford that. Even selling me wouldn't raise 30,000 spirits. Right, why are you closing down? You've been at it for so long, he inquired, more out of curiosity. Besides, your business isn't bad here. From his perspective, it indeed seemed puzzling why Milton Cheney would suddenly decide to close up shop. After all, the trading cabin owned by Milton Cheney was situated in a rather good location within the city of countless stars, where selling almost anything should pose no issue. Chapter 691. Shutting the door and putting the cabin up for sale, this seemed like a complete loss no matter how you looked at it. Killing the goose that lays the golden eggs is far inferior to a steady trickle of profit. I need true divine spirits, Milton Cheney said flatly. He didn't really want to sell the cabin, as acquiring it initially had not been easy. He had a long life ahead of him, but time waits for no one. The Stars Tower was about to open, and he had to take a risk. Although his foundation wasn't particularly solid as he had been a ninth-stage demigod for only 400,000 years, this was all relative. Compared to the present red blood demigod, he could definitely be considered well-grounded. Are you going to try your luck in the Stars Tower? Upon hearing Milton Cheney's words, the red blood demigod instantly understood. He, like Milton Cheney, was a ninth-stage demigod. In the spiritual divine realm, there were far too many ninth-stage demigods, so many that saying they were as common as blades of grass would not be an exaggeration. Between demigods and true gods, there's an insurmountable chasm. Making it past this chasm is undoubtedly extremely difficult. But it's not without shortcuts, and the Stars Tower within the City of Stars is one such shortcut. Milton Cheney wasn't surprised that the red blood demigod had guessed his thoughts. After all, which ninth-stage demigod in the City of Stars didn't want to give the Stars Tower a shot? However, the interval between each opening of the Stars Tower was far too long, 100 million years for each. If Milton Cheney missed this one, he inevitably wouldn't be able to catch the next, which was the reason he had to take this risk. Of course, there's no problem if he fails. It would just be a waste of the resources he'd been gathering for tens of millions of years. You've been a ninth-stage demigod for less than 1,000,000 years, right? Isn't this a bit too impulsive? With 50,000 spirits, if you fail, you'll truly have nothing left, and it will be very difficult to have the opportunity to break through to the true God realm in the future. The red blood demigod spoke gravely, frowning. He and Milton Cheney were on good terms, having explored the mystic realm together numerous times, so naturally, he didn't want his friend to lose everything on a whim. It just wasn't worth it. Milton Cheney could, of course, hear the concern in red blood demigod's words. Resources can be earned back, but a lost opportunity is truly gone. Milton Cheney gave red blood demigod a deep look and said. As far as he knew, the wealth of the red blood demigod was quite substantial, definitely worth more than 50,000 spirits. But clearly, the red blood demigod had no intention of braving the Stars Tower. Of course, Milton Cheney wasn't about to persuade anyone otherwise. He just needed to take care of his own choices. Without the opportunity of the Stars Tower, even Milton Cheney wasn't entirely confident in breaking through to the true God realm on his own. When faced with a decision, Milton Cheney had always been resolute. Fine, I won't try to dissuade you any further, just think it over yourself. The red blood said helplessly, shaking his head before he left. Good advice is wasted on the damned. In his view, Milton Cheney was too impulsive. Having advanced to a ninth-stage demigod less than 1,000,000 years ago and now taking on the Stars Tower was just a fruitless waste of true divine spirits. To know that a simple trading cabin was valued at 20,000 true divine spirits, and a Stars Tower ticket was worth a hefty 50,000 true divine spirits. After red blood left, Milton Cheney wasn't bothered in the slightest. To him, the Stars Tower was merely an opportunity. Not every opportunity yields returns, but whether one seizes the opportunity is a matter of personal choice. So from the beginning, red blood and Milton Cheney viewed the issue differently. Of course, this didn't mean one was right and the other wrong. Time slowly passed, and before long 10 years had gone by. The Stars Tower truly opened, and Milton Cheney did end up selling the trading cabin. In his possession, he had exactly 50,000 true divine spirits. One could say, if he failed, he would have lost everything he once had. Of course, even so, Milton Cheney did not hesitate in the slightest. As time went by, 100 years later, inside the Stars Tower, Milton Cheney was covered in blood. There was no one else around him, nor any object in sight. What a pity, still a failure. Milton Cheney muttered to himself. Although he had failed, there was not the slightest change in his expression. It was, after all, merely an attempt to seize an opportunity. If success were that easy, the spiritual divine realm wouldn't have so many ninth-stage demigods. However, despite the failure, Milton Cheney truly saw the gap between himself and a true god at this moment. The gap was not big. One might even say that between him and a true god, there was only a thin membrane. As long as he could break this barrier, he would be able to ascend to the status of a true lower-tier true god. Without pausing to reflect further, he was ejected from the Tower of Stars. Reappearing in the City of Stars, Milton Cheney's demeanor remained calm, seemingly unaffected by the recent failure. "You failed." "Yes." Though Red Blood stated the obvious, Milton Cheney still nodded in confirmation. Red Blood demigod wasn't the slightest bit surprised, for he knew all too well that Milton Cheney's chances of success were next to none. Every time the Tower of Stars opened, countless ninth-stage demigods would fling themselves at it like moths to a flame, burning everything they had for a chance to obtain a Tower of Stars monthly ticket. But in the end, the ones who succeeded in ascending through the Tower of Stars to claim a place in the Divine Kingdom and achieve a divine position were 1 in 10 million. The input and the output were not at all proportional. He had always considered Milton Cheney to be the most rational among the demigods he had encountered, but even he was not exempt from this trial. This goes to show how tempting the realm of true gods is to demigods. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, another myriad years passed by. The City of Stars, the myriad spirits' realm. Milton Cheney emerged from the mystic realm. Besides him, there were 3 other demigods. "Wraith, are you intending to attempt to ascend to the Divine Kingdom?" The Wind-Sand demigod suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, Milton Cheney simply nodded calmly. His time was running short, at most, he had a few million years left in this reincarnation simulation. In other words, whether he could or not, he had to make an attempt to break through to the realm of true gods. To be honest, Milton Cheney was not very confident. The realm of true gods seemed close to him, yet it was also far away. Ascending to the Divine Kingdom, if lifted, he becomes a true god, if not, he faces the demise of both body and soul. This was utterly different from charging through the Tower of Stars. Challenging the Tower of Stars would not lead to death upon failure, but success would allow one to ascend directly to the Divine Kingdom and become a true god. But that was, after all, a shortcut. Milton Cheney no longer had the opportunity to challenge the Tower of Stars. Now, the only way for him to become a true god was to attempt to ascend to the Divine Kingdom in reality. If he failed, it would signify the end of this simulation. Isn't that too risky? Wouldn't it be better to decide after exploring the Temple Sea secret realm next time? The Cloudwind demigod next to him also frowned as he spoke. He wasn't worried about Milton Cheney but about their squad of 4. If Milton Cheney were to die at this point, they would be down 1 member. This could seriously hinder the progress of their next mystic realm exploration. It was detrimental to his own interests, which was why he voiced a warning. Otherwise, what did he care about Milton Cheney's life or death? He thought Milton Cheney was delusional, with no chance of succeeding. Without the right opportunity, backing, or divine artifacts, the idea of ascending to the Divine Kingdom directly was simply unthinkable. "I have already made my decision. 42 years from now, when the white tides open, I will attempt to ascend to the Divine Kingdom there," Milton Cheney stated indifferently. Once the ascension to the Divine Kingdom begins, it cannot be interrupted, so he wasn't worried about these people knowing. In any case, success or not, it was just using up one of Milton Cheney's 5 reincarnation simulation opportunities. He still had time. If 5 attempts were not enough, he'd make 10, if 10 were not enough, then 20. Besides, Milton Cheney felt he might not necessarily fail. He felt his luck during this reincarnation simulation hadn't been very good, who knows, perhaps at the end, his fortune would reverse, and he'd experience a burst of luck. Before making an actual attempt to ascend to the Divine Kingdom, no one could definitively say he was bound to fail. Chapter 692. Milton Cheney's words fell, and the atmosphere between the 4 of them instantly turned silent. After a moment, the silence was broken by the Red Blood demigod. "Wraith, I think you'd better give it some more careful thought. Countless demigods die on the White Beach every 10,000 years. How can you be so sure you won't be next?" The Red Blood demigod spoke. Unlike Cloudwind demigod, he truly considered Milton Cheney a friend. On hearing this, Milton Cheney simply shook his head with a deadpan expression, offering no further explanation. Should he say that even if he died in this world, he wouldn't truly perish? That was impossible, primarily because it was highly unlikely the Red Blood demigod would believe such a claim, and even if he did, Milton Cheney had no intention of revealing such information. After all, every plane of existence in which Milton Cheney reincarnated was different from the spiritual divine realm. Milton Cheney hadn't forgotten that during his first reincarnation in this world, he encountered a divine spirit called the Life Main God. He still clearly remembered what the Life Main God said to him. The world consciousness of this world seemed likely to take notice of him in the future. When this future would come, Milton Cheney did not know, but he was aware that he should not exhibit too many anomalies in this world. To this day, that exquisitely beautiful Life Main God was the most powerful being Milton Cheney had seen, both in simulations and in reality. Yes, the most powerful. After all, the realm of a main god, in Milton Cheney's estimation, was at least comparable to the immortal realm's sovereigns, perhaps even stronger. With these thoughts in mind, Milton Cheney shook his head and immediately brushed them aside. The next moment, his figure vanished from the spot. The remaining three demigods looked at each other before shaking their heads in unison. In their eyes, the decision made by Milton Cheney wasn't much different from committing suicide. If becoming a true god was indeed so easy, then the three present wouldn't still just be ninth-level demigods. Within the spiritual divine realm, the number of demigods was as countless as grains of sand on a beach, while the number of true gods was like hidden gold in the sand. The gap between them was vast, as great as the difference between the earth and the sky. It seemed that there was only a paper-thin barrier between a ninth-level demigod and a lower true god, but that barrier blocked countless ninth-level demigods like an insurmountable chasm. "The wraith is courting death," the red-blood demigod said with a sigh. Hearing this, Cloudwind demigod sneered dismissively and, without responding, also vanished from the spot. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 42 years went by. Even in reality, 42 years were inconsequential to Milton Cheney, let alone in a reincarnation simulation. Nov. L.B//JNN. The City of Stars, White Beach. White Beach was a special region in the City of Stars. It opened once every 10,000 years and was originally the divine nest of an upper true god. However, after that true god perished, it became a no-man's land controlled by the city lord of the City of Stars. Every several tens of thousands of years, the city lord would open it up. The reason it became a death site for countless ninth-level demigods was simple. That is, over 100 people had successfully raised their divine kingdoms here over the years. Indeed, this place had given birth to over 100 true gods. Yet to this day, no one truly knows if this location actually aids in elevating to godhood. Those true gods who succeeded never clarified if White Beach offered any assistance, and the numerous demigods who died were no longer able to explain. Whether it was a gimmick, Milton Cheney did not know. But he knew that he was bound to attempt to elevate to godhood in this world, so choosing a geomantically favored site might be better. After all, the end was the same, failure meant death. So Milton Cheney actually didn't care about these details. He was just looking for a place, and White Beach happened to be suitable. Flying divine platform. At a certain part of White Beach, Milton Cheney said calmly. The gaunt middle-aged man sitting before him lifted his head indifferently upon hearing Milton Cheney's words, then nonchalantly tossed a silver key to Milton Cheney. 10,000 spirits. The middle-aged man said coolly. Having seen too many people like Milton Cheney, he naturally had no superfluous words to offer. After all, in the future, he too might step onto the flying divine platform personally. Milton Cheney was unbothered by the middle-aged man's demeanor, taking the silver key and leaving 10,000 spirits behind. The next moment, Milton Cheney activated the silver key and instantly appeared on the flying divine platform. Aboard the flying divine platform. Just as expected, Milton Cheney laughed in his heart upon his arrival. Indeed, just as he had imagined, the so-called White Beach's flying divine platform was nothing more than one of many methods the city lord of the City of Stars used to amass wealth. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a scam. For this place offered no help whatsoever in elevating to godhood. No wonder there had been no bad reviews over the years. Those who could have given them had died, those who succeeded in raising their divine kingdoms here had already succeeded and naturally had no need to leave bad reviews. Moreover, with the city lord of the City of Stars endorsing the flying divine platform, it was even less likely that news unfavorable to the city lord's money collection would spread. Chapter 693. Perhaps, those other level 9 demigods are also clear about this point. But exchanging 10,000 spirits for an inner solace seems like not a bad deal. However, self-deception is something Milton Cheney naturally would not indulge in. Because from the very beginning, Milton never placed his hopes of becoming a true god on this so-called flying divine platform of White Beach. He doesn't need solace. If he succeeds this time, great, but even if he fails, it doesn't mean he's out of chances. After all, 5 reincarnation simulations are merely 40 years in reality. If it were the former Milton Cheney, maybe he would have felt distressed, but for the Milton of now, such emotions are nearly impossible to arise. After all, once a person's experiences accumulate, the fluctuations in their emotions become fewer. Moreover, failure isn't certain. After all, on the flying divine platform, many level 9 demigods have failed, but there are also those who have succeeded. Milton doesn't think he's weaker than those who have succeeded. Especially since Milton, who entered this world through 5 reincarnation simulations, is now not merely an ordinary level 9 wraith demigod. Beyond that, he also possesses the power of a tier 6 wizard immortal, a strength not of this world. Sometimes, 1 plus 1 doesn't just simply equal 2. At least for Milton, 1 plus 1 does not equal 2. After 50 million years of deduction, the path of wizard immortal cultivation that Milton now commands has become even stronger. This is the real confidence and assurance that Milton has, not the illusory and vague flying divine platform of White Beach. Relying on external forces to achieve true godhood is far from simple. Let's begin. On the flying divine platform, Milton suppressed his distracting thoughts, willed his mind into action, and began to lift his divine kingdom high. The next moment, Milton suddenly felt an immense weight upon him. This weight, even for Milton, was somewhat difficult to bear. At this instant, it was as if the weight of an entire world were pressing down upon him. Of course, it was just somewhat difficult and far from unbearable. The scene before his eyes changed, and he saw the world within him. It was an undeveloped world, shrouded in deathly silence. Skeletons crawled out from the earth of this world and then stood on the ground, roaring. In this moment, Milton truly felt the existence of the power of faith. In fact, when he first reincarnated into this world, he had sensed the power of faith. But the power of faith he sensed back then was completely different from what he sensed now. It was as if the power of faith he sensed back then was not his own, but borrowed from someone else, whereas now, what he sensed was truly his. This is my divine kingdom, but it has not truly formed yet. Milton realized in his heart. What he was seeing now was his very own wraith divine kingdom. Only that at this moment, this wraith divine kingdom was still a work in progress. To completely form the real divine kingdom, it would still need quite a bit more time. This was already within Milton's expectations. After all, advancing from a demigod to a true god isn't something that happens in an instant. In between, there is a long temporal passageway. For Milton, even as a demigod much stronger than a regular level 9 demigod, it was impossible to complete the breakthrough in an instant. Of course, no matter how long this period is, it certainly won't exceed 1,000 years. If it exceeds 1,000 years, that would indicate a failure in the breakthrough. And even if a divine kingdom truly forms, it doesn't mean one has become a divine spirit. Forming a divine kingdom within oneself and condensing the source of faith is merely the first step from breaking through from a level 9 demigod to a lower true god. Of course, this step is also the most important one. Without it, there would not be any of the following steps. After the divine kingdom is formed, one must lift it high, project it toward the spiritual divine realm, and leave one's mark there. Only after this step is successfully completed can one truly become a lower true god. The difficulty of this process is extremely high. This is exactly why even Milton Cheney was not completely certain of success. However, as time passed, Milton Cheney's heart became increasingly serene. Because he noticed that his divine kingdom was condensing at an astonishingly rapid pace, which also meant that the gravitational challenge he faced was gradually diminishing. Indeed, the larger and more complete the divine kingdom, the less pressure its owner would endure. In truth, the most difficult step for a level 9 divine spirit becoming a true god isn't the condensation of a complete divine kingdom or its triumphal uplift, but rather enduring the immense pressure of the divine kingdom at the outset. It could be said that Milton Cheney had already won half the battle from the beginning. The remaining half would be verified as time went on to yield the final outcome. Time slowly slipped by, and in the blink of an eye, Milton Cheney had already been near the flying divine platform for nearly 540 years. At a certain moment, the view before Milton Cheney's eyes changed once again. The wraith divine kingdom had been thoroughly condensed, and it seemed as if the true appearance of the spiritual divine realm emerged within Milton Cheney's gaze. In his eyes, countless divine kingdoms radiated dazzling golden light. Is this the shadowy projections of other true gods in the spiritual divine realm? Milton Cheney's mind stirred, and he instantly analyzed what this scene before his eyes signified. But in the next instant, a sliver of doubt emerged in his heart. Because this scene should not have appeared, or rather, it should not have appeared at this time. He hadn't yet become a true god, let alone begun to uplift his divine kingdom, so how could he suddenly witness a scene visible only to a true god? Therefore, at this moment, far from elation, Milton Cheney's heart was instead filled with solemnity. Something was amiss. The next moment, he understood that his concern was not unfounded. Because Milton Cheney suddenly discovered that he was unable to lift his divine kingdom at all, let alone uplift it, he couldn't even make it tremble in the slightest. He was stuck. Such a situation, in theory, should have been absolutely impossible since his breakthrough had already begun, and there should have been only two results, failure or success. The divine kingdom was his own, and it was impossible for him to be unable to attempt to uplift it. Especially when he couldn't even make it tremble. But here and now, this situation had occurred. He had suddenly lost control over his own divine kingdom. Why has this turn of events occurred? Atop the flying divine platform, Milton Cheney frowned slightly, his thoughts rushing through his mind in a tangled whirl. At this point, he wasn't panicked or anything, he was merely puzzled. He could accept failure, as there would always be another opportunity after a failed attempt, and failure would allow him to accumulate more experience. But at the moment, he hadn't failed, nor had he succeeded. It was as though he had forged a brand new realm just above that of a level 9 demigod. This realm was higher than a demigod's, but lower than that of a lesser true god. As Milton Cheney pondered, another unexpected event occurred. Flames ignited abruptly within his divine kingdom, white flames rampaged within, and in barely a breath's time, Milton Cheney's divine kingdom was completely enveloped in an expanse of pallor. This ashen hue signified an endless, unquenchable flame. And within Milton Cheney's divine kingdom, all of the wraith divine kingdoms were obliterated. Milton Cheney could comprehend this in an instant for a simple reason: in this moment, the source of his power of faith was severed. Without believers to pass on faith, and with the believers themselves annihilated, there was no other explanation. Just as Milton Cheney was bracing for the failure of his breakthrough, suddenly, a new memory emerged within his mind. Even someone as composed as Milton Cheney couldn't help but reveal a flash of shock in his eyes at this moment. The memory that unexpectedly filled his mind seemed incredibly unbelievable to him. Indeed, the now informed Milton Cheney found it quite difficult to believe the truth of this memory. Suppressing his shock, he abruptly uplifted his divine kingdom. Chapter 694. The next moment, a new power of faith suddenly emerged within the divine kingdom, which had been almost entirely consumed by white flames. The source of faith was reconstructed, and countless powers of faith condensed within Milton Cheney's divine body. At this moment, Milton Cheney lifted up the divine kingdom high. A moment later, the scene before Milton Cheney's eyes changed again. He saw the projection of his divine kingdom appear in the divine realm. This meant that he had successfully lifted the divine kingdom in a breathless moment. This was nearly impossible, but Milton Cheney had done it. Yet, Milton Cheney harbored not even the slightest hint of surprise. Because at this moment, he was clear about why this had happened. "I've succeeded," Milton Cheney said to himself, not surprised in the least. At this moment, except for his divine position not being truly condensed, he could already be considered a true lower-level true god. The condensation of the divine position required the accumulation of time, and was not something that could be successfully forged in a moment. "I never thought it would be a contingency I left for myself," Milton Cheney reflected with a slight emotion. Now, his divine position was no longer that of a wraith, but of flame. Indeed, the reason he could successfully reshape the divine kingdom and hold it aloft was not due to the depth of his strategic planning in this simulation or the firmness of his hold. It was because of the chess piece he had once placed within the divine realm's projection. Naturally, Milton Cheney had not done these things himself. But the inherited memories informed him that although he had not done so in the past, he had made these strategic moves in the future. Although Milton Cheney at this moment was unclear as to why his future self would do such a thing, there was no doubt that, with his personality, his future actions were unquestionably meaningful. Exactly what that meaning was, Milton Cheney at this moment did not know. He supposed that one day in the future, he would come to fully understand it all. However, these memories were not meaningless to Milton Cheney. These memories that he inherited after becoming a true god revealed a lot of information. For example, Milton Cheney was now aware of some of the power of the main god. The main god's realm was powerful enough to perceive the timelines of the past and future, even influencing his own past self by manipulating these timelines. Although Milton Cheney did not know whether this influence had any limitations, or if it was an inevitable part of destiny. Even the smallest influence was a level of power that he could hardly imagine before. After all, the ability to manipulate timelines was already astonishing, let alone reaping benefits for himself, and even through the simulator. One should know that he was not in reality at this point, but within the reincarnation simulation. All these influences on himself also originated from within the reincarnation simulation. Having possessed the simulator for so long, Milton Cheney was naturally clear about its power. His future self could impact his past self's reincarnation simulation through the simulator. Does this imply that at some point in the future, his realm may even exceed the level of the simulator? Milton Cheney did not know, for it could not be verified. In his eyes, the past and future had always been mysterious, even with the possession of the simulator. Of course, this might not be because the main god's realm was that powerful, but rather because he from a certain future timeline was very strong. If the main gods truly possessed such great power, they could not possibly have failed to notice him, an anomaly who had transmigrated into this world through reincarnation simulation. Milton Cheney had not forgotten that there were as many as 12 main gods in the spiritual divine realm. It's a pity that after this reincarnation simulation, this world can no longer be reincarnated into. At least until my real world realm is comparable to that of the main god's realm, I cannot return to this world. Milton Cheney sensed the divine position that was condensing within his divine kingdom and muttered softly to himself. In the memories he had just inherited, there was a wariness from his future self on a certain timeline towards his present self. At this moment, Milton Cheney truly understood the significance of the spiritual divine realm. Before now, he could never have guessed the origins of the spiritual divine realm were so immense. The spiritual divine realm of the ninth universe was not originally one of the three major realms within the ninth universe, nor was it even considered a world of the ninth universe. The spiritual divine realm was actually the transformation of a true spirit belonging to a beyond the horizon power. Nov. L. B //JNN. However, for reasons unknown, it fell from beyond the horizon into the ninth universe, forming what was known as the spiritual divine realm. In other words, the spiritual divine realm was itself a living entity. This life did not refer to a certain life form within the spiritual divine realm, but rather that the spiritual divine realm itself was alive, simply in a perpetual slumber. A true spirit is akin to a fragment of a soul. Only, the master of this soul fragment was so immensely powerful that upon falling into the ninth universe, it formed an entire complete world. Has my future self ascended beyond the horizon? Otherwise, how could I have come to know these things? Milton Cheney thought to himself. However, as soon as this thought arose, Milton Cheney shook his head and ceased to dwell on it. Because it was far too distant from his current reality. Currently, he had not even set foot on the path of transcendence, much less reached the status of a beyond the horizon power who has fully traversed this path. Such a being, even the immortal emperors of the immortal realm, are but ants in its presence. Milton Cheney could hardly glimpse its shadow at the moment. Chapter 695. However, after learning all this, Milton Cheney was not disheartened. Instead, his ambition grew even stronger. If there was a path, then it was not necessarily impossible for him to reach the end of it. The reason why Milton Cheney couldn't reincarnate into this world after this reincarnation simulation was quite simple. It was because his previous reincarnations into this world, including this one, were all in a state of protection, which not only came from the simulator but also from a future version of himself along a certain timeline. If the simulator was the first line of insurance, then the protection provided by a future version of himself along a certain timeline served as the second line of insurance. But now, after he became a lower true god, the second line of insurance imposed by a future version of himself along a certain timeline had already dissipated. Unless he was very confident at the time of reincarnation, there was a possibility of unexpected occurrences. And these unexpected occurrences might be something even the simulator could not fully safeguard against. Although it would not be life-threatening, being forcibly trapped in this world was not entirely impossible. Even if the probability was exceedingly small, Milton Cheney would not take any risks whatsoever. After all, it wasn't worth it. The benefits did not at all outweigh the risks, and such a foolhardy venture was not something Milton Cheney would partake in. Of course, if his realm in reality could surpass the limitations of this world, then there would be no need to worry about this anymore. After all, the spiritual divine realm might have grand origins, but at this moment it was just a world within the ninth universe, one that had to abide by the rules of the ninth universe's operation. It wasn't as if a great power who truly reached beyond the horizon had come to the ninth universe. Inherited memory allowed Milton Cheney to clearly understand that in the whole universe, the beings who had reached beyond the horizon were definitely not many, there would not be more than a few dozen at most. Bear in mind that in the entire universe, countless beings have stepped onto the transcendence path, but only 1 in a billion might be able to reach beyond the horizon. A backwater place like the ninth universe almost certainly would not have a visitor who had reached beyond the horizon. Such beings were concerned with matters of cosmic significance, and it was improbable that they would focus their attention on a small corner like the ninth universe. Putting these thoughts aside, Milton Cheney's figure moved, and he left the Flying Divine platform. And with his departure, the entire White Beach was thrown into a frenzy. A new demigod has successfully raised a divine kingdom at the Flying Divine platform. After 230 million years, White Beach has finally witnessed the birth of a new true god. The Flying Divine platform doesn't seem to have been opened for even 1,000 years, right? How did he achieve it so quickly? Flame Divine Country Projection, a true god from the Flame Divine system. Countless demigods within White Beach were astonished. Because this was the only demigod who had successfully ascended to true god at White Beach within the past 230 million years. The news spread quickly throughout the entire Starry City. After all, although Starry City was vast, most of its inhabitants were demigods, and the number of 9th-level demigods wasn't very high, let alone true gods. Therefore, the emergence of a true god in Starry City was a very significant event. It was worth noting that even in the previous years since the beginning of the Star Tower, only one demigod had become a true god. How much time had passed since the opening of the Star Tower? And yet now, Starry City had once more given birth to a new true god. Moreover, this new true god had successfully raised their divine kingdom at the White Beach's Flying Divine platform. The people of Starry City were not foolish, most of the 9th-level demigods actually understood what was happening. No one was a fool. The reason most chose the Flying Divine platform for their breakthrough to true God wasn't because the Flying Divine platform was helpful in raising a divine kingdom. It was because raising a divine kingdom was the same no matter where it was done, so why not choose a place where many predecessors had succeeded? After all, the symbolism was auspicious. It was really just self-deception. Zhou Yu striking Huang Gai, one willing to strike and the other willing to endure. Furthermore, the 10,000 spirits required to enter the Flying Divine platform hardly mattered. Failure to raise a divine kingdom meant perishing, so who would care about external possessions when facing death? If one succeeded, then the 10,000 spirits mattered even less. A true god, even just a lower one, wouldn't lack 10,000 spirits if they held a position in the City Lord Mansion. Of course, if it were a mid-level true god, they wouldn't even consider a minor place like Starry City. The divine realm was immense, with far too many places to go. But no matter how shocked the people of White Tide were, it no longer had anything to do with Milton Cheney. Because by that time, Milton Cheney had already left the City of Countless Stars. That's right, after leaving the Flying Divine platform, Milton Cheney made a decisive decision to leave the City of Countless Stars. He was well aware that the birth of a new true god in the City of Countless Stars was no small matter, and if he continued to stay in the city, it was highly likely that the City Lord would seek him out. What Milton Cheney needed to do now was to quickly condense his divine position and end this round of the reincarnation simulation. And not to get involved in these troublesome matters. After all, none of this would be of any help to him. It was highly probable that he wouldn't incarnate into this world again for a very long time, so there was little point in learning more news. Besides, he was already familiar with this world, anything that needed to be known, he already knew. The most important thing was that Milton Cheney was not a native of this world, and he had no interest in maintaining connections within this world. Even in reality, Milton Cheney was always a loner. The speed of his cultivation ensured that he would have no so-called companions. Thus, Milton Cheney had decided that after condensing his divine position, he would actively end this round of reincarnation simulation. After all, once his divine position was condensed, he would be a real, complete demigod, without any deficiencies. And at that point, with the limitations of the simulator, he would no longer be able to continue ascending, so staying in this world would be meaningless. Of course, there was one more critical reason. That was, at the moment he truly became a demigod, staying in this world 1 minute longer would mean 1 minute more of danger for him. After all, as he condensed his divine position, it also meant he truly lost his second layer of insurance. By then, Milton Cheney would have no other choice but to actively end this round of reincarnation simulation. Outside the city of countless stars, Milton Cheney stopped in a desolate area no one else inhabited. In the time that followed, he had only one thing to do, and that was to condense his divine position. At the moment of successful condensation of his divine position, it would also be his time to leave this world. For Milton Cheney at this time, the time it took to condense his divine position was not long. He had already successfully raised his divine kingdom. In the truest sense, he could already be considered a demigod, only not completely so. Divine kingdom, divine body, divine position, and divine duties were all complete, only the divine position which had not yet successfully condensed remained. And to condense his divine position, for Milton Cheney, would take no more than 10,000 years. This period was very brief for him. What's more, this was within the reincarnation simulation, and Milton Cheney's cultivation time spanned far beyond 10,000 years. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 6,200 years had passed. In a certain place outside the city of countless stars, Milton Cheney suddenly opened his eyes, and within his divine body, the divine position had, at that moment, fully condensed. The demigod was complete. Before Milton Cheney could fully appreciate the power of a complete demigod realm, his expression suddenly changed slightly, and with a thought, he immediately ended the reincarnation simulation. The reason for this was that just now, Milton Cheney suddenly felt a great terror enveloping him. It was as if a very powerful entity had set its malevolent gaze upon him. At this time, above the divine realm, a beautiful woman awoke from her slumber, opening her eyes with a slight frown. Have you, from the past, embarked on the path of transcendence? The next moment, the woman sat up and with a gentle wave of her hand, a transparent light screen floated before her. On the light screen was the scene of Milton Cheney's body dissolving into particles of light. The timeline is chaotic again, sacrificing all true spirits to start over. Can one truly reach beyond the horizon? The woman murmured softly, falling into a long daze. Chapter 696. Milton Cheney's consciousness, engulfed in darkness, gradually began to recover. Within the reincarnation space, Milton Cheney's consciousness instantly appeared in this place. Surrounding him were myriad points of light, each one representing a complete world. The next moment, his consciousness was ejected from the reincarnation space. Reincarnation simulation ended. Successfully retained the reincarnation simulation memory. Detection indicates the host will not be affected by the reincarnation memory. The simulator memory protection function is not activated. Do you wish to activate it now? Detection indicates the host is in the lower true God realm. Do you wish to retain the realm adapted to the wizard realm rules? Do not activate memory protection. Retain realm adapted to wizard realm rules. In reality, within the rules space, the moment Milton Cheney heard the mechanical voice in his mind, the memories of this reincarnation simulation gradually became incredibly clear. The realm simulated was also successfully inherited into reality. The next moment, Milton Cheney's consciousness instantly entered the spiritual sea. The lower true God realm had already become a crystal stone emitting red light, now floating within his spiritual sea. Milton Cheney, sitting cross-legged in the rules space, tried to mobilize the power of the lower true God. As expected, although he could make use of the true God's power of faith, the projection of the divine kingdom in the divine realm could no longer be seen. After all, after the end of the reincarnation simulation and returning to reality, the retained realm was not perfectly preserved but was modified by the simulator to fit the rules of the wizard realm. The wizard realm was unrelated to the divine realm, so naturally, Milton Cheney could no longer sense the projection of the divine kingdom in the divine realm. Fortunately, this power was only adapted, not weakened. Within the rules space, the light blue transparent light curtain representing the simulator still hovered in front of him. Sitting cross-legged at this moment, Milton Cheney's face bore a contemplative expression. After this reincarnation simulation ended, he had acquired all the prerequisites for deducing the 7th stage wizard immortal realm. All he lacked now was time. To deduce the path from the 6th stage wizard immortal to the 7th stage wizard immortal using the scant time available in reality seemed unlikely. After all, even though Milton Cheney now possessed all the prior conditions, deducing a new realm was not going to be easy. Of course, it's definitely a different story compared to before. It's not easy, which only means it would take a very long time. And Milton Cheney, armed with the simulator, needed time, but that was precisely what he had in abundance. After all, Milton Cheney could deduce the wizard immortal cultivation path through true body simulation. In 900 years, Milton Cheney could accumulate dozens of true body simulation opportunities, which converted into time would be at least several billion years. With such an expanse of time, Milton Cheney still held considerable confidence. The next moment, Milton Cheney discarded the stray thoughts in his mind and turned his gaze to the light blue light curtain floating before his eyes. Unmoved by the figure representing the text simulation times on the light curtain, Milton Cheney concealed the simulator's panel. Only a few years remained until the next true body simulation count was ready. For Milton Cheney, that span was but the blink of an eye. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, several years went by. Within the rule's space, Milton Cheney opened his eyes. During these years, he had not been idle. Since the direction of the wizard immortal cultivation path was already fully determined, Milton Cheney naturally would not waste any time, even if it was just a few years in reality. The faster he could deduce the 7th stage wizard immortal realm, the sooner he could become a 7th stage wizard immortal, and perhaps even transcend before Mansair to become a true transcendent. The latter was more important to Milton Cheney. The significance of transcendence was greater for Milton Cheney, far more than the path of the wizard immortal meant to him. After all, if Milton Cheney had wished, he could have forged a different path to the 7th stage wizard immortal a long time ago, without the need for another reincarnation in the spiritual divine realm to become a lower true god. Indeed, Milton Cheney hadn't anticipated such a smooth journey. His original intention was to reincarnate into the spiritual divine realm and become a lower true god, which, with some luck, would take at least a couple of 100 years or the equivalent of combining several reincarnation simulations. But to his own surprise, he succeeded on the first attempt. Of course, this was undoubtedly good news for Milton Cheney. It saved him a great deal of time. At this moment, Milton Cheney had at least an 80% certainty that he could become a true transcendent before the battle that would destroy the wizard realm in 900 years arrived. The reason for only an 80% certainty, rather than a full certainty, was that Milton Cheney could not be entirely sure that the 7th stage wizard immortal realm he was deducing would allow him to transcend in one fell swoop. In his deductions, it was possible. But nothing is 100% certain, and until he truly breaks through to the 7th stage wizard immortal, no matter how confident, it cannot be absolute. The next moment, Milton Cheney willed the light curtain of the simulator to appear. The light curtain floated before his eyes, while Milton Cheney's gaze still rested on the column representing the simulation count. True Body Simulation Count, 1. Chapter 697. Do you wish to initiate True Body Simulation? Initiate. Milton Cheney did not hesitate as he watched the text prompt floating above the simulator's light screen and started the True Body Simulation. This True Body Simulation was extremely important to Milton Cheney, because it determined whether the theories he had previously deduced could truly be verified in reality. At that moment, Milton Cheney's expression was calm, his demeanor indifferent. The light screen of the simulator had already disappeared from his sight, signifying that the True Body Simulation had begun. With the initiation of the True Body Simulation, Milton Cheney did not immediately leave the rules space he had opened outside the wizard realm. He needed to stay in the wizard realm for 900 years. He would not leave the wizard realm for the void space until just before the apocalyptic battle of the realm's destruction. However, Milton Cheney naturally would not waste this time. Now that he had confirmed the overall direction, all he needed to do was spend time advancing his deductions. At the moment, Milton Cheney was not sure how long it would take to fully succeed in his deductions. But no matter how long it took, it was unlikely to be tens of billions or even hundreds of millions of years. After all, Milton Cheney was not starting from scratch, rather, he was at the final 10 meters before the finish line. At this time, he was not exhausted but full of energy. Therefore, crossing this finish line was not difficult. This was also why Milton Cheney remained so composed at such a crucial time. He had no worries at all. Time flew by, and hundreds of years had passed. Milton Cheney, well aware of when the wizard realm would face the war that would bring its destruction, timed his departure well and headed for the void space. Actually, he didn't have a strong need to stay in the wizard realm for those hundreds of years. After all, many simulations had already verified that nothing would happen in the wizard realm during that time that would affect him. But Milton Cheney still made such a choice. It wasn't that he didn't believe in the future within the simulator, rather, Milton Cheney was well aware that the future is not set in stone. Sometimes, perhaps a very small event could alter the future's course. After all, Milton Cheney, who had traveled from Azure Star to this world, understood the impact of the butterfly effect. Milton Cheney's stability was due not only to his nonchalance about those hundreds of years but also because he had been misled by futures experienced in his past simulations. After leaving the wizard realm, Milton Cheney did not wander aimlessly in the void space. Instead, he went directly to the region where the lifeless force source star was located, as he was quite familiar with this planet. The 60 million years he had previously spent deducing the wizard immortal cultivation path were also spent on that star. With the world coordinates of the force source star, Milton Cheney quickly arrived inside the force source star. Having opened a new rules space in the world's interlayer, Milton Cheney began to deduce the wizard immortal cultivation path within the rules space. For Cheney, not a single moment of this true body simulation time could be wasted. Time flies, and the river of time does not cease its flow. 30 million years, for Milton Cheney in the simulation, felt long, but not excessively so. Inside the rules space in the interlayer of the force source star's world, Milton Cheney, deeply immersed in the deduction of the wizard immortal cultivation path, gradually ceased his deductions at this time. Drawing a deep breath, his brow furrowed slightly. This was not because he had encountered difficulties in his deductions, on the contrary, the integration of the divine spirit cultivation path into the wizard immortal cultivation path had proceeded incredibly smoothly, almost unbelievably so. It was as though it had been tailor-made for him. The process was too fast, faster than Milton Cheney had anticipated. Milton Cheney had thought that he might need at least several dozen, or nearly 10, true body simulation counts. That is, over 100 million years of time. But when he reached the 10 million year mark in his deductions, Milton Cheney truly understood the meaning of the phrase "when the time is ripe." The divine spirit cultivation path and his already deduced wizard immortal cultivation path were too compatible. Forget hundreds of millions of years, Milton Cheney even felt that with less than 20 million more years, he could truly deduce the 7th stage of the wizard immortal cultivation path. A perfect 7th stage of the wizard immortal realm. In other words, if not for the fact that the wizard immortal cultivation path did not strongly enhance lifespan, Milton Cheney would have needed just one true body simulation opportunity to succeed. It happened so swiftly. I had thought breaking through the channel between the wizard immortal and divine spirit would be difficult, yet the reality was quite the opposite. The paths of cultivation for wizards, immortals, and divine spirits are surprisingly compatible. Within the rules space, Milton Cheney mused to himself. Not that a smooth progress was unwelcome. Milton Cheney naturally preferred to complete the 7th stage wizard immortal realms deduction without a hitch. But while a degree of ease was normal, too much ease started to feel abnormal. After all, no matter how one looked at it, there should be no connection between the paths of wizard immortal cultivation and divine spirit cultivation. The wizard immortal path was one that Milton Cheney had personally blazed, while the divine spirit path originated within the spiritual divine realm pieces of the true spirit of beyond the horizon power. 1,000 years later, could it be that the wizard immortal path had some relation with beyond the horizon power? Thinking this, Milton Cheney shook his head. It was highly unlikely. If it was the simulator that was related to beyond the horizon power, it might be possible, but if it was him, it was completely out of the question. After all, the simulator was his secret, but it was not his biggest one. It could, at best, be considered his second biggest. Milton Cheney had not forgotten his biggest secret, his identity as a transmigrator. Leaving aside the transmigrator's identity, the simulator was his greatest secret. With that in mind, Milton Cheney refrained from further contemplation. What was there to think about, whether there was some unseen mastermind manipulating everything from behind the scenes? Even if there was, at this moment, Milton Cheney was far too distant from such a realm. Any contemplation was pointless. If it wasn't as such, then it was just a coincidence. Perhaps the wizard immortal path he had blazed just happened to align perfectly with the divine spirit path within the spiritual divine realm. Though this possibility was small, it was not non-existent. If it really was so, then there was no point in Milton Cheney fretting over a coincidence. Since it was all meaningless, Milton Cheney stopped dwelling on these thoughts. If he did not die in the future, he would eventually come to know the secrets behind everything. After clearing his mind of these distractions, Milton Cheney stopped deducing the wizard immortal path. By now, he knew how long it would take to successfully deduce the wizard immortal path, and naturally, there was no need to hurry. In the end, it wouldn't be until the next true body simulation that he could achieve success. Although his lifespan had been extended considerably at this point, he still could not expect to live for 50 million years. Milton Cheney could sense approximately how much longer he had to live. And that was sufficing. In his perception, he had less than 2 million years to live. Which meant, within at most 2 million years, this true body simulation would come to an end. During these 2 million years, Milton Cheney decided not to continue deducing the wizard immortal path. Instead, he resolved to wander the void and visit other life-sustaining planets. For Milton Cheney, 2 million years was not a particularly long time, but that did not mean it was short. After all, to an ordinary person, or even to the weaker cultivators, 2 million years was almost an eternity. Thus, in the next moment, Milton Cheney left the rules space of Power Origin Star with a single thought. Time passed, and 2 million years were gone in a flash. This also signified that Milton Cheney had once again reached the end of his life in this true body simulation. On Azure Star, Milton Cheney closed his eyes, his body dissipating into specks of light. True body simulation end. Realm, technique, memories retained. 2 lines of black text flashed across the light screen. The familiar mechanical voice echoed once again in Milton Cheney's mind. The true body simulation that spanned 32 million years came to a smooth end. This true body simulation was also, arguably, the longest one that Milton Cheney had experienced since acquiring the simulator. Within the rules space, Milton Cheney opened his eyes and dismissed the simulator's light screen. Chapter 698. This time, the true body simulation brought Milton Cheney tremendous gains. At this moment, he was not far from carving out the 7th stage of the wizard immortal cultivation path. In other words, unless something unexpected happened, in 16 years' time, the next true body simulation would enable him to perfectly deduce the realm of a 7th stage wizard immortal. Perhaps the text simulation times can't accumulate to 500 anymore. Within the rules space, Milton chuckled to himself. Amassing 500 text simulations was meant to represent Milton deducing the 7th stage realm of the wizard immortal cultivation path over a millennium. But, clearly, he wouldn't need 1,000 years of real time. He wouldn't even need 100 years. Thinking of this, Milton cast aside the distractions in his mind. Time flew, and in the real world another 16 years passed. Inside the rules space, Milton, sitting cross-legged atop a stone tablet, slowly opened his eyes and summoned the light screen of the simulator with a thought. The faint blue light screen of the simulator hovered before Milton's eyes. And his gaze still rested on the part of the light screen indicating the simulation count. Reincarnation simulation count, 3. True body simulation count, 1. Initiate reincarnation simulation. No, initiate true body simulation. Refusing to initiate reincarnation simulation as prompted by the additional black font on the light screen, Milton instead activated the newly accrued true body simulation. Although he had already accumulated 3 reincarnation simulations, Milton did not rashly begin them. After all, at that point, he temporarily had no need to accumulate solid foundations through reincarnation simulation anymore. What was most important now was to further deduce the stages of the wizard immortal cultivation path in reality. As for the count of reincarnation simulations, perhaps they could be reserved for after he became a 7th stage wizard immortal. Indeed, much like the text simulations, Milton decided to save the accumulated reincarnation simulations for after he became a 7th stage wizard immortal. That way, he might benefit even more. Inside the rules space, the light screen representing the simulator suddenly vanished. However, Milton's expression did not change in the slightest. After all, he'd gone through so many true body simulations that he was all too familiar with what would happen in reality once the simulation commenced. The true body simulation had started, and as with the previous ones, Milton did not immediately leave the wizard realm. 1,000 years he could still wait. And the closer it came to a critical juncture, the less Milton could afford to be negligent. Whether he could open the path and become a 7th stage wizard immortal, transcending beyond, was of utmost importance to him. Thus, in this true body simulation, Milton would not permit any errors on his part. Luckily, he had rehearsed this situation many times already, making the possibility of an accident very small. Inside the rules space, Milton closed his eyes and waited in silence. Time didn't keep Milton waiting too long, for the river of time never ceased its flow, and nearly 1,000 years flashed by in an instant. The future had not changed, no accidents had occurred. It was just like the previous true body simulations Milton had experienced. At this point, Milton had already left the rules space within the wizard realm. His destination, like in previous true body simulations, was also the Force Origin Star. Because he was all too familiar with this lifeless planet, having spent nearly 100 million years within its world interspace. After opening the rules space on the Force Origin star, Milton no longer idled but immediately began to deduce the wizard immortal cultivation path. He still had plenty of time in this true body simulation, and if nothing unexpected happened with his lifespan, he'd still have over 30 million years in this simulation. 30 million years were more than enough. He wouldn't even need so long. In Milton's deductions, he would only need 20 million years at most to carve out the 7th stage of the wizard immortal cultivation path. 20 million years, was it a long time? It was. Yet, to Milton, his lifespan had already exceeded 20 million years. Once upon a time, such longevity was unimaginable to Milton, but now it was reality. Inside the rules space, Milton's eyes were tightly closed, his brow slightly furrowed. Currently, he was at the most critical moment in deducing the path to the 7th stage of the wizard immortal cultivation path. It could be said that within the next 20 million years, he could not afford even the slightest error. Otherwise, everything would have to be overturned and started anew. Even for Milton at this time, that would be a Herculean task. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, the path of wizard immortal cultivation and divine spirit cultivation were extremely compatible, which was the main reason Milton was confident that he could perfectly deduce the 7th stage of the wizard immortal cultivation path within 20 million years. Otherwise, even extending the time tenfold, Milton would not be completely sure. Whether it was coincidence or not was no longer a concern for Milton. It was better to deduce the wizard immortal cultivation path sooner rather than dwell on such things. He already had plenty of secrets of his own, one more made no difference. Strength was the fundamental measure of all things. With formidable strength, all problems ceased to be problems. This was the experience gleaned from countless simulations by Milton. Chapter 699. The more powerful one is, the more say they have. This power is not just about the strength of one's realm, but the realm is definitely the most important aspect. As time slowly passed, Milton Cheney's slightly furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Indeed, it's been too easy, even when deducing the most crucial moments, there hasn't been the slightest hindrance. Within the rules space, Milton Cheney let out a sigh and reflected a bit. At this moment, he seemed to be walking on a bright and wide path. If previously Milton Cheney, when simulating wizard immortal cultivation path, would encounter countless crossroads and had to try them one by one to see which was the correct path, then his current deduction of the wizard immortal cultivation path was like having only one path. All he needed to do was follow this path straight ahead. There would be no crossroads along the way, and up to now, Milton Cheney hadn't encountered a single one. One can imagine how much this helped Milton Cheney. It could be said that even if Milton Cheney's comprehension only remained at unification realm, he would still be able to smoothly deduce the wizard immortal cultivation path to the 7th stage realm. It would just take a bit more time. Naturally, all of this was predicated on the assumption that Milton Cheney could keep walking on this great path. After all, until the very end, no one could say that it would always be this smooth. If the path from the 6th stage wizard immortal realm to the 7th stage wizard immortal realm was likened to a long road, say 10,000 meters, then Milton Cheney had walked 9,500 meters by now, having perfectly covered 95% of this great road. But no one knows whether a crossroad will suddenly appear in the last 100 meters. At least Milton Cheney himself couldn't be certain of it. Of course, the likelihood of such a situation occurring is very low, but low doesn't mean non-existent. So, until he had completely carved out the 7th stage wizard immortal realm, he wouldn't slack off. As time flew swiftly by, in a blink of an eye, 18 million years had passed. On the planet of the source of power, within the rules space, Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes, detaching himself from the state of deducing the wizard immortal cultivation path. The last step. Milton Cheney exhaled a breath of turbid air, adjusting his own state. As he had anticipated in his pre-simulation, the deduction of the wizard immortal cultivation path didn't encounter the slightest bit of unexpected trouble. If 18 million years ago he had walked 9,500 meters, then by now he had walked 9,999 meters on the Great Road from the 6th stage wizard immortal realm towards the 7th stage wizard immortal realm. It could be said that only the final step was left. There was no incident where a crossroad appeared in the last 100 meters of the Great Road, so Milton Cheney's previous concern was clearly unnecessary. This final step is extremely important. That is to construct a new world as his witch immortal divine land, or to turn an existing world into his witch immortal divine land. On the foundation of the witch immortal divine land, it would elevate him to become a 7th stage wizard immortal, and perhaps even allow him to transcend in a single step. It sounds fairly easy, but whether it really is, Milton Cheney didn't know. Because simulation is just simulation, and he had yet to actually try it out. He only had one chance, which also meant he had no room for error. If he wanted to turn the wizard realm into his original witch immortal divine land, then at least in this true body simulation, he wouldn't be able to do it. Because at this time, the wizard realm had already been destroyed. To open up the 7th stage wizard immortal realm in this true body simulation and achieve a breakthrough all at once meant that once he returned to reality, he would directly become a transcendent. This also meant that the wizard realm in reality would have no connection with him anymore. This went against Milton Cheney's own original intention. After all, the wizard realm was extremely important to him. Or rather, only by turning the wizard realm into his witch immortal divine land could he truly achieve a perfect 7th stage wizard immortal realm. No matter what, the wizard realm was the world he had traversed to. His very body was also born within the wizard realm. In Milton Cheney's heart, there was a voice telling him that if he didn't choose to turn the wizard realm into his witch immortal divine land, he would definitely regret it. Milton Cheney didn't know if he'd regret it, as he had never intended to transform other worlds into his witch immortal divine land from the start. Within the 7th stage wizard immortal cultivation path that Milton Cheney had opened, the witch immortal divine land was fundamentally different from the divine lands created by lower true gods in the divine realm. The most crucial difference is that the witch immortal divine land is a real world, and Milton Cheney doesn't need the power of faith from within the divine land. The witch immortal divine land is still part of the wizard realm. It could be said that the witch immortal divine land is equivalent to the wizard immortal world. Whereas the divine lands opened by lower true gods in the divine realm are merely realms that provide the power of faith and are not real worlds. A realm and a world, the two are entirely different. Should I transform the wizard realm into my witch immortal divine land in reality, or should I do so in my next true body simulation? Within the rules space, Milton Cheney mused to himself. Facing two options, Milton Cheney hesitated at that moment. Because if he chose to transform the wizard realm into his witch immortal divine land in reality, then any accident that occurred would be unavoidable. But if he chose the latter, it might, in essence, represent an accident. Because even though true body simulation seems extremely realistic, that realism is specific to him as an individual and doesn't affect the outside world. This is completely different from reincarnation simulation. Within reincarnation simulation, any actions he took would indeed leave real traces. He could also find these traces when he returned to reality after the reincarnation simulation ended. True body simulation, however, was different. Although it allowed one to retain realm after the simulation ends, whatever he did during true body simulation wouldn't affect reality. This meant that if Milton Cheney transformed the wizard realm into his witch immortal divine land during true body simulation, then once he returned to reality, the wizard realm would still exist as it is, only he himself would become a 7th stage wizard immortal and a transcendent. This would result in the existence of two wizard realms. That was not Milton Cheney's intention. Because he was well aware that whatever happened within true body simulation, no matter how real, was fake. Clearly, even though there seemed to be two choices, in the end, Milton Cheney could only opt for the first one. As several thoughts flashed through his mind, Milton Cheney eventually cleared away all distractions and made a choice. To complete the final step in reality, Milton Cheney said to himself. Indeed, that was the ultimate decision he had made. But this was definitely risky. Because to his knowledge, Mansair had not yet become a transcendent at this time. This meant that if he chose to transform the wizard realm into his divine land in reality, he could not avoid dealing with Mansair. If Milton Cheney opted to play it safe, he could wait until Mansair transcended and left the wizard realm before turning it into his witch immortal divine land. But Milton Cheney didn't want to do that. Risk also signified opportunity. Milton Cheney had decided to take the final step in reality, which meant embracing risk. After all, without trial and error and just taking the final step in reality, the success rate would never be 100%. If it were 100% success, Milton Cheney wouldn't have experienced even a trace of hesitation previously. Since he was already taking a risk, Milton Cheney decided to take another gamble. That was to transcend before Mansair did. If successful, the benefits he'd reap were immeasurable. After all, once the wizard realm transformed into his witch immortal divine land, it would be equivalent to his own world, and his status could even directly surpass the world consciousness of the wizard realm. Or rather, he would be the living world consciousness of the wizard realm, the awakened world consciousness, with its own thinking and instincts. Under such circumstances, even if Mansor's realm were a level higher than his, he would be beyond Mansor's control. Not to mention the possibility of further transcendence. Chapter 700. Time crept by, and in the blink of an eye, another 1500 years had passed. Within the rule space of the source power star, Milton Cheney opened his eyes. The next moment, he could clearly perceive that his life was now coming to an end. Shortly after, Milton Cheney's body turned into white specks of light, signifying the end of this true body simulation. Back in reality, within the rules space, Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes, the familiar simulator light screen still floating before him. True body simulation end. Retain realm, technique, memory. On the simulator light screen, 2 lines of black text appeared. In his mind, the familiar mechanical voice representing the simulator echoed as well. The true body simulation that spanned 33 million years had smoothly come to an end. Milton Cheney's gaze lingered on the simulator light screen, and after a moment, he thought and hid the simulator's panel. This true body simulation was undoubtedly of great importance to Milton Cheney. The next moment, Milton Cheney focused his mind and sensed the wizard immortal cultivation path he had deduced. At this point, he had reached the true limit of a 6th stage wizard immortal. One more step forward would take him to the realm of a 7th stage wizard immortal. Yet, advancing this step in reality would certainly require more than a year or 2. After all, unlike in the simulations where he had tens of millions of years, in reality, a few hundred or a few thousand years were quite a long time for Milton Cheney. However, in Milton Cheney's strategic planning, at most within 100 years, he would be able to successfully achieve a breakthrough to the 7th stage wizard immortal realm. Of course, this presupposes no unexpected events arise. In reality, breaking through to the 7th stage wizard immortal realm was a risk for Milton Cheney. A failure in the breakthrough wouldn't cost him his life, but it would certainly shatter his careful planning. For these few hundred years, let's pause the simulations for a while, said Milton Cheney to himself within the rules space. At this moment, numerous thoughts arose in his heart, entwining with one another ceaselessly. In the real world, a few hundred years could provide Milton Cheney with dozens of simulation counts. But now, Milton Cheney decided to reserve all these simulation counts for the next 100 years. After all, for him at this stage, the simulation counts provided by the simulator were no longer of much benefit to him, including text simulations, reincarnation simulations, and true body simulations alike. His realm had reached a certain limit where even using simulation counts to enter into simulations would bring no improvement. It would be better to save these simulation counts and use them after he truly became a 7th stage wizard immortal. This was why Milton Cheney had made such a decision. Not using simulation counts meant there was no difference between 100 years in reality and 100 years in reincarnation or true body simulation. Because the century would not be interrupted by any simulations midway. Within the rules space, Milton Cheney slowly closed his eyes again. He resumed deducing the wizard immortal cultivation path, and since he had already decided to take this final step in reality, there would be no hesitation from now on. The deduction began, and time slowly elapsed. 100 years in the blink of an eye had gone by. For Milton Cheney, 100 years in reality was both fleeting and lengthy. After all, even now, he had been in the wizard realm for only a few hundred years in total. Within the rules space. Huff! Milton Cheney let out a breath of stale air, detaching his consciousness from the deduction of the wizard immortal cultivation path. At this moment, Milton Cheney slightly furrowed his brows. At this point, he was only a step away from entering into the 7th stage wizard immortal realm. It was as if he glimpsed a different world. This different world, if only he could step into it, would completely transform him. His subconscious hadn't transmitted even a sliver of danger, which seemed to signify that he could break through at any time he wished to. Even so, Milton Cheney was in no rush. The 7th stage wizard immortal realm was just one step away, so naturally, he was not anxious. The closer it got to the final moment, the less room there was for any error. The world consciousness of the wizard realm has not taken notice of me yet, and I wonder if it will awaken when I truly break through to the 7th stage wizard immortal, Milton Cheney thought quietly as he sat cross-legged on the square steel. For Milton Cheney, breaking through to the 7th stage wizard immortal realm was, in fact, less about himself and more dependent on external factors. In his deductions, breaking through to the 7th stage wizard immortal realm would actually be the least likely moment for him to encounter an accident. Because he was very clear about his own condition. But that doesn't mean the breakthrough would be absolutely smooth and unhindered. There was a chance, but it was slim. At least, Milton Cheney did not believe it would be that easy. There were two variables that Milton Cheney needed to consider carefully at this time. The first variable was Mansar, the only level 8 wizard in the wizard realm at the moment, whose great realm was a whole level above Milton Cheney's. If Mansar were to detect his intentions of transcendence or even his plans to transcend by incorporating the wizard realm into his inner world, that would inevitably provoke interference. If you enjoy this novel, and want more videos, please subscribe.